is the right word. Li Auto down 7.7, XPEV 4.7, and NEO 1. But what I took out of this is XPEV now is leading the charge from those three with deliveries. It used to be Li Auto, not anymore.
No, it's the landscape has definitely changed. But right across the board, all three of those you mentioned missing big time as far as deliveries go. So it's the beginning of the month, so we get Chinese EV deliveries. We should get Tesla deliveries here coming up in the next day or two. Yeah, there's an IBIT. We'll get some sort of major investment announcement from Trump coming up here as well. So huge pop here, 10.5% back to the upside. I mean, let's be honest, it's 4 days of downside that we had to end the week last week, getting erased here back higher. I just saw before we jumped on here at 8:30, MicroStrategy did not buy any Bitcoin last week.
Wow.
So not taking advantage of the dip here.
Probably didn't have any money.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you got to just kind of put your hands under your seat firmly and just be a little bit patient. But yeah, we'll see what this major announcement is to come from Trump. And then, as you said, the crypto-specific meeting or whatever it's going to be coming up later in the week. Lots to get to today, though, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We could guess at what could the announcement be. What would be the most absurdly awesome thing? There's never going to be any more capital gains.
Right.
Well, he couldn't. I don't think he could do that.
Well, I thought it was that crypto reserve thing he's going to be talking about.
Well, we already know that. Or maybe it'll be specifics on it. That could be, I don't know, like the specifics of how it's going to go. So yeah, the thing is, it's at 1:30, which I feel like we've gotten used to the afternoon. Something's going to come from Trump, and then we'll get some headlines. So we're used to the whole headline thing by now. It's just at 1:30, you never know. If you're trading anything, you don't know what the announcement is going to be on. So it could be a lot of fun.
That's Friday at 1:30?
It's supposed to be today.
Oh, okay.
Major economic announcement.
Right. Okay.
Investment, specifically investment. So
93,000 for Bitcoin.
Yeah. But it wasn't, as you were saying, it wasn't really Bitcoin that was the surprise. Everybody knew Bitcoin would be part of the strategic reserve. It was the fact that it was also ETH and Solana and Cardano and
that's it.
XRP.
Oh, Ripple.
Right?
Right. It was XRP.
Yeah, that was the big shock.
Yeah, here's Cardano here, up 35% right now. There's Ripple up 7%. And this was coming from, there's the huge move up. You know, they had the biggest move because I think it was a big surprise to everybody. Huge. Cardano was down here 60 cents, 70 cents, 70 cents, boom, right back up there to $1. But if you're going to look here, we've already been up to this area. So I'm celebrating. I mean, I have Cardano. It's one of my, the holdings that I like, but I don't really know why it's included there. I'm quite nervous that maybe it won't be at the end of the day. But we'll wait to see here what that announcement is. I'm excited. I didn't even realize that was today. Here's Ripple right here as well. So I think we got up to 340 or 350 over the last couple months there on that news. Yeah, so 325 was the high. You're still sitting here at 267. So, a lot of potential here as well for XRP to get going. Watch out for these $3.25 highs. But yeah, maybe something about that reserve. We'll see what's going on, but that's IBIT. Really high. So we'll always have Tesla. We'll have Bitcoin right here. We do have Tesla on our watch today as well, up over 3%. That's really nice. I was at Elimination Chamber and Cena. It was amazing because The Rock came out with Travis Scott, which was great. They played If You Smell What The Rock Is Cooking, then it went right to Fiend. It was like a little bit of a mix. That was fun. And then Cena turned heel, and it was like all the kids in the crowd.
You can only imagine. Oh, boy.
My brother is nuts, and he creates signs to bring to these places.
Well,
that's 40 years old.
That's normal.
And he wrote one. You know how John Cena's name, he goes, "You can't see me"? So we were walking around with a sign. We went to Boston Pizza before. He had signs. It said, "You can't senile me." Senile, because it's so old.
Okay.
Anyways,
I mean,
the kids, I don't think really understood it, but at the end of the night, it turned out.
We're gonna have a talk with Mike about that.
Turned out to be pretty. Oh, what's up? Hey, look at this. We got a super chat. I haven't watched wrestling in a while, but the thing is, my stream deck's not working. My kids, I think hopefully we can get back into it. I think it's an easy way to have a social thing with your kid, right? All right. Good morning. Happy Monday. Want to thank everyone as possible. I watch every day and you guys are great. Thank you so much. Lingering Catapult. Hopefully we can catapult our profits up. Took a swing with Intel on Friday. There we go. Now we're working. At 23.76 and woke up today green. Yeah, well, Intel gets that, again, more talk here about NVIDIA possibly being excited to
That's a big one. Because getting customers, actually big customers
$25.
lined up for their foundry business, that is absolutely
Up
huge.
6% right now.
Huge.
And then there's this one other guy. So I was up in Aurelia playing hockey. Oh, come on. What's this to do with that? Randy, if I start to peel that thing, that's going to...
He's giving us oranges because I'm going to Florida next week. See?
Is that why?
No, I have no idea. There's no bananas. That's why you're giving it orange.
It says Blue Jay on here, too. Maybe that's like...
Seriously?
Oh, you don't
I don't have the sticker.
Yeah, Blue Jays. It's Blue Jay. Maybe that's who.
That's legit.
Anyway, this guy was ice fishing. So how was... Pick up the mic, Randy. I want to ask you about ice fishing, man. How was that?
It was wintry.
Yeah, it was wintry. You got the
cold and
videos there. Yeah, and it was...
Fishing in a blizzard the first day, and we caught fish. That's all that matters. It was
Yeah, I
so
guess
cold
so.
the next day, we went home early, but
No, how many beers you drink? That's the real question.
only a couple
None.
of the
You're
ice,
not
but I
allowed
mean,
to
we
on the
it's-
lake.
We were,
Aren't you, though?
Just
so
say
cold.
none, Randy.
Oh, yeah.
Beer would be frozen,
You're
so
not supposed to. Yeah.
yeah.
No, but I guess you guys could, because you're not...
We still would be able to out, but it was
Okay,
just,
so
it
then,
was
yeah,
so
you better say no.
bone
Oh, then you
chillingly
shouldn't
cold.
have.
Yeah.
We just froze.
Yeah, how could
yeah.
you even...
Like, yikes.
mean-
So,
But then you were saying it was, it's always nice to get in that hot tub. I mean,
Oh,
there's,
yeah.
there's some nice benefits.
and we had a fish fry and watched that.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the good part of it right there.
Yep. It's good
You
to
can do that without...
The problem is the Leafs were on at
It was
1
a
o'clock
matinee
on
game
Sunday,
yesterday. We
but it was
finally beat
6-5.
Pittsburgh. It was the
Yeah,
longest game
6-5.
ever.
I mean, it wasn't the longest game ever.
It was, yeah.
Went into overtime.
Yeah.
Got to overtime basically with literally last second.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Willie.
Let's go.
All right.
Coffee?
Yes.
We'll take...
Yes,
We're all about the coffee.
Immediately.
All about the coffee.
Did you watch the Oscars?
Absolutely not. The only thing I did this weekend...
Did anybody?
I did jack all this weekend except for we're rearranging my daughter's room to get the loft bed in, which it took a couple of days. She was great helping.
Yeah, the loft
and
bed is a
then
great idea.
Our neighbors dragged us out on Saturday to curling. They go curling.
I saw that picture.
Now,
That's
I didn't
great.
curl. My wife
And
did with
She's
everybody
loving
else.
it, by the way, probably your wife.
Oh, 100%. Everybody, there's a bunch of people
You
that
guys are
going to
be a curling family soon, my friend.
I think so. Because we have two neighbors, two
Yeah.
doors down. They were there, and then 5 doors down, and all three of us.
The
all
good
three of
thing
the
about curling is just for social. You'll meet
Yeah.
so many people.
You have
and
beers
it's,
after.
Yeah.
That's exactly the thing. Oh, one of the dudes from my men's league was there too, baseball.
Oh shit, it's
Like,
Joe.
he gave up.
What's up, Joe? What's up, Joe? I like those gray pants, my guy. All right. We may have Michael Noss coming up soon.
Usually, it's a Monday.
So Neil's gone all next week. So what does that mean? Obi's in the building, or we're gonna maybe
Obi
mix
in
it
the
up with
building.
Joe? We'll figure it out.
I'll be chilling. Hopefully it doesn't rain. There's supposed to be some rain, but whatever.
You can't predict that.
all good.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
See some
because there's a dome in Florida,
Spring
right?
training. Spring training. Yeah, Joe was just curious where we're going.
I think the Jays have won a couple games so far, haven't they? I don't know.
Vladdy's hit some home runs.
Oh, has he?
I just love the
He must
weather.
be playing for a contract.
Oh, you think?
Athletes, man, this is too much. Okay, we'll go back to the desk and we're working on some notes.
Just reading here, March 3rd is, I guess, the start of the countdown here to the TikTok deadline in the U.S. So there was a headline this morning on Reddit CEO. So Reddit CEO rumored to now be involved in some way, shape, or form, whether it's financially or whether it's on a management side of things, in potentially this purchase agreement with this group that has been put together to possibly come up with the rights or the funding to buy the U.S. rights or the U.S. algorithm to TikTok. So I was looking at Reddit earlier this morning, was up on the morning nicely, 1.45 right now. It's coming off a little bit, but this thing got flush going back to Thursday. We came back to the bottom end of the range, but a nice bounce here. So our DDT, I mean, it's not going to really matter as far as the stock is concerned yet, but time is ticking here on this deal pretty quickly. Remember, it's 75 days they had from inauguration day to get some sort of a deal done with China.
Yeah, really interesting look here with Reddit. It's lost a third of its value, Brendo, since that high that we made early in the month, February 10th, into that 230 area. We dropped down, we defended that 155 area, so lost almost 33% since that time, running up quite aggressively after its IPO. As a result, obviously, of AI training and the information that it can give these large language models. But to go back to your point about TikTok, such so many unanswered questions, I should say. Does it get sold with the algorithm? Does Xi Jinping need to kind of give the nod? Is that going to be part of the negotiations or the discussions that Donald Trump will have with President Xi when they meet soon? He already made that point very clear. 10% tariffs that just got slapped on last week, Brendo, probably don't help that very much, especially if you want to get your hands on that algorithm. It is nothing without the algorithm. And I will tell you something else too. I'm on it a lot on the weekends, full disclosure. A lot is being discussed right now amongst people on TikTok about it being much more censored since the ban and then the reinstatement. It's a different platform according to some people. No data to support that, just anecdotal. But yeah, there's something afoot, Brenda.
I wonder if it's a North America based move from them to make things a little bit more vanilla. But yeah, it's Alexis Ohanian joining Frank McCormick. So Alexis Ohanian is Reddit co-founder, joining Frank McCormick's bid for TikTok as a strategic advisor. So still some time left here, guys, but the calendar definitely moving quickly here.
It is. I wonder why. Like Reddit's kind of, it's been chilling. You'd like to think that a stock that was as volatile as Reddit or churning the way that it was to the upside until we basically had that top in Feb, you'd think it would be going a little bit more off the bottom here. Like it's made a base. Okay, so step one done for Reddit here, 154. Now, if there was anything solid to this and we had real updates and you knew that there was a higher probability, I think the stock would be doing something today. But the only thing I'd watch on Reddit is it's shown you 4 days in a row, 4 days of the last 5, the same bottom at 155. But I'm like, yeah, like everything else is bouncing so nicely that I'd put in that category of the things that have had the biggest pullback. So yeah, it's a little bit disappointing here in Reddit. You'd think maybe it'd be breaking out to 66 or something along those lines. Like when I look at the stocks that have made these recent bottoms, like one of them that's interesting today is like Palantir looks a little bit more interesting, up 3.5 points. Just feel like you'll get more volatility out of something like this as opposed to Reddit. I think that would be a great combination for them, but that we can do the theoretical combinations with TikTok. We can spend half a day doing that, and it's just all be speculation at this point. It doesn't look like it's that interesting of a trade. A lot of places to look at today. Intel, Ibit, Palantir, Tesla, NVIDIA is in play with the 125. So I don't know if Reddit's going to make the cut. But man, if they got them, it'd be big.
I was just going to say, like, we still have a long way to go here. Like, so if we lose this area, let's just... You know, we could talk about that it's come down, like maybe it should go back up, but like it just said if it doesn't, remember like a relatively new issue, right? This thing was only back not even a year. So thing is we could still fall in and try to find some more support. And we've seen the 200 period be support for many names. And that's down here at 105. It's also right where this gap was on earnings. So I'm a little nervous here about all of this. So I would just like, if we lose that 155 area, I don't feel confident in anything until, like, this will start to come up, right? I mean, the more days we have, this will start to come up. So, 120, 130 area, I think has downside possibly for Reddit. I mean, it's always easy to look at stocks and be like, okay, maybe we should go back up to the 50 period and this and that, but that's a dangerous one.
Very dangerous.
That is for sure.
And Reddit, don't forget if we ever get this, maybe we'll eventually get this IPO for Discord. I feel like
that might be some more competition. I don't know if Discord and Reddit are the same.
No, I just mean more along the lines of a lot of times when you get an IPO in a related name, that can cause a temp top in... No, it's not, I hesitate to call it a...
I was going to say some money could come out of Reddit and into Discord until...
Yeah, you could see a little bit of that.
You get that kind of a little bit of a bump up there.
Not that we know when that's ever happening.
That'd be nice. That's the one that I want to get involved with. Man, now I'm really excited about this announcement for crypto here. This could be really fun.
Well, but it might not be crypto. You just said major investment announcement.
Well, that's why I said to Adair, because last week we got the largest investment ever into the United States with Apple, apparently $500 billion, but we don't really know exactly what that $500 billion is going to be entailing. So I was thinking maybe the announcement could be a description of that as well.
True. Actually, that's a good point.
That
would still be cool, but it wouldn't be as...
But then wouldn't crypto tank then if it was nothing? Because people are getting juiced up and horned up over this.
Yeah, like if the 130 thing isn't crypto related, it might be a little bit of a pullback. I think you just have to be aware that at 130,
Right.
something could change. If you're in a big upward trend,
Or maybe you can
have a
finally buy
trailing
that
stop.
gold card. You can put that $5 million to work and you can get a U.S. citizenship or whatever.
Oh yeah, the $5 million.
I wonder if people will start scalping those cards. It's like, if they're only going to release 100 of them, so you pay $5 million and then you can start selling it on the black market for like $6 million.
Everybody kind of does it. It's just they're upping the price for it all. That's all.
America's open for business, that's for sure. More Zelensky stuff too today. I don't know. It's going to be wild. Okay, let's go back over. Yeah, see, someone said crypto's on Friday. I don't know. It is on Friday. Yeah,
No,
that's
but
what I was saying.
this other announcement is probably not going to be crypto related.
Right.
Just
okay.
said investment announcement. That's all. That's all he said today.
Okay. Right. So we'll hope out to see if there is anything crypto related today. But all right, let's go back over to the desk. We got Michael Noss.
Yeah, I was just reading both of these. The actual headline was Trump to make investment announcement on Monday. That was it. That was from the White House. And then Trump on Truth Social said, tomorrow night will be big. Hi, Michael Noss. I will tell it like it is. So we're gonna hear it like it is. He says today, and then tomorrow night as well. So who knows? He's the ultimate hype man. It's a brand new month. Michael Noss is very excited because we get to look at monthly charts this morning.
Yes.
And I was actually surprised. I mean, we talked a little bit about it on Friday. If you zoom out, even on the S&P 500, not a lot has happened here. I mean, it's still very, very, very strong if you zoom out to a monthly chart.
Yeah, and I think, what you were talking about right there about a tweet came out and no one knows what it means, so everyone's trying to speculate on where to put your money in. I think that's a perfect reason to zoom out to monthly charts. Just because I know a lot of people watching this are day traders or like myself, shorter term swing traders, but it's really good to get kind of that clarity, take a big deep breath and see where the market actually is, especially in times like this where, everything was looking bad in the crypto space. And then one tweet comes out and I read somewhere it was like $350 billion added to the total crypto market cap in an hour or something. So it's good to take a step back and say, okay, what really has happened over the last few months? And like Brendan, you guys might be a little bit surprised. And with the first chart, especially, because this is just a zoomed out of kind of the S&P 500 going all the way back to 2022. So this is only 3 years of data, but I like this nice zoomed out look because it just kind of shows that regardless of all of the reasons to sell and yen carry trade blow-ups and, tweets and tariffs and all this stuff, we've just been slowly marching higher. This doesn't look like an overextended crazy rally to me by any means. And we've only broken out of the high of before the bear market that I have there, that red candle, just a year or so ago, right? So just, it's one of those, take a breath. I hear a lot of people say, oh, this market's overextended. It needs to cool off. And 20% up years is quite a bit. But when you look at this chart, you see there was a lot of pullbacks along the way that lasted 1 month to 3 months, normal market behavior. And then the next chart is just zoomed in, same chart, just zoomed in over the last 3 or 4 months. And this is just to show, and this is those lines that I have at 610 and around 590 on the SPY. Those are the lines I've been showing you guys on a daily chart and on a weekly chart, just to show that we have done absolutely nothing. And then also, this is where I really think candlestick analysis comes into play, where I'm not one that I'm really big into all the fancy names or anything, but anytime you see both a topping tail and a bottoming tail on your candles, it just shows that there was a lot of indecision that took place in that month. So this is a good way to say the last 3 months anyway have been very indecisive. We've, we're red 1 month and then green 1 month and then nothing happened the next month. So when you're trading day to day, these seem like insane moves, but they're a couple percent here or there in the market. And then again, this indecision is happening. Now, this indecision generally happens, and you see this happen when there's rotation under the hood, right? I'm still going to be pounding that table, don't worry. I feel like every time I'm on, I'm talking about rotation under the hood. But I think a good example here is we take a look at the Qs, which is the next chart, and that looked decidedly kind of worse here, right? We've now had 2 topping tails around this kind of 540 to 530 area on the Qs and a red close. Not dramatically red, but still a red close with some relative weakness in the Qs, just a nice proxy for tech. And that came from my next chart here, which is the SPY. And this is, the SMH. And this is the craziest monthly chart I have seen in a very long time. And And the reason for it is just look at all of the tails, right? When we're doing candlestick analysis, we're basically just looking at the tails, right? A bottoming tail means that there was a sell-off and buyers came in. A topping tail means there was a rally and sellers came in just to close it flat. And we have now 5 months in a row, you could almost say 7 months of just this choppy action. Every time there's selling that happens, buyers come in. Every time there's buying that happens, sellers come in. So I think this is where the frustration for a lot of traders are actually coming in, is just this indecision action, that nothing has happened in the names they love so dear, like NVIDIA and AMD and all of these big semiconductor and AI related names. But if we want to contrast this with some other things, some names that I've already talked about, but I think are really important to look at from a monthly chart, the next one is financials. And this looks a lot better, right? The monthly chart broke out to new highs and closed at new highs. And I know it's not as interesting as AI and quantum computings and robotics and all of this, but a healthy market needs healthy banks and good financial companies. And the reason is because they loan money to these other companies. And if the banks are worried about the state of the economy, and they're not going to loan as much money to these more speculative companies that move around a lot more. So when you have banks hitting new all-time highs and breaking to new all-time highs, to me, that's a really good sign of a nice, healthy overall market. So the fact that we've got that breakout and that monthly close, that to me really wants to look under the hood and start looking for potentially some banks, some banks and some lenders to own, because they're going to be lending money to these companies that might be coming up with, again, quantum computing, robotics, whatever. Next chart and last chart here is the XLV. So this is healthcare. A lot of this action when I went through all the monthly charts, where you're getting a pullback to a support level, and you're getting a nice buyer from there, and then a nice breakout and a monthly closing high. So these aren't all-time highs for XLV. They're nice monthly closing highs. And that's why we want to kind of step back and we want to take a look at what actually happened this month. Where did the money flow into? So it looked like a little more of leaking from big cap tech and a little more of that being put into healthcare, financials, commodities. A lot of these names were holding really strong. So I don't know if this is a risk thing or if it's just so much of I've made so much money in semiconductors, I have to take that money and to put it into something else. But we're seeing this rotation. So that's why I want to kind of come in here with a little bit of a calming nature and just say, hey, step out, look at your monthly charts, see where we are in this range, and you can use that to tail your day trading, or for me, my swing trading. I look at it as long as we're in that overall tightening range in the S&P 500, I want to be looking for different names to get involved in. If we end up breaking out of that monthly range, then I can start being more aggressive and long and more the growthy fun stuff. But until then, banks and healthcare, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one thing that jumped off. I was just saying to Sharif there, the one thing that jumped off the chart there at me was at the bottom in the volume. If you look at the S&P and the NASDAQ, the volume basically non-existent, indicating essentially that there's not a lot of interest here versus those last two charts that you showed, almost increasing volume going into this bounce that we've seen. So really good monthly activity to do just to get some perspective and see where the interest lies in the overall market. Great stuff as always. Michael Noss back with us after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
I'll talk to you then.
Looking forward to that as always, Michael. I think when you see that on the sideways action of the SMH, it does tell you for us on a day-to-day basis, you got to pick whichever thing is moving. Like I know usually you get locked in as a trader, let's trade NVIDIA today. But if AMD is the one that's going, or today Intel's the one that has the catalyst, and then maybe you jump over to that. If overall you're getting sideways action in an indice or in the market, then you really, really, really have to be picking out stocks that are in play. And obviously you're going to always do that. I think it's more important. That's what I take away from looking at that SMH chart, from understanding when you get that what's that word, consolidation or accumulation area like that. You want to make sure you're in the right spot on a day-to-day basis, because you don't want to sit there if the stock's not moving all day and you're trying to make something happen. No point.
Yeah, it's interesting to have Michael on because he loves talking about those monthly charts.
Yeah.
So everyone has their own discipline. And that's the whole thing that I was going to say is that's what it's about is don't get lazy on it. Like if you're going to look at the monthly candles, then set aside a time, that weekend, go through all your studies, go through all your notes and find those opportunities and figure out what your time frame is. And I think you just gave some good looks. It was financials and healthcare, right? So a couple picks to look out for. Maybe we'll check back in with him at the end of the month and see what XLF and XLV have been up to. But we have someone else that's up to something and she's over there at the green screen.
Interesting upgrades and downgrades here to start off the week. Both sides of the aisle here providing lots of opportunities. Anheuser-Busch, which reported earnings last week, reporting here Deutsche Bank with an upgrade. Then we have Oracle getting upgrade by Monness, Crespi, and Hart. MongoDB with an upgrade here also from Monness, Crespi, and Hart. And last but not least, Morgan Stanley upgrading Chipotle up about 2% right now. On the downgrade side of things, John Deere here getting a downgrade from Robert W. Baird. Deutsche Bank downgrading Dollar General. Southwest Airlines here with a downgrade and price target decrease from JP Morgan Chase. And Sempra getting downgraded by Jefferies Financial. So lots of names here to look at, guys.
Well, I mean, go ahead. You want to do John Deere? Yeah, okay.
Well, I was gonna say, like, if you look at a few of those names, like Oracle has not been doing very well. And the other day, it was like there was a day last week where, one of the weaker days, and you looked up an Oracle chart. It's like, wow, Oracle really had been underperforming relative to the Nasdaq for a couple of days in a row. But it's Deere that's been step it up to ye old upside, and this has been a pretty strong stock. And we keep talking about if it's a choppy market, look for the moves. Deere is like the reversion king on a daily chart. Like you can't do much about this on a day trade, taking these trend reversals. But like once, twice, it's in the verge of doing another one here. You can talk all you want about the 50-period moving average, but if a stock dips and doesn't get to it, that's even better. So it's been in a little bit of a pullback and seems like it wants to regain some of those highs. It's just been a strong name. They kind of undercover. I say this about Caterpillar, but they're an undercover AI play. They're an undercover tech play as well, because one of the things, like automation is not going anywhere, and efficiencies, the efficiencies that you're able to get with their equipment from AI is understandable. So they're a big growth name as well. Bit of a premium because of that, but it's another reversion that looks like it's going to be happening, at least here. All it has to do is kind of breaking out the prior high, which would be like Thursday or Friday's high, and then you're good to go.
I was going to talk a little bit about Caterpillar, but you just did there as well. So I think some of those names have been getting hit, and I think you could probably buy them up. I mean, you want to wait for things happening in China, of course. Let that settle down, as they're big purchasers of that equipment as well. There's Oracle again, Operation, Stargate. I mean, they got a nice bump up there. You can see this 200-period moving average. I said, great, now every chart we're going to look at is going to look like stocks are bouncing off this 200-period, and that's kind of what happened again there with Oracle. So I really like the 160 long. Like if you can come back into here, maybe it won't be today 160, but today could be 165. You had that little drop area there that was supported last week, 164, 164.80. So today you're up 1.35%, doubling what the market's doing. Got to like that stock, man. I think Oracle is going to be a good play. There it is, right back into the 200 period, right back into 165. It's just Friday's close. I mean, it could easily pull back in. So, hey, you want a name that has an upgrade with some hopefully longer term stories to it? I think Oracle down here is a good level. So, yeah, I mean, good call there. A bunch of good names on the upgrade and downgrade list in all kinds of sectors. So, yeah, I like Oracle there, up 1.35%. I don't know. I mean, I didn't really put too much cash to work at all last week. So, like we talked about buying some Bitcoin, but other than that, not too much else. I really am impressed with what Berkshire is doing. I just looked at my account now. We're up just about 12% or so on this name. And it's just, this is at all-time highs. Why? I believe because they're sitting on a whole bunch of cash, man. So there it goes to the upside. We'll wait to find out. And of course, overweighted financials, insurance, and things like that, a little bit of energy. And so There goes Berkshire right now, finally starting to break a high side here. So, yeah, all right. Something about GameStop, new partnership being announced here with Zip. I don't know what exactly that is. Zip Recruiter? I don't know. But there's GameStop right here. We'll figure it out. Not doing much. All right, let's go back over the desk. We got the watch list to break down.
We're just trying to dig up any kind of time as far as what this event on Friday is going to entail at the White House. Couldn't come up with an actual start time. Worth noting, though, Kevin O'Leary on the show Friday as well.
Hey.
So we could get the two overlapping. So if any kind of headlines come through, it'd be interesting to get KO's opinion on
Definitely.
I mean, he was so involved with this initial push to purchase TikTok. I think he's kind of backed off from that now, but we'll talk to him about that as well. But
definitely.
Let's have a look at the market here.
All right, guys, we closed out on Friday at 59.62. What a recovery. A decided breach of 5,900, actually dropping to 58.50. By the time all was said and done, we had recovered over 100 points off the low. We're above that level right now. 6,000 points is the overnight high. We'll have to see if we can get above 6,000. We're 59.85 now. So here's the deal. 59.50 as support, 6,000 as resistance. If we clear 6,000, we're looking to the previous day's high of 6,015 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video right now. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's absolutely free. Looks like that. Has everything on it you need to know. Every single morning comes right to your inbox before we come on at 8:30. It was about $14,000 worth of a Bitcoin move that came on this tweet over the weekend, essentially, which is just amazing to even say. But if you missed it, Trump comes out and says, let's get this done, essentially, what that's going to look like, the timeline, what it's going to entail to get a reserve, an actual Bitcoin reserve in the U.S. Completed. Remains to be seen. This event on Friday could give us some detail. Whatever is coming up this afternoon could give us some more details. So lots to come still, but day highs right now.
And $14,000 move on a Sunday, Brendo. So, yeah, making the case for 24-hour trading there. Let's talk about this, baby. President Donald Trump announced the creation of a strategic U.S. crypto reserve. It's going to include Bitcoin. It's going to have ETH. It's going to have Solana, Cardano, all the great names there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. As Brendo mentioned, it weaseled on up to about 95,000 before dipping below 80,000 on Friday. But what I want to know about is what this strategic Bitcoin reserve is going to be about. So there's a difference between a reserve and a stockpile. So Trump's support for a crypto reserve differs from previous discussions of a stockpile. So a reserve implies active purchasing, while a stockpile would involve retaining lawfully seized crypto assets without selling them. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But I'm all ears and eyes and everything else, Brendo. On Friday, it's going to be a big day.
Yeah, the timeline is kind of iffy at this point, but we'll see what happens today. And then again, he tweeted, or on Truth Social, something in regards to tomorrow is going to be big, where he will tell the truth again on some sort of announcement, and then this event on Friday. So lots to come.
Yeah,
Truth.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like, look, today's announcement and tomorrow's whatever tomorrow night's going to be big. Both those things could have nothing to do with crypto, and we could just be waiting till Friday. So we should probably get that out there. I think it's important. But overall, it's going to be an interesting one, I think, today, because a lot of people won't. Anytime you get a gap that big that happens, you're going to have a little bit of skepticism in terms of trusting it. And we know what this has done before when we had moves like this. But you do have some big prior support at the 92 area on BTC to play around with. For sure. And I think looking for any kind of a dip today in IBIT, like the 92 area, 91.5 to 92 is a place to look. I'm also going to like looking at VWAP today. I'm favoring longs on crypto. That's sort of the obvious point. If we're not failing at 98 or 99 where we turned around last time, I want to be looking for the long. But if you start losing if you start losing the bid from the morning of this pre-market low here at 52.5, or you lose the 92, I wouldn't want to be fighting this at all. I'm going to only look at IBIT. I had a peek at Coinbase, at a peek at Mara, and just figured, hey, if there's a trade to be had, might as well just make it in Bitcoin. So but I think Sharif made a point about, this happened on a Sunday. Well, I mean, I think we're used to having big moves over the weekend. No questions asked. And I wouldn't be surprised if the next ridiculous gap was after Friday and then on the weekend again. It does allow us to maybe trade inside of a bit of a prior range for this week, which wouldn't surprise me at all. We hung out here in the 90s to 99 for a while before that last drop. So I can see that just happening again.
Yeah, here comes another chart right now where last week I told you I bought at 87 and 86,000, and part of the reason is that we dripped right into We didn't drip. We kind of like fell off a cliff a little bit. Into the 200 period moving average, which is $83,000. Now, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have the bottom here of 84, let alone 78. But I think that was a decent little spot there. Look, everyone that's nervous about crypto, now at least there is an area where you can get out. I feel that, you know, that little break down below there, if you can play that bottom wick. I mean, if you're going to buy it here and wait for that to break, maybe you're waiting for even 75 or 76,000. But I feel like this is going to be a good spot right now to think about support, right? And if the announcement doesn't come the way everyone's expecting it to, then you probably retest back down there. So I don't know if it's the right time to be jumping in there and buying crypto right now, but, you know, it's been pretty good. And we talked about some of the moves again that had happened. And, you know, maybe I can even do it right here on this chart. You know, I was most impressed with, but again, I'm in. If I just type in 88, does that work better? That's the market cap. Yeah, Cardano versus US dollar. So right here. So I just wanted to so I'm in this name, but the thing is I was just noting it over the weekend when I saw this move that we had just came right back into past levels here with Cardano as well. So this was already been up here. Nice move back in, obviously, as the crypto winter. I don't know if it's upon us or not, but it's not normally this time. But there it comes back in, falling again right to the 200 period moving average. So there's another example where it's working everywhere. It's working on many different levels. I think Google's at the 200 period moving average. NASDAQ touched the 200 period moving average as well on the daily chart. Nowhere near that on Ripple, as that looks like it's going to be, you know, and again, shout out to some of the traders that watch the show that I know, Nimit, et cetera, have some interest in Ripple. But yeah, nice move up to $3 again, and that's where it stops. So, you know, I would just say, look out. We touched some key support levels on 200 period moving averages on many of these names, and now we're just kind of right back to levels that we're used to seeing. So I would be careful a little bit about it. Just heard in my ear that, of course, Mr. Alex Karp and company, I don't know how many billions of shares or dollars he has sold. Obviously, it's not shares, dollars that he's taken out already, but Palantir with a nice move up today, over 4% up. So still continues to work off of some of those $80 markers as well. So Palantir, a nice drip down into the 50 period and holding. So we'll have to watch out for this one. Lots of volume going through PLTR.
Intel back above 25, solidly holding. I had to check there because it was coming back in. Yeah, we did get back above it. Solidly holding here for Intel on this. Reuters reporting this morning that NVIDIA and Broadcom could possibly look at Intel's manufacturing for some of their products going forward. So instant dollar and change here to the upside on that.
Yeah, fantastic look here. You got to wonder whether this is kind of geopolitical being pushed in by the new administration, because Broadcom has already tested Intel's process out, much to its chagrin, didn't like it. They backed out of the deal, yet they're involved again. So let's talk about this. So as Breno mentioned, NVIDIA and Broadcom, the two big names here, are conducting manufacturing tests with Intel, signaling obviously potential confidence in its advanced production technology. This test could signal, or could lead, I should say, significant manufacturing contracts, obviously providing a revenue boost. Specifically, what's being looked at here is their 18A manufacturing process. That's what I was talking about before, where Broadcom had disappointing test results. Should also be noted that one of Intel's major competitors, AMD, also looking at this 18A to be able to manufacture some of their chips. So it could be a good move here for their foundry business.
No indication as to when we'll know anything, or when this could actually happen, but obviously positive here for Intel.
Yeah, exactly. Their foundry business is bleeding a lot of money. And, you know, that's that's just the reality. And everyone talks about spin-off this or that, but I guess even better would be not needing to do that and actually getting some big customers online that you can be confident are going to contribute to revenue. I mean, and there's nobody any bigger than NVIDIA. There's no question it's a good headline. You still have all the timeline problems when it comes to this foundry ever making money. Like, they said themselves not till like, 26, maybe 27. So at the end of the day, you are still looking at a long-term play, but it's a stock that's been bottoming out. We've had a pullback. Everything is pulled back. So when I show you a few days of pullback and a consolidation and then a break of prior highs, a lot of charts are going to look like this. Still always going to be a favorite if you have a big-time resistance level, which we saw Thursday and Friday. Remember the afternoon top on Thursday, where that didn't tell me that big turnaround we had? It was 24.5. It did the same thing on Friday, 24.5. I mean, anything out in front of that on a dip, I'm going to like. The 25 level, it's more like 24.8, which was just dipped into here. And it gives another look. We've seen Intel cap up before, and I feel as if the last 3 or 4 times Intel has had a good gap up 5 to 10%, we've seen a dip at the open. So that's what I want to be ready for. The 24.5 is the obvious one that stands out. If we start losing 25, it's just a matter of being patient here. I think it's going to have volume, and I want to be looking for that long.
Yeah, look, I agree. I like the headline. I actually have both these names on the list today. I like 2450 long for Intel. I'll show that in a minute. I like NVIDIA 126 break, just a level that I like with the happy face emoji. But at the end of the day, you can go over at Trader TV, Sean, go look at some of those sticky notes. They're going to be on Instagram in a minute. But here it is right now. I mean, if we drop back in, that's the 200 periods, 2350, or 2380. I think that's too low. I don't know if we get to $24 today. I mean, the market would have to come in a lot. Intel up 5%, so I could see a little bit of a pullback. So this is kind of that level right here. We topped out at 2450 on Friday. I like that level. We'll see if we can sort of match it out there. Again, that was on Thursday right there actually as well at 130. Then topped out right off the open at 1050 on Friday. And a little bit of a pullback into that support. So that's it, man. I'm not even trying to do anything too fancy. It's also, this was the 200 period I was looking for. It's also the 200 period on a 1 minute chart. But again, we'll get some more data, which is why you may want to use VWAP, which is all the way down to 25. So for me, just that's a little too close to start buying right now off of volume weighted average price there for NVIDIA, Intel. But I really do like Intel today. And if it dips anywhere near that 200 period, I'm going to have to be a buyer there. All right, so NVIDIA. I think we all thought the report was pretty good. It's just, it fell down 9% that day. And we started the day up pretty huge, up to 135 off that report. It was relatively flat, right? I mean, you're up 3 or 4%. We're expecting 9%. Then all of a sudden, from that high, we went down that 9% or something like that, all the way down into 120. And then it got even nastier on day 2, down to 116. But at the end of the day, now we start to climb up a little bit higher. So I'm looking at, support around this 122, 123. But for me, a little more excited if we could take this level out right here, 126. So it was a level that I like. I said we would talk about it here on the show. I was responding to some tweets earlier today about what do we want to trade. And I was just thinking that this 126 is where we dropped off. So I'd like to see us take that and go. And I think we can get to 128. So I'm going to play the 126 break. Hopefully it doesn't happen right off the open. You still got $2 to go. So hopefully we can sort of grind in there and then let the futures help us push that through. And then we can go. And we'll probably play off VWAP. So NVIDIA. I'm not going to play any dips because I think it could get nasty if we're wrong. But we'll play a 126 break if it happens around 10 o'clock or so.
Take it and go.
Yeah.
Russell Peters. Let's go.
Tesla back to the upside here this morning, trying to hold 300 after a very ugly week. Randy was quick to point out this morning. I noticed that he's
quite happy.
He called the bottom.
Yeah.
Almost to the day, he said as well, but back
and
higher.
Price, yeah. All right, guys, here's the deal. Morgan Stanley has reinstated Tesla as its top U.S. auto pick with a price target of $430. Should be mentioned that their bull case is $800, but currently you're just going to leave that $430. That implies a 50% upside. They view Tesla as shifting from the automotive company to an AI and a robotics leader. Optimus could be a major value driver. They go on to say, with the analysts estimating that if they capture just 1% of the U.S. labor market with these robots, it could add another $100 per share. They go on to talk about energy within Tesla. They say it could, eventually surpass their auto division, talking about solar and storage capacities. And they say that the energy storage margins are projected to be roughly double those of Tesla Automotive, Brendo. So a lot of potential upside here.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about analyst opinions this morning. There's always so many. Here's the other side of the coin. This is a firm I've never even heard of, so take it for what it's worth. But yeah, it's down 23% so far this year. 354 billion wiped off since the calendar rolled over. And according to this firm, it's only going to get worse. So, I mean, it depends on what you want to read, I think, when it comes to Tesla, guys.
Boom. We were just looking at people asking me about Elimination Chamber and how much fun that was. I mean, these are just some pictures here. Were Travis Scott, John Cena. This is the funniest one. Look at this guy's face. He's like, this is right when he's about to turn. It was just so, I don't know if we're probably not allowed to show any live clips or anything like that, but what an amazing pay-per-view. Everyone was asking about it. It was quite awesome there, and there was some great matches as well. This was it. We'll for a couple seconds. Yeah, just there. The best part, I don't know if it was what he looks at The Rock and The Rock's like, that's it, the NFL, like get him out, peace. And he goes like that, and he goes, here's the power, my guy, boom, swift kick in the, and then that was it, man. And the whole crowd was going insane. I mean, honestly, I haven't watched wrestling in years, but you don't need to. Rock and Cena are both, I think, 70-something years old each. But at the end of But at the end of the day, what a Trish Stratus was there, had a fight. Could you believe that? She's like 55,
back from
like 55 years old or something.
She's got to be in her 50s. She's in her 50s.
Yeah, and she had a good match. I don't know. Wow. It was just a lot of fun. There was 2 elimination chambers. Kevin Owens. People asking about how it was. It was amazing. The environment and everything was really great. 40,000 people in Rogers Center, so absolutely fantastic for a pay-per-view. So, all right. Look, I wrote down Tesla here. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a trade. Obviously, we always look at this name. It's coming in a little bit. Like I wrote down 298. Like long. So I said last week I would like to be short Tesla until we get above 300. So. Now we're above 300, so I'm switching it up. I mean, as an investment, I've recently bought this thing at 330, so we're still down 10%. But at the end of the day, I like the stock. I mean, Morgan Stanley caught that upgrade. The bottom, if we're going to do that normal stuff that we look at, maybe 294, 295, like into here where we topped out at. I think that is a very good possibility. When I wrote the note, we were up here like at 303, 304. So I do think that there is potential for this to come back in just even a little bit more than that. So yeah, like that's that 298, So I have a bid. So I'm bidding right now 297.50. I'd like to get long Tesla. I'd like to see where these imbalances are. I like the stock up here. I think it was hit obviously a little bit too aggressive there as we lost about 20-something% in a week or so, or a little bit more than that. 360 down to 280. That's pretty bad, right? So you're down about 24% or so. I don't know. I like the long right now. Let's see if the NASDAQ can hold. And Tesla, I think, will be a long today.
Yeah, it's so similar to the Palantir, not the Palantir chart, but in a lot of ways the Palantir move. Just simple fact that you bounce the major moving average, just a continuation play. If it took you so many days to get down here, like let it bounce. And I actually wrote bounce 200 SMA, continuation, 298 area. And when I look back, like I still like that notion, but as Sean said, like if you're looking at the plan of action today for me on Intel, like that 24.5 is the premise is it's the prior resistance. Prior resistance is at 93.94. So if we do lose this 298 area, you're not waiting all that long until the next stop. So I think there's probably a couple of places to go here in Tesla. And one thing that I would say is on Friday, and a couple longs early on Tesla on Friday, and it was that dip into what ended up being around VWAP that was the real sort of miss. Because like the initial bounce here at like 280 was kind of okay, but then this dip into VWAP when it was clearly on the uptrend and holding the highs, that was a very rapid move where if you anchored it to getting in at VWAP there, it was a big miss. And it's more about being patient. If at that time, at like 10 o'clock, it's doing a higher low, I just want to be ready for wherever the turn happens to be and not be so anchored into is it above or below VWAP? Because that was a missed opportunity by watching it break VWAP. By the time it was back above VWAP, like you'd already missed a good portion of the move, and I didn't want to chase it too far. So just a little bit more active with where that higher low on an uptrend is going to be instead of being anchored to just a line on a chart.
Okay. Sharif just saying Ford sales out there, downside. I'll just read a note here on Google, or YouTube specifically, but Google not really doing much on this. YouTube planning a new attempt at adding outside video services to its main app. Not sure what that means, but the Information reporting that right now for YouTube. Down 5 of 6 days for Alphabet going into today. Nice gap up, but back to about 172 here for Google. Let's talk about China specifically, but EVs more than the rest of the stocks. There's an Xpeng right now. We highlighted it early as deliveries come through, monthly deliveries first week or first couple of days here of the new month. So we'll get not only Chinese EV deliveries, we should get Tesla here in the next couple of days.
Yeah, and the one that's standing out to me right now, Brendo, is XPeng, because it's a big boy move here. 570% year-over-year increase in deliveries for the month of February. They delivered 30,453 cars. The Mona MO3 hatchback coupe played a big role in that 30,000, almost half. They sold about 15,000 units of the new Mona variant there, so that definitely helped the deliveries. Li Auto as well, not a bad look here, but they're definitely falling into second place with 26,263 deliveries. That's a 30% bump year over year, but a 12% decline from January delivery. So you don't want to see that, even though seasonality does have something to do with it. NIO really falling off here, guys. Less than half of the vehicles delivered by XPeng, 13,192 vehicles in February by NIO, which is also a 62% year-over-year increase, but that's a 4.8% drop month over month. About 9,143 of those vehicles were the cheaper NIO brand Envo. So margins a little bit interesting there for NIO. Kind of probably explains the stock price.
I was reading an interesting article on the weekend about the Tesla Roadster and how it's still scheduled for 2026, or that was the last announcement or last talking point that we had on it, and BYD came out with their sports car or whatever it's called,
The one that jumps
at the end of last year, and everyone's suggesting that that's the reason that there's been such a delay with Tesla, because Elon wants to obviously be the leader as far as the sports car world in that sector goes.
Well, he's already planning on putting rockets on it, Brendo. I'm not kidding. He wants to put rockets on it to
Electric
get that.
rockets.
Yes, to get that 0 to 100 in under 1 second. I think it's crazy.
We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see. 2050, maybe, guys, here for XPeng. It's holding on for dear life.
Well, if the best ones holding on for dear life, as Sharif said, they're the ones that reported the best. And that's of the three that are publicly traded here, right? Like, this, let's remember Xiaomi. Is it Xiaomi with the phone company with
Xiaomi, yeah.
Xiaomi. I always say
That's the right word, yeah. XIO.
And then you've got the Geely as well as out there, and BYD obviously crushes things. I actually am more concerned with NIO. If one of the most exciting things that Michael Nass saw was accumulation and sideways action in SMH, well, what that could mean, because NIO slowed growth, then if people were buying this stock en masse at like, or not selling, I guess could be the other thing, at $4, and then recently around this $4.25 to $4.40, when it does a bunch of accumulation on a day where there might be more volume, or a week there might be a little more volume because of deliveries, just look for a bid down there. I think that's the patient trade. There's not enough going on. You're down 2.5 points here. So it's not like they gap down forever, but with NIO, you're just looking for an area from which to take a shot where if it hits a low at a price, you can give it a couple of cents and then get a bounce play. So when you look at this daily chart, I don't know if it happens today, but these prior lows here at 4.30 and at 25 and then at $4 this week on that disappointment and then being one of the worst out of the group, that's where I'd look for some kind of a bounce on NIO, because that's where the buyers were before. Otherwise, won't trade it.
I mean, look, I just think like we always get a little bit carried away with, always looking at U.S. names, right? So I mean, we don't have to do anything to show you this, but here's Tesla right here, going back to November of 24. That's the price that we're at, and you're gonna look at a name like XPEV or something. November of 24, this name was $12. Now you're going out today at 20, and we got as high as 22. So no matter what we think about all these companies, man, price is not gonna lie. And I just think that XPeng, if everyone's saying they like what they're doing the best, then I would say that stick here or look at that NIO breakdown or breakout maybe as well. But yeah, XPEV right now down 4%. It might be a great opportunity to buy. I don't know if I like Chinese EVs. With all the tariff, tomorrow's Tariff Tuesday, so we'll wait to figure out what happens there as well. But down to 1950, maybe a little bit of a gap fill. So I'd look with negative news today. Let's see if it sells off a little bit more. And I think you can look to get long maybe 1950 there and see if these moves are real and if they're right. So yeah, you'll get a little bit of a confirmation down there. I would say wait another $1 before you step in. Today, FXI, just in general, is going to be weak. Again, as I just sort of mentioned there, Tariff Tuesday coming tomorrow. Actually, it's not as weak as I thought. I thought with some of these automotives, they'd be down a little bit more. FXI, of course, including Alibaba and all the top 100 names there in China. So, all right, we just got the imbalances we have just talked about Chipotle, but we had just got the imbalances now. BBAI, Big Bear, we talked about trying to buy off the $5 mark, and we've done that. We bought at 6 and at 5, so average price in and around here right now. IBIT comes with a bid as well, so we'll look at that. I was talking about playing the VWAP, so that's going to be coming into play real soon. Intel gets hit with a sell rate off the open as well, so that move's coming back into $25. So we'll see if our 24.50 or 24.60 bid comes into play. And then Palantir with a little, I guess I could zoom in just a little bit here. So Palantir with a little bit of a bid, you can see right now taking out pre-market highs as we speak of 88.50. I don't know. I hesitate to even look up Ford, but okay.
It's not doing anything.
It's not doing anything. And then New Holdings was a increase or something on MSCI. So maybe you can wait for a little bit of a bump in that one, and that's been beat up. So yeah, man, welcome to the show. It's 12:50, 9:26 right now. What is it?
That was fast.
12. Oh, that's because that day went really quick. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. If you're new here, Neil and I positions will be popping up as we start to take them. We've got Adara on the desk. She's back today. So I hope, did you have a good day on Friday, by the way? Was it good?
Really good thing.
Okay, no, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, she had a good day there on Friday. Probably be talking about that maybe a little bit later. I know she did some writing.
Oh, yeah.
She was telling me that plan was there. So, okay, 9:26. Let's go find out about Chipotle.
Yummy.
All right, CMG back to the upside this morning. There's not a lot of volume behind this, but 2% move right now. Morgan Stanley with an upgrade. If you zoom out, it's worth actually, taking time to zoom out and look at this is a daily chart. I mean, this thing essentially going sideways since the CEO announcement, but Morgan Stanley catching maybe the dip here, saying it should be 55 plus.
Which is exactly what they're saying, actually, Brendo. So they're boosting it from equal weight to overweight, bumping that price target $5 from 65 to 70. Here's the deal. They like their potential leadership in automation, which could definitely help drive margins and control costs. They also like the balance sheet here. They say they have zero debt, this company, while holding about $750 million on their balance sheet. So they like the look of this one's Jib, Brendo, and they're giving it the upgrade.
Yeah, good level holding there, guys, on higher time frame for CMG.
Different from some of the other the tech names that we've been looking at, where you've had like a bounce literally end of last week and then a little continuation starting. This is already ongoing. The only concern I should say, I mean, it's respected the 50 period underneath it on this pullback recently, so it's kind of like it's closer to the other way, where that 57. In theory, you get up into the high 50s and you find some resistance there on Chipotle. A little too tight to that. Not a lot of relative volume either. I think it still trades a little bit pricey overall. But it's not an exciting trade for me. Like the stocks I like today are all the ones that are one or 2 days into their local bounce. Palantir, Tesla. Like those are the kind of things that I want to be more interested in. And obviously looking at crypto today. So yeah, I think you got to watch out for that 50-period moving average maybe this week on CMG. And then if you get the high 50s, it's been a good resistance zone to look for a trade later. But not today for me. It is getting into an interesting spot, but it's not there yet. So we'll stick with the names that we think will be a little spicier today.
I was going to say thanks.
Not intended.
Thanks to Ama in the chat there. And just talking about Ford, saying that looks like it may be breaking out as well. Yeah, I think you might be right. I mean, this 950 bottom, that looks pretty good to me. So, yeah, you could be breaking out off earnings last week or week and a half ago or so. So we'll wait to see if Ford can find a bottom, similar to Rivian and all those kind of names that have made this sort of whoosh down and maybe now are picking up a bottom. What I meant by it's not really doing anything was just the fact that Ford right here on the imbalance was the number one imbalance here. And although we get, looks like 2 pennies up, not the million is not really gonna hit it, right? So it's not gonna create anything too exciting there off the jump, but we'll wait. Okay, so I'm bidding right now. I'm bidding Nvidia, yes, but no, I'm bidding Intel right here at 24 and change. The other bid I have in is Google. We didn't get to talk too much about that. I think at 16, 17 times earnings, Google is going to get bought up, and it probably happens right now today. So I'm bidding down here on Google at 170. Maybe we get some love there. I do have an IBIT bid at 52.75. This is probably the one that fills first. And just wanted to see if we can hold 52.50 off the open there. And with only 15 seconds left, that's it. And then we have NVIDIA looking for a break and Tesla 298. So
the other one is, we didn't really get into Palantir. We'll get to that right at the open. But let's ring it. It is Monday. It is the start of the week in 3, 2, and 1. Adara, ring that bell.
All right. Yeah, anybody that sold at the top, congratulations. Anyone that bought at the possible bottom, congratulations as well, because we are now in with this. All right, Intel, you are the first contestant to come down into the prices, right? And I don't know if this price is right or not, but Intel just dips real good right now, right into 24.50, a level that we like. So it just held. So let's get a little bit more. We're long at 65 here. That is exactly the level that we wrote down, 25.50. It goes right down to 25.50. Neil, exactly. So it's your number one trade idea. 24.50, sorry. Right into 24.50. Will it hold? I don't know, but it's into this area right now. So we'll sit here and watch it and see if we can do something. Nice little trade to start the day here. Up to 83s. We'll put an offer there on Intel and get out of 5%. So let's see if this one wants to work.
Yeah, I just took some at 78, and we'll see if it gets to 25 even for another one. Palantir 85 prior high. We mentioned it a couple times, but not much of a dip as far as I'm concerned yet. It's holding on to VWAP. I'm favoring the longs here. If we never break below, then we got to look over at VWAP in here. NVIDIA as well, making a dip. So NVIDIA is starting to come in. So this one you can be concerned with is giving you an opportunity to get down into prior lows. I thought 125 could be a breakout on NVIDIA. But if you don't actually go up, then you can't break out any levels.
No, you cannot.
See how that works.
Yeah, so we're into another position. We'll hit the sirens up here. I told you guys if you're watching for the first time, there'll be some trades happening. Okay, some more reloads there on Intel. I'm also in IBIT, by the way. So here goes IBIT. We're now in a 10-penny winner on IBIT as it fell into 52.50 or 52.75 where we told you guys we were bidding. So there it is. There it is. A nice move upside. Go, go, go. Oh, that's too bad. We were just offering 90s there on IBIT just to see if we got back up to VWAP. It looks like it did, but it got to 88. So hopefully crypto will get going a little bit here, IBIT. But we got reloaded on Intel. So this is going to be a position for me now to look at because we do have more shares. So a little bit of a reload here off of Intel. It looks like that wick bottom was 40s. We are a little bit underneath points of concern for me. So not yet, but if we do dip below that 40 level, then that's a little bit of a problem. I don't think it's worth holding it too far back into $24. So let's be patient with it.
Palantir 90.
Palantir 90. Okay, great. So we'll look at that. But for right now, I'm not reloading this until 24s or so on Intel. Let's see if we can get it to work early.
Palantir it didn't quite get to 90, but it's pretty much going to get there. The other thing that just happened is Tesla just bounced off that 98. So looks like there is support at that prior level. Still holding the 300 level as well, but I want to test at the 298. You're starting to come back in here on a few names. Palantir, as I mentioned, you can pretty much stick a fork in 85. If it gets there, that's way too much of a move down. Got to start looking for some higher lows in Palantir. We're not going to get the dip like we did in Intel on Palantir. 88's VWAP, prior pre-market high, 88.5. Going to look for a curl on Palantir to see if we can't catch another higher low. I also reloaded in Intel. If it bounces to 75 again, I'm going to take some more out at that 75 level. As obviously when it goes down, VWAP's going to be a moving target that is heading lower currently on Intel. So that one looking okay. It's in the money right now. And Tesla's still not doing too much.
Here we go. No, I haven't. That's one thing I didn't get long. Yeah, we are bidding Tesla. There goes IBIT, right, man? 20 cents, 20 plus cents now as we get some out at 53. So far, so good here on IBIT as we still have 2/3 of this trade. So that's going to be a nice one as well. Let me look at what's going on with Tesla as well right now because we're not in it. But whoa, why are we not in it? 297.55 is where we were bidding. It went to 297.78. So we'll miss Tesla. We'll miss Tesla by 20 cents, and it would have been $4. All right, well, that's fine. Again, we're on IBIT, we're on Intel. There's not much I can do there. I can't look at everything. But I did have the bid down there. That's too bad. That was a huge trade missed opportunity. All right, so NVIDIA trying to test the bottoms as well. Obviously, we're long on Intel, so I'm not sure we want to dance with this one too much. NVIDIA down 1.6%. The market with a nice downside move. Oh, I'm not mad. I'm not, it's not just just like missed opportunity because we literally I'm bidding I told you before the show 297.55. So that's right where we're bidding. It comes to 297.70. We could get it again. Let's wait to see. Right now Intel's the one in trouble. So we'll not in trouble, but we'll manage this position and see what's going on. IBIT coming back a little bit. The market, nice move up. Let's see if we can get into something else right now.
There's some
Apple.
There's some decent strength in the market, and some places not necessarily you'd expect. AMD just broke out the high and was up 2 points there. So come on, drag some other chips up with you. Because NVIDIA's down 2% right now, and AMD is up 2. Didn't expect that to happen. One more before we go to Adara here. You've got Apple absolutely, I don't have a pun for it. It's strong to the core, up 243 it looks like. I'm still looking at Palantir. I preferred long, but you got to notice the strength over here in Apple as well. Let's go over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on TGTX. This is TG Therapeutics. It's a name that's been mentioned on this after show before, but not necessarily during the main show. Not a ton of volume right now. I'm seeing under 500,000 shares traded on the day, but it is on watch. An earnings day one move with an 18% short float, inline EPS here, and a sales beat. So TG Therapeutics, day one earnings name with an 18% short float, pushing to the upside off the open at day's highs and just pushing higher now, guys. At 9:45, we will get S&P manufacturing PMI, so stay tuned. I will give you guys that number. Back to you.
Yeah, like NVIDIA's just...
I wonder if it's Apple's going to be the one.
Yeah, like NVIDIA's still working to the downside here. Glad that we're not in it. So you forget about 125 breaking out or anything. You are starting to pull back into that big 120 level there on NVIDIA. Palantir might test VWAP here. Now remember, 50. You still have a reversal off of the 90 level, so allow it to make some kind of a bottom. I think that's going to be important for me to be able to see. Don't want to rush into anything, but it's... You know, if NVIDIA is going to be weak, I want to have some eyeballs on the strong stocks. And Apple really, really standing out here. Sorry, I should have zoomed out to tell you why I like Apple. 15-minute will show you pretty clearly. Prior highs for 2 days in a row, right at this 242 change or half area, looking very, very big. So it's a nice little local breakout on Apple. So dip buy into the prior high is the way to go. That's the standard play for today. And that gives you back into VWAP.
Oh man, this Tesla trade is too much because again, I don't know why we went down and we went against what we had wrote. We didn't go against it. We were just too conservative with it. 290, it's the second trade of the day, man. 298 long on Tesla. I almost can't believe it because right now it's $6 in the money. That was the exact bottom, was 298. Right there. So if I don't know why I'm obsessed with missing it by 15 cents when I had wrote down the right level and just didn't trigger it in. So there's 298 right there as it was written, right on the sticky note. The Intel long is giving you also 25 cents. So Intel long, Tesla long, NVIDIA 126. That's going the other way. We were just looking at that. And then IBIT back to VWAP is where we are at right now. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking to myself, hey man, we already took our shot. That is just too bad about Tesla. I'm a little disappointed there because we should have just stuck with what we wrote down. All right, so instead of going 50 cents lower, that was stupid of me. Again, Chef Joe, you kind of scared me there. You had 293 written down. That's okay. It's my responsibility to get that. But I was just looking right into here. If we break too much below, the level that I was actually looking at here for IBIT on a 5-minute chart was this 50-period moving average, which is right here at 52.30. Okay, so right here. So we just got long right now. I'm dropping this out too much lower than this. So IBIT and Bitcoin really coming in right now. We took a shot on it. I'm fine with it. We're not overly weighted in this by any stretch of the imagination. We're long at 40s. Here it goes. We're out if it breaks 20. I don't want to play this momentum too much lower. Bitcoin, there it is. Slap a fail on that one. As we tried the long on IBIT, we took some profit out. We lost on the last piece. Really a flat, well, we'll be down on it, but kind of like a 1 unit down kind of situation there as we waited. We waited for it to come into our 50-period moving average, and it broke. So there goes downside right now for that. Tesla comes in. Wow, Neil. I was just bitching about not having that price.
Right back.
Tesla just dropped $7.
Yeah,
right
a
there.
lot of things have dropped.
304. Yeah, I guess so. The market just came in. But that's a huge move down. Let's now test our theory, man. Are we here for this or not? The lookout for us to be wrong on Tesla was 295. So I want to give this at least $2 at this point.
NVIDIA's at 120, just very quickly.
Okay, go ahead if there's anything you're looking at because I just in this Tesla right now.
Yeah, so first things first, we're back at the 24.5 on Intel. So if we can regain that level, then it's an add. If it can't, I got the stop just underneath 40 on Intel. But NVIDIA NVIDIA is right back into this 120 level. So if you're patient and you're waiting for a mean reversion, 120 was a level that I have on watch. So we'll get that one if it can get a little bit more of a tick and then reverse the
Here we
trend.
go.
Apple, which is super strong, it's still holding VWAP, but it's coming back into the prior high. So this is the other name. Only looking to buy these dips if we can hang on to them. Got to point out here, be careful. The top on the ES was just that 6,000 level that we turn around in pre-market, and we've just turned there again, right? So want to make sure that this trend is actually bouncing before I jump in. All about the trend reversion play here. On NVIDIA, if it gets to 120, we're already right there at 24.5 on on Intel, and then Apple was close to VWAP, but it hasn't gotten there just yet. So Apple looking very strong. It doesn't want VWAP. Support 24/7. The turn might be there on Apple.
All right, yeah, we already we're $1 in the money right now on Tesla, but let's just wait to see. I don't want to take that. I want to take 300. So if 300 comes up, that's the 200 period moving average. Let's get greedy a little bit here on Tesla because we could fall in. We're going to take a $2 worth of risk. So I don't necessarily want to take $1. Well, we could have taken out a piece for $1 there, and I'm stamping this one obviously responsible for not taking that piece out there. Here it comes falling into 296. I told you we're breaking out through 295 to the downside. I'm not going to go short, but that's like my area of put your hands up in the air and wave them like you just don't care. So we'll get out if it does break a little bit there. Let's put something out for $1 if it comes back up, because right now our average price being here at 70s. I don't know. Here we go. We're right back to flat on Tesla. What's up, Adara?
Couple small cap names to be aware of here. We have ENTO. No news on this one. Incredibly volatile. This is Entero Therapeutics, about a 3% short float. BTAI, though, does actually have a catalyst here. This is BioXcel Therapeutics. BTAI looks like it's currently halted. It's already halted before today as well. They announced that the FDA closed its site inspection for one of the company's trials for an Alzheimer's disease-related treatment. It is worth noting here, though, that BTAI actually received a voluntary action indicated rating from the FDA. So they're not going to investigate, but it's recommended that the company do something about whatever conditions were found there. So kind of mixed FDA note for BTAI, ENTO, also on watch. And in less than, about 3 minutes now, we will be getting that S&P manufacturing PMI number. Stay tuned. Back to you.
Wow.
Thank you there, Derek.
Tesla almost broke.
Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Intel just broke that prior low, so I didn't reload because it didn't actually hold and gain the 24.5 level again, and it's still in that downward trend, so we got out of it. Still, as long as we're holding this area, I don't mind a reversion, but we didn't reload it there. We only took the stop. Now, if we can break
futures,
the trend,
do something.
I'm all for jumping right back in if you can break this downward trend. Apple also closed in on VWAP, so took the long above, but it now broke that low. Looks like it is now headed down into VWAP. The NASDAQ and the ES both, bleeding's not the right word, but both continuing to head downside. We haven't had too much of a bounce, and NVIDIA did just break the 120 and come back. So we're looking for the reversion plays. Those are the three that I have the eyeballs on right now. It's Intel, Apple, and NVIDIA, which has held 120 once, but as you can see, like the second it broke that 120 level, you're right back retesting it. Not a ton of strength in this market off the jump. So it didn't really have any short ideas that I was in love with today. So you're gonna have to be patient when you're looking for dip buys.
Yeah, you want the moo here, Ozan? You got the moo right now. Let's go get that going a little bit. We need a little bit here, don't we? We need a little bit of excitement here in this market, right? If you're long, that's for sure. The short's been pretty good so far. There it is. We'll take it about 70 cents or so on Tesla. We're long right now. 296.70 was our long. We just took some out there at 50s, so that's 70 cents there, and we can have 70 cents right now again on this trade. But let's see if it wants the market now. All right, I'm gonna take out 10% right here if we can get it at 297.30 again. The market just lagged down there. I thought we could get going. I don't want to see, these lows coming into play here, right? So, like that wick 29.50, we need to hold that 2009.50. Not that it means anything for over here, just like I'd like to see some of this start to stop before. Anyways, Tesla's gone back up, but at the end of the day, I'm a little nervous about this. We have manufacturing. Okay, we have manufacturing PMI. Okay, let's go. Right now we're $2 in the money right now. $2.50 in the money now on Tesla. We'll see if that wants to rock and continue to go that way as well. But here we go. Intel. on the reload. Let's see what happens right now. We're trying to believe in that one as well. All right, $3 now plus on Tesla. So now we get excited, ladies and gentlemen. There's a big trade for you, Ozan. That's a face slapper. Thanks for the reminder on the moo cow there. Definitely created that one. It's Tesla. It's a $3 winner, man. We're back. We're here. We're not back. We don't go anywhere. But there it goes. It's a nice move up there for Tesla. Over $3 and change in the money. Believe in yourself. That's all I can tell everybody out there, because that's Sticky Note Nation, and it's strong, and it is hopefully going to be a good trade there on, well, it already is a good trade on Tesla. Get out if you want. We're going to wait for 300 touch and then upside. All right, numbers with Adara.
Our first round of economic data coming through right now here. S&P manufacturing PMI, only number we're expecting at 9:45. Forecast here of 51.6, previous print 51.6, and we get higher than expected S&P manufacturing PMI data, so 52.7 versus the forecast and previous print there of 51.6. Higher than expected, higher than in previous, and the NASDAQ continuing to kind of push to the downside, have these bottoming tail candles, and then push lower at 10 a.m. Stay tuned. Construction spending data and ISM manufacturing PMI data in about 15 minutes. So keep posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Intel just made another fresh low, so it's continuing to head down. First bounce good, second bounce not so much. We're still in a bit of a downward trend. You broke the first, but you haven't really broken the second, so it's still looking a little bit weak. Palantir, this is the other of the fourth of the names that we like. It just broke VWAP, but I said I didn't want to get too wrapped up on VWAP if a strong stock made a higher low. That's what Palantir is trying to do as we speak. So looking pretty good here on PLTR. It's now held 88.5. It's above 85 even, so I want to play only the strength here in PLTR. Let's hold that 89 level and see if we can get going on Palantir. I'm not giving up on Intel yet, but every time it makes a fresh low, I got to jump out of the stock and look for a tighter and better entry. There. So nice little bounce here on PLTR. Let's see if we can get that bounce off 89 again.
Guys, Real Traders Unite, man. We talk about that all the time. It's right here. Real Traders Stay Late, but it's just Traders Stay Late, man. Stay late with Neil and I every day on the Market Recap Show. But there it is, man. It is now $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $6. Neil, let's add another one just for fun. $7 now in the money off of our posted trade. Right there, Neil talks about believing in yourself. Look what we did. We believe in Intel, as that's the one that we've stuck with as well. So here we go, man. This is a monster day so far, as we have these two names, and they're both rocking right now. But we got to get something out of Intel. We're long right here at 61. If I can get a 56, a 57, actually, I just put it there. Let's take a little bit off the table here on Intel. We'll take out 5% just because we're back at this top. We've seen this bleed here a couple times. I am just like over the moon, obviously, with this trade on Tesla. I don't know what else that we can possibly do. We stick with our trade. We stick with the number one idea on the board here today. And now it is the P&L darling that we all hoped it would be. It's Tesla, and it's just ripping, Neil. $7 now in the money over here. Like that's going to be a good trade. It obviously is worrisome. I know we've taken some hits here. I haven't taken any hits on Intel yet, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Intel. So far, so good. The top two plays right here on the Sticky Note today are money makers so far. I mean, Intel 2450, right? We're at 24 set. We just got out at 2456. Tesla right there, 298 long, near the bottom for that play as well. So let's just wait on them. The market's done the opposite of what we had sort of thought, and we still have this kind of a morning. So let's be patient with it, see if we can continue to grow here as traders. And I think that if you guys are watching sort of the maturation of the trade ideas that I've been giving, I mean, I think it's been really a great process here, and I want to thank everybody for all the wicked comments and everything, and it's really changed my style here, and it's really resulted in hopefully some better trades and some better explanation and all of that stuff too. So, all right, another out right now on Tesla because, yeah, the market does have that nice bounce up. We still have about 40% of this trade.
So very quickly, I didn't want to interrupt, obviously, in a great trade over there, but we did get Palantir breaking back through 89.5. It just ran into a lot of resistance here from 90 to 90 and a third. So that 50 cent, that initial 50 cent move there in Palantir, you've been seeing a lot of sellers in that range. It's just getting up into this from Thursday. We had 90 to like 90 and a half and a bit of a chop and churn in the opening range. So if it can clear that out, you got room to 91 next if you can take out that third. And then if it breaks 91, I mean, all bets are off. I think 92, 93, very much in play. But you are running into some selling here on PLTR. Got to be able to respect that. So for now, looking pretty strong. Want to respect it. Don't want to give up on what is a strong, relatively strong name today on PLTR. I'll get to Intel in a second, but I got to go over to IBIT as well because didn't think we'd necessarily see this fast. I thought IBIT might have been more of a breakout play, but you have 50.80 on IBIT. So check that, 50.80 to 50.90. That is the bottom of the gap fill if you go to last week. We get down to there, I'm looking for long reversions. If you're bullish on it and it doesn't break out, then I'm going to look for a long reversion over there on IBIT. Only about 70 cents away. So as much as we're falling, I think it's very possible we can get back into that level and get another opportunity, or get a first opportunity for myself, because I haven't traded it yet over in IBIT. I think we have a chance to get there. Intel still battling with the same prior high, so every time it tries to make a bounce on the trend, I'm taking the shot, giving it the prior bar low, out in front of VWAP, and if it can break VWAP and get a rounded bottom, want to hold on to some for said drain. So that's what we're ready for. I did look over at one potential short and probably missed it. So I'm just going to wait for VWAP on AMD. We talk about only liking AMD to the short side. AMD is above 100, but underneath VWAP. So I'm looking at this as a VWAP short if this market doesn't gain any strength. How many times have we seen AMD fail the top in the morning and then trend down the rest of the day? So this is now a new short idea that wasn't there before.
I'd hate to top out at tap out of Intel. But I'm getting a little nervous here if we don't if we don't hold this 30 area, and then we stop ourselves out on that break, because it's now getting to be a little late in the day. It's not late in the day, but late in this trade idea for hoping that it rips back to the upside. The market's clearly not ripping anywhere. It's actually at lows right now. So the short has been the right trade for sure. And I'm just fighting it, trying to pick bottom. Remember, I'm not trying to pick this bottom. This was a level that we liked. It just came into the level that we liked of 24.50. So we're not like, oh my God, this is a new trade idea. I'm trying to catch a falling knife here. So 24.24 or so, I'm going to switch all my thought process here and just get out of Intel, then regroup on it if it does break. So I'll go over Tesla in a minute. We got some more out, but 24, I just want to get this order in. If we break the quarters, let's give it to like a 19 or so. We're just going to stop out of 100% of it. I don't even need to mess around. It will lose that 30 cents or whatever on this if it works, because we're definitely getting a top feel here at 24.60. So hopefully we can get up. My next offer is 24.70. Again, hopefully we can bust it, take something near VWAP, and then go. But it doesn't. The market right now is bleeding. All right, just the only other trade. Oh yeah, so we did have IBIT. We got in. Got some out there, tried it again and got out. So now IBIT completely bleeding down into 90,000. So that's going to be a trade to look at. As this was happening, of course, we got a lot out here near the highs of the day as we continue to watch out for Tesla. Then the break, we got some out at 299.80, then some more right there at 299.50. So now that we bleed back in, it's going to go again. It's going to go against us, I guess, if it comes down to 296. But at the end of the day, we're still using 295 as our out. So I'll try it one more time down here. But you can't. You throw away your profits. Like if you just keep on dip buying all the time, then you throw away your profits because you wind up having too many shares near the bottom. Then when the bottom breaks, right? So it's kind of like, let's try it one more time at 296 and then take that dollar hit, because we already know we can get 7 or 8. Just got to take it out at the top, and we did do that. So we have less than a third left of this trade, and looks like it might get even more nasty down here. So, all right, that's what I'm dealing with. And then I know you still have that, or maybe you're out of Palantir.
Out of Palantir.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Palantir just lost VWAP. So the initial move on the upside, it was a quick one. Chased it. The sellers won at that 90 and a third level. So it really only ever gave you 50, 60 pennies on that move. Reload off of 89 even, and 89 couldn't hold. So we got it did bounce. It bounced by like 5 or 10 cents, and then immediately took that level. So it wasn't VWAP. I said I didn't want to anchor to it. It tried to hold even, but look at that sucker. It's just now we're really starting. Suck. Look at that stock. Now it's really starting to head to the low. Took the prior bar out here on Intel. It's still holding the range, but it's just not getting any real strong buying going into it. So far, really, it's only the Palantir, which came a little bit later, that was any good for me. And that initial bounce on Intel, I can forget about AMD. At this point, whether we're going to get this VWAP here, the market just made a huge drop, and this didn't do anything. So the range on AMD is pre-market low to 100. It's essentially 100 to 101. Oh, and there's a few other things. I know we didn't talk about Well, I know we talked about the names maybe in general in the morning show. It wasn't Okta. Shoot, someone typed Okta in the chat, and that just threw me off.
Some of the...
it was IonQ and Rigetti. Those were the two. So IonQ and Rigetti, at least I know IonQ was super strong. This was a potential break. It just pulled back in as well. There was a nice reversion zone on this stock at 23.75. These are levels I didn't think would come in today, so I didn't even bother going into it. But this is the obvious big-time downtrend. It's been hunting for an update for a while. Didn't really think we'd revisit this buy zone down at 24 IonQ, but it just broke 25. So like IBIT, suddenly you're at prices where a reversion play that I didn't think would be there because of the gap up is getting very close. Still $1 away, but just wanted to make sure everyone knows that one's on the radar. IBIT is still pulling back in, but trying to be patient, or Bitcoin, I should say. 90,000 is here, but it's 50.80, so just under 90,000 that I want to be able to give it to. And looking for that mean reversion long, which simply means any break of trend closing above, I'm going to take the long. So there's the loose trend line here on IBIT. I'm going to look for the bid. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't know why I didn't look at the AMD short today. I'll talk about that when things slow down a bit. That's just a missed opportunity. We've liked the AMD short every single day. I don't know why today I didn't think about it.
Yeah, we're going to, the market's falling down here. I wanted to try Palantir through 87 long, and so we're long right here at 87.50. And it's dripping down here, so we'll have to watch out for Palantir. We did obviously average it into Intel, so our average price is right here. So this was the last chance. I mean, we talked about wanting to do this, so we did it. We're going to wait to see what happens with Intel here. Hopefully this is good news, but what's up with Dara?
I think it is worth noting here, I'm unsure when this is from, but I'm seeing this headline circulate right now on X. Apparently, Zelensky of Ukraine said that the end of the war with Russia is, quote, very, very far away. I'm saying this because we know that geopolitical tensions, specifically with Ukraine and Russia, have been on watch for the market as of late. So just to repeat, seeing this Associated Press headline suggesting that Zelensky thinks that the end of this Russia war is, quote, very, very far away. So more geopolitical tensions potentially on watch here. Back to you. We have the ISM manufacturing PMI, 3 minutes.
Okay, so that's going to definitely affect things there. All right, so, Google just, a new position here. Google just fell right into our lap as well at 170. We talked about wanting to get some long Google, but I don't think most of us, oh, by the way, just real quickly here, Intel did come up into 50s, so we did get some out there, but now it's looking like it wants to take out the bottom again. What a candle for Bitcoin's
89.5.
Bitcoin's tanking. But we're about to get out here if this breaks through 20s on Intel. So we kept on trying to catch bottoms here, which is fine. I mean, the damage, it's not much damage here today, but it's definitely not catching bids. So that Ukraine headline cannot be very good. We exited out of our Palantir there. And now we're going to wait to see if Intel holds, but doesn't look like it is. We have to start flipping short. So that's going to have to happen immediately. We've been trying the long all morning. We get that negative headline. I don't think war is going to be good for anybody right here.
In theory, not that bad for Palantir. I hate saying it.
No, but it's the uncertainty of the market.
I know, uncertainty of the market, but you would think that's actually not bad for Palantir. But I get it. I hesitate to say that because I think defense stocks might actually like this.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you don't want it to happen. So I've actually moved my IBIT chart to a 1 minute temporarily just because of the way that we're bleeding in this market. And short the bottoms, my goodness. Okay, so again, going to make a reversion play in here. The short that I do like is AMD, which just lost 100. It could give us a nice setup on AMD off the bottom, which would be prior lows 100 on the 1 minute. And a kind of a pullback and a fail of the 100 level lets you short 100 instead of having to wait for VWAP or any kind of a trend. So AMD is the one short I'm looking at for an up-down fail of 100. And then right now I'll just be on IBIT for any kind of a trend reversal here. It's still pretty steep to the downside. The second it breaks trend give to prior bar low is the play that we want. So there is me redrawing the trend line, hitting save. We close it above, the drill by now.
Yeah, I don't know if we're necessarily doing the right thing here or not. But we just went over to Google and bought that. So right now it's going to be a nice little win to the upside here. I mean, I wish we would have stuck with maybe our Palantir. That broke through 87 and we got out. Now it's right back up. But the thing is, it goes down to 86.50. So I think Palantir could be a break long through some of these levels, but again, we'd like to see the futures actually give us that sign that we want to do that. So, okay, so now Google's really starting to go. It's going to be a big trade here, hopefully. Again, we had a big trade in Tesla, came back in on that one. We're still net positive on Tesla, by the way, obviously, as we talked about that. That bottom looks like 293, Chef Joe. That was the level that you had mentioned. That's going to be a bull, I guess. Good call on that one, Chef. So we'll wait to see where that goes now, but that looks like a good one there. So right now, Tesla bottom, good call. Google right here, it's trying to go. I'm going to get out another piece here at 06s and just wind up seeing what winds up happening. We do have a number coming out, so because I'm long, it will probably be bad, but let's wait to see what happens now with this one as you roll the dice, holding positions into numbers. So Adair, it's almost 10 o'clock. We're about to get, is it confidence? Let's go over to the desk.
It's actually ISM manufacturing data, so we just got a higher than expected S&P manufacturing print. This ISM print comes in lower than expected, 50.3 versus 50.8 expected here for ISM manufacturing PMI. Prices paid above expectations, but ISM manufacturing employment and new orders index below estimates. Construction spending month over month also a little bit below estimates here, negative 0.2% versus negative 0.1%. So just to recap here, do have the market dropping a little bit more as we get weaker than expected ISM, PMI, and some of these other ISM numbers weaker than expected, as were the construction spending prints. Let's take a look here at Intel. INTC giving up a lot of this move. This name has been on watch though recently, as we know, and it is worth noting Reuters reported this morning that NVIDIA and Broadcom are actually testing their manufacturing with INTC. Then we have this TSLA, of course, Tesla is going to be on watch here, trying to bounce right now off of lows. TSLA is actually receiving a maintained $430 price target from Morgan Stanley, which is also reiterating the company as its top auto pick in the US. So keep an eye on all these tickers. Should be an exciting session once again. Back to you.
Oh boy. Okay, so we got actually a dream right there because we dream turned to nightmare. Shout out to Meek Mill because we almost got all right, it fell right. We told you 169, so it just fell into our lap. And what I mean by dreams almost turned into nightmares, like if that breaks, then it's another L. And then I look back, you open my eyes about 30 seconds later and we're up $1. That would have sent your boy tilted for sure. But right now it's a nice little long there on Google and giddy up. Let's see if this name wants to battle back, man. We know that this is one of the best names PE wise right now out of the Mag 7. So that's why I flock to it. Here we go, man. A nice little dollar off that bottom now for Google. But let's just take some more out and see where we wind up going. So, yeah, good upside move there for Google. It really supported that play. Intel gets down to 24 and bounces. Okay, we did not take advantage of that. We went over to Google instead. But Intel, again, good little bounce area down there.
Great bounce, actually.
Yeah, great bounce off $24. So, and then right now, crypto getting hit a little bit on that downside. That was a bad number. Hold on a second. I just wanted to see. You mentioned what other cryptos were going on. So let me just quickly
I didn't look.
check here. No, neither did I. So I'm just going to check out because we do have Ripple. Let me just call this up to a 1 minute chart to see what was happening there. So yeah, big move down for them today. I mean, not huge. Cardano as well. Let's have a quick look at them down into 94.95. So a nice little drip there as some of these names were the ones that were mentioned in the crypto reserve tweet by President Trump. So yeah, Bitcoin down there at 89.6.
It did make that, so right on that number, you got a flush break low on just about everything, and then we reclaimed the trend of the upside. So I did punch long into Bitcoin, into IBIT. It then got up to 51.2. It's holding the higher bar low, but like as soon as you get up, you're coming right back into that prior support level. So let's see if we can hold on to, it's about 50.80 on IBIT. That's underneath 90,000. That's one thing worth mentioning. Here at that 51 to 51.2, that's going to be 90,000 that we're dealing with. So as long as it can hold the range, I want to be long just underneath and trying to hold to some of those tops. As Sean mentioned, well, everything did the turn at the same time, so you sort of pick what you pick. Yeah. But that was a heck of a bottoming tail candle on Intel. And I was looking for the IBIT move. It was a better bottom on this than it was on IBIT because it was clean at 24 even. It's exactly $24 is that wick bottom. You're not often going to see an opportunity like that. But anyways, it doesn't matter. It's still higher lows. As long as we hold 24, I'll look for this higher low to try to hold on to. In this market bounce, it could provide the opportunity for the one thing that I was looking short, but I have to wait for it because that's a big bottom wick. bottoming tail candle like that, I wouldn't want to short the first move. I'd wait for it to get higher to VWAP. So this market bounce could give us a chance at VWAP on AMD. But I'm looking for a chance to get long Intel 24 if it comes there again. Looking for IBIT on a reload in front of 5080. But now we're holding the $90,000 level here on BTC. Outside of that, I mean, I'm not really. I mean, the other stock that I'm kind of watching here is Palantir. It's still trying to make a rounded bottom. The long here could look good again. There's your bottoming tail wick, like breaking out that high on Palantir. I'm still only looking long on Palantir because it's above 85. That was my rule. If it's above 85, I'm willing to still look for the longs on Palantir.
All right, yeah, I mean, I like this Palantir at 87 is going to be interesting to me. I just don't know if the futures are going to go or not. Because if they do, we have Google with a very great position and good amount.
I just had deja vu.
For what? Big Bear AI, $5. Deja vu on what? Palantir?
No, like Palantir. I think I had a dream about Palantir.
I've been having many dreams
dipping
about
and
that
ripping
stuff.
on the weekend or something.
Yeah.
I just had some serious deja vu
Yeah.
just now. Anyways, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Palantir moves so much that it's like, whatever. I probably traded this price before. That's all.
We've been having dreams about Palantir for a very, very long time. But yeah, no. So we'll good call there on Tesla bottom again. Oh, I just had Big Bear up. So hold on a second. This is what I want to talk about. I'm going to put a bid. I did already. I'm going to bid 10s and I'm going to bid O's. So Big Bear came into $5. We had talked about liking these levels down there. I missed it. Again, this is a small cap name that I like. I know Palantir's getting hit. Some of these AI names are coming back. It's not the most sexiest play right now, especially on a daily chart. But bouncing off these levels, I missed that $5 drip. We should have been in that. Again, mistaken opportunity or missed opportunity there. It's okay. So we'll wait and we'll see if there's any other plays, but I do like that one for sure. Another one, we didn't really look at NVIDIA too much here today. This is really getting hit, really badly. So, wow, okay. We're now starting to get back up to the upside on Google. I'm taking another piece out here at 99s. Down 5% today. So nasty. I mean, everyone that was rejoicing NVIDIA to get back up to the upside, that's why I wrote down 126, right, on today's sticky note. Was just because I didn't necessarily know of any levels on the downside. Remember I told you I wasn't bidding this name. I wanted to see a breakout to get confirmation. It does not break 126. So we don't have anything like that. So nothing really to worry about right now, but still a nice downside move happening right in front of us here on NVIDIA. So pick it up. I'm looking at 118, I think should be a safe level, as just on the daily chart, you're right back into 118. So I'll fix that as our scaling is off. But 118 for that, 117. That very bottom last week, if you're really looking, was 116.50. So I think 118 maybe to start a position, but be ready to maybe test that bottom of 117 again. So it's not looking the greatest for today for sure for NVIDIA, but there's a little bit of a bounce off 119. We're really excited for Google. So let's see if this one can get back into the 171 area.
171.
I mean,
it's the market's actually looking pretty good here, relatively speaking. On a 15-minute chart here on the NASDAQ, that's a pretty hefty bottoming tail. And look where liquidity came back in. If you remember on Friday, there was a huge bounce at the end of the day in everything that was tech-related and all the big names. So the NASDAQ had this. It just came right back into that support that we had the rally from. So sometimes that's where you can forget about big support levels. It can just be where crazy moves start. Could be the place to dip by. So if you got a long in here, I think you're going to like it, especially if it's in tech. Palantir just made the higher low off of 87. I didn't really get that fill, so we just cancel if it comes on the way back down.
It might go 88.
So made the higher low. I tried to get it as it came back through 87, didn't catch it. So we'll look to see if we can weasel our way in if it dips back down and holds this prior higher low. A nice rounded bottom here in Palantir with a bottoming tail candle. I just don't want to buy the top of the move. I'd like to get it closer to that 87. Still in IBIT. I keep wanting to say Bitcoin. Still in IBIT. We did get the reload off 5090. And then again, it got right to 90,000, pulled back, wicked it a couple times, so scalp some out. Your lower high about to get put in here on IBIT. So I'm liking Palantir a little bit more than this play because, Palantir is making higher highs and higher lows locally since that bottom we just had. Whereas Bitcoin, you're still looking a little heavy. This is just looking a little bit better off the low. Higher highs, higher lows. I'd rather play this trend.
I was going to talk about Palantir. I'm going to take Palantir long 88, but I won't. I'm not going to talk about it right now because Neil was just on it. So let's give it a little bit of a breather. All right. So SMR, new scale tonight. Yeah. So they were supposed to be last Thursday. They changed their report to today. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think the market really liked that idea earlier when it went up to 18, but now SMR just does not catch a bid over the last 2 weeks. Again, you know, it's new scale, and this is another name right here that may look juicy at the 200 period moving average. So again, another name that I'm involved in, new scale, and I don't, it's not looking great. We're only long down here like $11, $12 on this break. So it didn't take advantage of that all the way up to $30. That was silly, obviously. And now you're coming right back into 12, 13 again would be another area to potentially look to go long. But yeah, you're bouncing not nicely right now off of those levels.
I just looked at that on the daily.
That is the daily.
Oh, sorry, you were looking at the daily too. No, I don't have. I have 13 on that thing. I think I bought.
Yeah,
I think it was like the whatever. It doesn't really matter. But if it loses that 200 period, I might consider whether I should take some of that out
just in case.
and look elsewhere. So Palantir doesn't hold that little trend that we were just talking about. Ideally, these little higher lows that made us like the long in the first place would have held, but it just broke back down. So no long for me until we can get back above or give me some kind of an entry that we like. That leads me back over to Intel, which is holding its bottom at 21.4, 24.1, and putting in a higher low at 24.2. So this one, at least from the low, that wick bottom is holding some decent higher lows here on Intel. We'll see if we can get in this 24.20. IBIT's holding out, so that's good. It's still above 90,000, but we're not breaking away from it. We've already scalped some out. And just going to hold on to the last little piece. I'm going to try and get on trend here with Intel. Back in somewhat of an upward move here. But the futures, they're not that strong. Let's put it that way. We're bouncing, but this isn't like an overwhelming bounce that we're seeing in the futures just yet. So we get 24.25 if we can on Intel. And then trend is just from the bottom wick to the higher low on the 3 minute.
I hate to be wrong on that Intel and take an L, but okay, there it is right now. Yes, sir, there it is. Now we have a Dollar Club member again for Google. So there goes Google. Nice move to the upside, man. This is getting us right back to where we need to be today. The Intel was my mistake. Well, not my mistake. We got out there. It does wick to 24. So, all right, we're going to get long into Palantir on an 88 break. It just touched 87 again. So, you know, you got to give this one $1, I'd say. That bottom is 86.80 change right there. I mean, that would be a good bid, but we didn't get long there? No, okay, it didn't. Okay, so our system does not have an 88 break, but it looks like it didn't. Yeah, it's imminent, so that probably breaks right there at any time. So I'll try the long. I mean, I think we could also put a bid down here now, 86. What is that? Let's just go 87 and change, just in case we do like get that move down. I don't mind trying a small dip by long to see if these levels hold. But it was more the momentum break long that I liked, which apparently is wrong. So it just rejected off of that 88 level again, but we'll try it. If it does break it, I do want to go long there for sure. Well, here it goes. So it's going to break. So when it does break, where did we just retrace back into there just to see? Because we might just use that last local bottom right here, maybe even as our out. 87, yeah, I mean, that's pretty aggressive. That's a good out. 87.50, if we really got excited about it, that's 87.60s. Yeah, I think 87.50, like 50 cents worth of risk to try to get us about $1.50 there to the 200. Or to the 50, sorry. I think that's a decent spot for us. So, all right. And it's just like what we're doing here, right? Our long rate here at 169.40, our out is 169. So the fact that we're in a 2-to-1 R to R, it gets us out right there, which is why we celebrated that, because that was a good level for us right there, able to get it out. Adara is super busy over there, but I do want to task her with one thing quickly, because not for now, not for, whenever, but like, I must be missing a story on NVIDIA today, because down 5% when I really wasn't that negative on this play.
Whoa, what's something that's happened on Intel?
Okay, so let's go.
Volume huge on Intel right now to the downside
okay,
here. I don't know what that story might be, but trust me, I can tell, because I was in at 26 and was out at 18s instantly. So Intel, big volume spike to the downside. Let's go to the desk.
Let's go to Adara,
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here on Intel as of yet. With regards to NVIDIA, Sean, there are no stories. I just checked again, nothing new. Except for, it was in the watch list, basically. NVIDIA getting a bit of commentary from Ming Chi Kuo, but it seemed to be positive, basically suggesting that the company would not be canceling some of these wafer orders as previously rumored. So nothing on NVIDIA to explain that drop. I'm not seeing anything on Intel yet, though I am keeping my eyes peeled. But the reason I wanted to talk here is IBIT on watch here, basically, or crypto on watch in general. We know we've had Robinhood and Coinbase both saying the SEC has dropped their lawsuits against the companies. Kraken now saying SEC is dropping their lawsuit against them. Also, I just got the Intel news here coming through. So Wall Street Journal reporting that Donald Trump and TSM are expected to announce a $100 billion investment in the U.S. So that investment is expected to come here from TSMC, or at least be related to TSMC. Donald Trump and TSMC announcing this. Wall Street Journal reporting this now. Back to you.
Well, so we took advantage a little bit there of Intel. I mean, it's right back down into where we're long. We're long at 24, but it did go up to 24.20s. So that was 1-to-1. We're going to get out at that bottom of a break of 80 there on that spike news. This sounds like it's good news for Intel, but you never know, man. I mean, a lot of that was baked in. I feel like maybe on the open, we came in with the stock up 5%. It's now flat. So I don't want to sit here and try to guess about it. We're just going to play technicals. If it breaks that bottom, fine. This will be a 1-to-1 trade for me. We already took some out, so even if it drops below, we'll be fine. Just trying to make a winner, right? And so obviously, if that happens, that happens. All right, Palantir. Thank you, Randy. I'll thank you in a second. But there it goes. There's a nice little take up for Palantir. Props that one up, man. We talked about if Palantir came into 87 and change, that we wanted to take that. Thank you, Randy. Cheers for that. So here it comes. It's a nice win for us right now on PLTR. So there it goes right back up to the upside now. Long at 87.15, 55 cents in the money now on Palantir. And then Intel, man, let's just rock with it. I'm long. We have that base. We've already taken out half of this position. It's a news pending play. So we'll wait for it to break the bottom or just continue to go up to the top once this information is finally analyzed. So Palantir with a good little retracement back, though. If this market drops, though, Palantir will be dead man walking. So we'll take another piece out here at 50s and then wait to see what happens.
Yeah, we just got you saw Bitcoin just got through on strong screen. You probably just saw it break 90,000. So
okay.
We held that 50-80 level a couple of times, just trailed out there when we lost this local trend line that it put in. Now, remember, this is a stock this has been trending down. It's not a stock, ETF. I've been trending down all morning, so it's not much of a bounce. If all you can get is 30, 40 cent bounce on this, then I'll take it. We've been trending down. TSM, by the way, on that news, breaking lows. So TSM is just, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's not bouncing on that headline at all. Like, if anything, it's just continuing to get weaker.
That's the funny thing about it.
Like, that's sort of the weird.
Stocks aren't going up.
No, like, it's not going up, and it briefly went up and then immediately flushed. So you're not getting a lot of strength there, which leads me to believe that drop in Intel might have been a little bit bogus, but I was just in it. That's the only reason I knew there was something going on, because I was like in and out because it stopped my stop order. Thank goodness we had a stop. Triggered almost instantly there. So I'm only looking at IBIT and AMD and Intel and PLTR, which isn't at a level I like, but AMD back underneath $100. So if it's going to hold, I keep wanting VWAP, but if it's going to hold under Friday's afternoon high,
oh yeah, baby,
then I guess that's the play to work off of. But for now, going to look for a re-entry into Bitcoin, a re-entry into Intel as well off of that low. So I think it was just a shakeout. Yeah, I would agree. I'm getting more out of Intel. Google looks like we've topped out here at 170.50. So I took another out there at 170.20. It just came a couple times, actually, just came up right there. Actually, we might have got a better fill on that one. We got a 24 and an 18, yeah. So, right, I thought we might have got better, but we didn't. Okay, so that's that. Palantir, man, I mean, it just went up. We're out of half of this trade. If it breaks through 87, I just got to make sure I actually don't even have a stop out there. I'm going to have to manually stop this thing out because I have a top take if we take out 88. So, unfortunately, in our system, if you have multiple stops, they won't trigger. You can only get one stop unless you use bracket orders, but that's maybe something for another day. But right now, we're going to continue to go. So, all right, man, Intel, yes, sir.
Another one.
Hello? Oh, okay. After Kathy, after. Come on, man. The thing is, I'm happy where I am, Kathy. I mean, come on. All right, so here we go. Nice little upside move anyways there for Intel. Let's ring the register, man. I mean, our stop on Intel is 20 cents lower of where we're in. We're going to get out if it breaks 80, so we're in at O's. So there's 20 cents right now. So a little bit of a retake back to the upside on Intel, giving us a little bit of room to breathe right now. So we'll take that and watch what happens. Again, a break back. Okay, here we go. A break below 87 right now. We're going to give it we'll count to like 2 or 3 and then stop out if it breaks. As it looks like Palantir right now, not going to be the one for me. We'll wait on Palantir for now, but 87 break and we're out. But so far, so good on it.
For sure there.
We'll see.
Man, NVIDIA just can't get out of its own way right now. So I keep looking on up at NVIDIA because
I gotta put this
when you're looking for a reversion or a stock to hold lows, like I'm looking over at Palantir, obviously Intel might not get back down to that 24. We'll have to wait and see. And I looked over at NVIDIA. We're getting very close to Friday's bottom. So again, this is just another stock which, when we've seen it make lows like this at the open, there's been usually a good VWAP bounce. I'm going back on Thursday and showing you guys that one here at 118 now. If it gets down to 16 or 16.5, that's where we're going to have to look over on NVIDIA. You're on Intel right now.
Yeah.
IBIT, which we're fortunate enough to get the good bounce zone, it's still holding a higher low right at that 90,000 level. So it's still looking pretty solid. Obviously not as strong as I'd like it to be. I would have liked that pop to have worked a lot faster. But now you've got another trend which is starting to form here that we can work off of. So that little bottoming tail, there's the higher low. If we can close it out above, I just want to join the trend and see if this can't get all the way to VWAP. We got $1 to VWAP on IBIT, but remember, right here is 90,000. So if it breaks local bottoms, 90,000 is kind of a significant level here on Bitcoin. Still looking at IBT. If there's anything that I know we're not looking at and we're sticking to the stocks that we've been focused this morning on primarily, just let us know in the chat for sure. I see a lot of NVIDIA in there. I see a bunch of Apple. I haven't seen people talking about many small cappers, to be honest with you. So I don't know if there's any that are flying around. Might be in the right spot here. I saw Amazon bounce from Adam there. So I'm just going to get my stop order in because having a stop saved me on that Intel move, that's for sure. And we'll maybe look at some other names once we get locked and loaded. Oh, AMD's almost at VWAP. All right, AMD has a chance to be the first short of the day for me. After all of this.
That's good, man. I mean, if you pick a stock that you like short right now, I think is not.
There might be something better, though.
I mean, I'm long everything.
There might be something.
Maybe I'm a little biased on that one, but for right now, I mean, Intel is making that play. It's a little bit of a face slapper there off the bottom. Again, I liked the story there, and it just came into a level. So, as Neil said, never a good idea to not have stop orders out because, if that story's the other way, then, you get hit. But we sat there, we waited for it, we let it bounce back in. We didn't wait that long. It came to 24. We had our out targeted. It made that bounce. We actually bought it after the bounce, so it's not that we went in there blind. But right now, it's a big day here for Intel. It's a huge day for Google, man. Google's now trying to break higher, and then here goes Palantir. Man, we're almost $1 in the money on Palantir right now, trying to break through $88. We're long 87.15 now on PLTR. Here we go. I'm taking the long through 88. What's up, Adara?
Take a look here at the IWM trying to bounce, much like the rest of the market, making a bit of a bottom as of Friday, trying to push higher and then giving up a lot of that move at the open. Right now, hanging out just above 214. A couple of small caps to talk about. This first one is not necessarily a small cap per se. It's got about $11 billion market cap. This is HST, Host Hotels. No news on this. They reported earnings a couple weeks ago and they have a 6% short foot. Then we have TRNR. This is Interactive Strength. This one is a repeat runner. Announced here this morning, apparently they've received a repeat 6-figure order for one of their products from a German distributor. They also have about a 600,000 share float, about 10% of which is sold short. Another notable short float here for TGTX. This is TG Therapeutics. Near day's highs, 18% short float for this name. They did report earnings this morning, so day one earnings play for TGTX. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you so much there, Adara. Oh, I might have missed Apple, but Bitcoin just made a nice move, breaking back toward 91,000. We just hit 90,800, which is right in here. It was like the first bounce all morning was actually off 51.6, and that was at this 91 area. So VWAP starting to come in. 52, the last line of resistance, I think is going to be it for IBIT. That's where we're looking for the play. Apple, I just tried to grab Apple on the, wow. Okay, so look, that's the move on Apple. It just broke trend, went to punch when it broke the prior bar low, and you're already headed higher. So thankfully, we were able to get into that Bitcoin move. NVIDIA is back at 120. I'm not going to stand in front of this to go short on AMD. That's I've changed my mind on that one. The way that last move just happened upside, you got to do a little something different than just pop into VWAP to want to short that name. So we'll be a little more patient with it. Except the 50-cent move on IBIT, but it's more about that $52 level that we're now focused on.
Yeah, man, good longs over there for sure. And oh boy, man, we just got lit up. Google, man, thank you for everybody in the chat saying there goes Google. Yeah, nice move up, man. We went $1.30 to the upside, straight up there. We'll get some more out at the 50 period, as that's a runner today, man. Good day today, as we'll be green there on the day. Palantir, obviously, let's go, man. We talked about that one. That did go into the gates of hell, but then Alex Karp rose from the graveyard and bought that stock back up. And I don't know if he did or not, but probably this one did. Nice move downside right there for Palantir, and we took advantage of that move, man. We not only did we call that bottom there, we were like, we're going to bid 87 in case it does fall back in. Our out was 86.80, so right there, that's about a 5-to-1 right now on that play. And then we also hopefully show that, you know, all different styles are able to make money. There's the breakout trade of 88 up to 88.50. We said that we could get that 50-cent move, so we do take a lot out on that upside. We only hold 50% left of our punch, so that's why my average price right now is 88.01. So what I mean by that, by punching there, I'm going to get some out now at 30s as it rips back, is that that's removing liquidity, getting aggressive. Classify this as a breakout trade, right? So that breakout trade right now obviously working out for us, but I don't want it to lose too much steam back into the end of this trade. So we're going to get out right now. We talked about 87.50. The highest we got was 88.50. So the reason why we're still positive being able to trade a little bit more shares size-wise is because, again, we talk about having the stops. So I'm going to cancel my stop now at 86.80 on this break, because that's not happening. We're going to watch out for this break right now, 87.50. So that'll be 100% out of this trade, because, again, if it goes great, we're here for the move. But if it doesn't go, we also have to show some sort of discipline and get out of that one. Just like we did on Intel, man. No matter what your lines are up to, we had Michael Noss on earlier and was like, this is what the charts look like, so this is what it's telling me. So I trade off of those, right? And that's what Intel's telling me right now. Into this VWAP, into the 50 period and a rejection of VWAP, we're taking some more out. So, yeah, okay. Palantir just right now below our entry price, so this could be an interesting play, again, for anybody looking at Palantir, now dropping. So we have half left now. That was a good out. We just got some out at 30s, right? We had 55%. We got out 5%. We're going to drop them all out if this breaks below 87.50, and we'll stop an L on the breakout trade. But again, took advantage of the dip. There's not too much continuation right now. I mean, Google is, but nothing else really.
Yeah, like you got to take your profit on these bounces. At least that's what's been happening. We just got to VWAP on the NASDAQ. I found something that I might like for a short better than AMD. We just got to VWAP on the NASDAQ. But here's IonQ. I remember these were in play. Well, I saw some people putting them in the chat. It's like, yeah, they were in play today, gapping up. Yeah. Respecting VWAP all morning long. Nice upward trend. If it loses the trend, I can have a short with a tight stop at the prior high. So we're going to look at this IonQ. And we have free locates on it as well on IonQ. Not that I expect to have to pay for shorts here, but it's always nice. Sometimes in that.
Okay, we're getting more out.
Those. Are you long? So IBIT, I'm only long IBIT, and if we close underneath, it'll be about 24.90 if this bar in the 3-minute close underneath. I'm going to short IonQ, and IBIT's the only long that we're still in, or at least I'm still in, and it's holding the higher low for now. Still have that. When I tried to get more, I'm canceling that. If we break this, the new trend that we just put on, then I will jump out. So it's either VWAP 52 to 52.20, or we lose trend on IBIT and jump out, look for the next opportunity here. The market's trying to follow through. It could still happen. I mean, we just got back to VWAP on the NASDAQ. It absolutely could still happen. It's just that we started stalling out there a little bit. NVIDIA didn't give us any chance at 116, but it now has this going on for it here, where you've got a bit of a double. There's one higher low. There's another higher low. So it has a trend that it could also break out. It'll look a little bit better on the 15-minute in terms of how much room it has to go. But right off of afternoon resistance and breaking a trend on the 3 for NVIDIA. That could be a long right back up here through 120.
What's up, Brando?
The sheep.
Yeah, we ain't no sheep with this trade though, man. We try to make our own decisions over here, and with Palantir, oh boy, it just came up to 88.50 again. So yeah, we're pretty happy. There's getting back into our 1-to-1 again. We didn't get stopped out. It came down to 70s. That's not that close for us now. Okay, Neil. Okay, Neil. Here's a nice move. We are at the highest spot. Another one that we've been at all day because we. And then look at Intel, man. This is what we talk about. Everyone's saying about giving that advice in the chat. I said, stick with your guns. That's the number one thing. Adara we had that graphic, be confident. I mean, it's just, everyone be confident in your own trades. But there's that Intel play. It was the number one idea here on the sticky note today. We lost it when it broke through 24.25 that first time right here. Okay, but we got it right back, and now it's just cruising to the upside. Google right now, we just got 170. We just got 170.80. So right there, that's $1.40 on that play. Tesla. I mean, wow, we're green on this name, but we lost it right there. We have to admit it, man. We did get stopped out at 295. It does wick down to 293 and change, but look at Tesla going, and oh boy, to my guy OB, because there it goes. It's $1 right now on Palantir. It's almost $1 right now on Intel. It is $1.25 right now on Google as this market is going, Neil, and there we go. We do break through the VWAP spot right there, so this is exactly what we're talking about all day, man. Stay with us, and hopefully we can take you to that promised land. But for right now, we got to take you to Adara.
We're going to open this crypto segment here with the Truth Social post heard around the world. This is Trump's crypto post. I'll just read it out here. A U.S. crypto reserve will elevate this critical industry after years of, I guess, what he viewed as a taxer, which is why his executive order on digital assets directed by the Presidential Working Group to move forward on a crypto strategic reserve that includes XRP and the ADA. So apparently they're directing the Presidential Working Group to work on this crypto strategic reserve. He said he will make sure that the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world. So that came out at 10:24 a.m., I guess, because Bitcoin and Ethereum weren't mentioned. Then he made a follow-up post about 2 hours later saying that, of course, Bitcoin and Ethereum will also be mentioned because he loves them both. So that's really the situation there, just to read that post, saying that this crypto reserve is in the works. This is the 15-minute chart here in Bitcoin. You can see this push to the upside here. We get as high as 95,000, starting this move at around 85,000. Then, though, we get this push to the downside off the open along with the market, and we get to this 91.5 level, start to find a little bit of resistance. Well, that was previous support on the 15-minute chart. So 91.5 interacting here for Bitcoin. Here's the daily chart. And this 91.5 level, a little bit of interest for Bitcoin on the daily as well. So certainly an area to be aware of for BTC. But in terms of other crypto, what are we doing? This is an announcement that could really impact the whole industry. There's actually not much of a move in some of these names here. Ethereum up about 1%, XRP about 5%, Solana basically flat. Cardano, though, responding very well, almost at that $1 level here, up 23%. Dogecoin up about 3%, guys. So really mixed moves across the crypto space, even though this announcement could theoretically impact a lot of these names and sentiment towards the industry as a whole. Back to you.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Thank you very much, Adara, and appreciate that. You're still getting a little choppy action in BTC off of that bottom, but it's still holding. Nope, never mind. We just broke that. We just broke underneath that prior bar. So there's your trend line to the upside. We had the long a couple times on this move, started it at 50.80, added back in at 51.2, but you haven't been able to break that 52 level. So trend in, trend out is pretty much always the way that I'm going to go. NVIDIA did make the break on its trend line. Hit enter twice. Didn't quite get the break of that prior bar. So still sitting there. We might get picked up at 119.5. Higher lows on NVIDIA. Market is still at VWAP. And the only short, well, I said AMD possibly, but then INQ looked a little bit better to me anyways. So INQ has yet to really break underneath this trend line. Once it does, that's the short I'm looking for. With the market looking strong, I'd rather be in something which is setting up nicely. Let's go to Adara. We've got another news story.
Comments here on tariffs from Howard Lutnick. That is the Secretary of Commerce in this new administration. So he's basically said right now to CNN that Donald Trump will be deciding on the tariffs today, and they will, quote, put it out on Tuesday. So tariffs being decided officially today. The announcement will be made as expected on Tuesday. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But just a quick update on the tariff situation from Howard Lutnick. Back to you.
All right. Yeah. So Tariff Tuesday happening tomorrow. Join us all day tomorrow as we'll be having all of that. And just like we are today, anything that Adara hears will be broadcasted here, and we'll throw over to her immediately as she analyzes sort of all this breaking news. So thanks Adara for all of that. Okay, man, let's not get too silly here. We've got to the high of the day for ourselves. We really dip bought many of the best names for us. Google, huge dollars, man. I mean, Intel's been really a great trade today. And then Palantir as well. We emptied out the clip. Unfortunately, 89.50 was about as high as we got. We have less than 25% left of our breakout trade now. And again, we're still indicating down here 87.50 if it does break. I mean, we just took $1.30 on this trade. So to give the last 20% 50 cents, I think that's about what we want to do, man. We want to try to create, like I said, we're not just trying to trade, we're trying to like generate, wealth opportunities here. And if you can get, some of these trades in, start to bank them every day and then up your share size, then you can really start to turn on the faucet a little bit and hopefully the money will come out of that. So we'll wait to see, but that's all that I'm doing. Trying to trade a little bit higher on the share size, try to be responsible, not hold necessarily for the dream, but definitely try to hold pieces to come up to levels to make it well worth it, right? So that's what we're doing, and I'm going to stay on Google right now, but at the same time, what sort of brought on that little talk there was that we got to have risk measurements, because you can't just fly by the seat of your pants, So we're getting some more out here. I like getting out on tops. Obviously, we all do. But you don't know where the top is. So that's why you hold a little bit. And I'm just going to keep marking tops as VWAP and as 200 period moving averages. I put the RSI, which is down here as well. And I know it's going to be a little hard to see, but whenever we get above 70, the 75 is a marker, but I'm going to watch out for 70s. So that's going to be a little bit of an oversold situation. My voice still a little bit gone there. We were yelling at an elimination chamber. We had a great time over the weekend. My daughter had a game yesterday. They lost 2-1, but that's okay. I get another one tonight in Leaside. Man, we are traveling everywhere. I get home and I got to be in Leaside for 6:30. Like it's an absolutely insane schedule, but one that I would not trade for anything. So, and then my kid also snowboarding his very first time. He was in the amateur or novice level and he got bumped up. He skipped novice and went right to intermediate. So I'm really proud of him for that one. Now he can snowboard without sort of anybody assisting or monitoring. The freestyle is what they call it. He can do now on that one. Freestyle. So, okay, Palantir dropping down below, but we're very, very comfortable in the positions that we have. And with that being said, that was a call for Adara, wasn't it? Or Neil. So let's go to Neil then.
Well, so that no one will miss out on this opportunity, traders, the first month is free over at eSignal. They are waiving fees. We always talk about it. Well, not just trading, I mean everything in life. You want to do it smarter and not harder in all facets, especially into trading. So you talk about whether or not you're into technical analysis, whether you just want level 2 access so that you can see where the liquidity is going to be at any given level. It's all there for you. Back testing, forward testing, API access, reliable data in a highly customizable format is what eSignal is going to be able to provide to you. So we talk about the tick replay oftentimes. You're able to see those liquidity events, like when that Intel story came out, you can go back, replay it, see what the level 2 might have looked like, see if you couldn't glean something for the next time you have that news. You can all do it in one spot. The imbalance locator is available there for you as well. All kinds of scanners, real time, and as I said, highly customizable. With 1 month free, there's just no reason not to try it out. So shout out to eSignal if you want to execute and up your trading game. That's a good place to start. Scan that QR code you see in front of you. Also, you can check the link in the description. And I had Palantir up here. Actually, I know why I had Palantir up there. But before I get to that, let's go back over just a couple of things. While we were doing that, NVIDIA bounced off of the higher low. It got from 119.3 to I didn't get it, but it got up to 119.98. I got filled at like 70 something, and then it broke the prior bar low. And you're right back down to the doldrums, down 5% NVIDIA today. That stock, although lately, I suppose like 5% ain't what it used to be. NVIDIA's been doing that all the time. Like it's just different. Like I think we're seeing these kinds of moves more, especially off the open. INQ did break trend, got short here at 25, like 25.02, same thing. Looks like it wants to head lower. It's got a nice little higher low at 24.60. We'll look to catch the bid. I wanted to get a reload with money fills a little tighter to VWAP. Because VWAP's at 25.20 is the prior bar high. So I was looking for fills a little bit higher. So I'm going to still stick a couple in there to see if we can't get that one short. And obviously, I said I wasn't going to short AMD and I would short INQ. At least for now, that actually looks like a good decision. So usually I would just blindly short AMD at VWAP, but it didn't look good when it got there. And now it's holding the bid. So suddenly AMD, it doesn't look all that bad. Market is kind of pulling back, and this is holding a higher low. So I think it was the right call to pivot from that AMD short. Let's go to Sean before.
We'll go over here quickly. We'll flush down a little bit of a toilet there as Palantir came back in, but we reloaded Google right now, so Google looks to be strong here off that dip buy opportunity. Wow, look at that. That was a nice move. All the way down into the 50 period. We just, as Neil was talking, we bought those 170 30s, man, and here's a nice little move right back to the top side. So let's get a little bit. Oh, we just missed getting out. Oh, did we get filled? There we go. We got filled now. So nice little out there, 50 cents back into the reload there. Unfortunately, our Palantir did go downside a little bit now, more out of Google, but Palantir does break below 88, so we do wind up getting out of that one. But Google and Intel right now. Intel had great news. Again, we talked about the foundry there, maybe with TSMC, and then Donald Trump, of course, as we get ready for Tariff Tuesday. What's up to my main guy, Rahim Alani from OCI, is in the building looking like a sharp-dressed man that he is. So what's up to Rahim? How are you doing, my guy? Don't mean to blow your scene up, but you are in the building, and we really appreciate that. So we'll get going, but right now we do got to go back over to Adara at the desk.
So what we're going to do here is take a look at this market. What is moving the market to the upside? I mean, the market's generally flat right now, giving up a lot of that early upside push. But what sectors are doing well? Health technology really strong here. Consumer non-durables, utilities, with the exception of CEG, sharply to the downside. We have consumer durable story led by Tesla, communications, all looking really good here. Finance, a pretty good look as well. Now, what's weak? It seems to be a lot of these big tech plays. NVIDIA here, ANET sharply weak in electronic technology. Technology services here, Microsoft to the downside, Oracle pretty weak. Also got an upgrade this morning, but Palantir doing quite nicely, trying to bounce back after a bit of a different week for that stock. Producer manufacturing pretty weak here as well. So definitely mixed sentiments here in this market, but you can see once again that it's not necessarily the whole market that's weak. It's just these tech leaders really muddying the waters, guys. Back to you.
Then, thank you, Ms. Adara. As Neil and I debate switching over to wearing blazers every day, so we'll see if we can do that. Maybe because this guy, we just keep getting showed up.
So we got sharp.
At the beginning, we're like, you know what, the people, everyone watching, probably sitting at home, looking to invest in some of these businesses, and a lot of day traders, of course, wear casual. But we could spice it up a little bit around here. But Adara's always, everyone's looking dapper every day. So we're being our. Joe always looks like he's on the runway anyways, so whatever. And then Sharif, I don't know, I think Sharif's bench pressing somewhere. He's going to be coming on to the show in just a couple minutes. With only 18 minutes left, get ready for the midday show with Joseph and Sharif, where they'll be talking about small cap names. I mean, they'll talk about everything, but more primarily smaller cap names on the midday show. We'll check out some runners. One runner that I want to look at was Big Bear AI. This is one of my plays for the year, man. I like the drip rate here that's just happened. We talked about this last week on an Instagram reel that we put out. I like gold. I like Big Bear AI. We like Berkshire. That's another name that we're in there as they continue to raise all of that cash. It's all about that cash. Anyways, Google, a lot of cash on hand for Google. Will they have to pay the DOJ? Will they have to pay someone in Europe? Will they have to pay someone in China? Who knows? But let's just keep that money going.
Jump change though.
That's what I mean. Hopefully these guys, Sundar Pichai, will just write that check. If you want to advertise with Google Pixel on our show, that'd be great as well, Sundar. We have a lot of people interested in your Google Pixel.
It is a fantastic phone.
Exactly. So I think that would be
anybody that doesn't use the Google Pixel.
Yeah, is a fool. Yeah, exactly. And that is for sure. So definitely sign up with Google Pixel ASAP. I remember buying the very first Google Pixel. I think it was like a Nexus or something, Google Nexus, and then they switched them over to Pixels. So I definitely like that. Now I am an Apple guy. All right, 171 right now. The Diamond Handman is here as we're trying to hold on, man. Not only that, this is what we did. We got the reload right there, and that was very key. Down into the 50-period moving average on Google. So we take that reload really seriously when we're able to get it. So that's what we did. We talked about it. We put that on the board right now. Take out one more piece here at 89s. There it is, man. Let's see if Google can run the rest of the day. We're going to get back to that gym today. We're going to start going swimming a little bit. And then that's that. So being sick over the last couple weeks, I think I lost like 5 pounds. We'll see if we can keep that going. I figured the best way to lose weight is to not eat. And that was definitely was working.
Well,
so yeah, I mean, or just not eat, but eat right when you do. I mean, I think that's, like right
you
here.
definitely want to eat.
Today we had the English muffins, sausage and cheese. Like you got to kind of avoid that. Maybe
no egg.
If there was the egg in there.
No, that's
That's okay.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I just worry about that.
You don't need
the sausage was.
The sausage is okay, and the cheese is okay. It's not the end of the world. There's worse things you can eat. It's really just. I feel like it's all the bread. If you cut that.
Well, yes. And I thought, oh, is it Ramadan today? Okay, well, happy Ramadan if that's true. I'm going to say that because it's in the chat. But if it's, I haven't vetted that. But happy Ramadan. If that's the case, so I guess there's people fasting all over the world right now. Then I guess so. Congratulations.
Well, VWAP's busting out. Oh, come on.
Yeah, man, we are just huge right now.
Let's go, Apple. All right, Apple just broke VWAP. There's the higher low. I want to see that trend back in the upside. I caught it on the way down, but now we're going to look to get a bit of a bounce off of this VWAP. I just heard something about Mullen. But
yeah, just something about reverse splitting or something.
No way.
No, I was joking. No, I was getting some sort of a pop.
Oh, no, you said that. I was like...
But they reverse split last week, wasn't it?
It's just, I don't know. I get sick of the fact that the way that things happen over there at Mullen. Like, they've reverse split more than any other stock. I heard something about rules along those lines that they might actually finally limit the number of times you can reverse split to regain compliance. So IonQ still holding underneath VWAP, but I do want to get either into, I just showed you Apple off of VWAP, or if we can put another higher low here in IBIT, you're holding on to the 90,000 level. So 90,000's about, it's like this low here, but 51.10 to 51.20. As long as that can hold on, I want to see if we can jump back into IBIT. For now, it's still putting in lower highs, but the long's been working, so I don't want to completely give up on it. At least when I've taken it, the long's worked. Obviously, it's trending down, but taking some reversions of those downward moves has worked on IBIT. That's a better way to put it. So that, or Apple, or IonQ reload. Apple would be a bounce off VWAP, and it holding this trend from the bottom. So that's the next few plays for me. Still about 15 minutes to go. I've seen a lot of people in the chat, and shout out to Billy S, shout out to Trisha, saying TRNR has been ridiculously strong. The only thing I caution is this is a stock which has failed the pre-market high break, hasn't broken the low. That's the big thing. It has not broken that low of the prior day high, but it's still kind of a fail of that top. It's not usually a setup that I love where you failed the pre-market high break and are putting in lower highs. I like these better when they show you they can make another high and break out that $4 level, but it's on the radar for sure, the TRNR, because it's done 65 million shares in volume for $3 stock. So shout out to everyone that's on that one. For me, it's still not looking strong enough though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing too much strength looking at different stocks right now. I mean, we can look elsewhere. I just want to say, I'm getting out of Google. We topped out there at 171, so we're getting less and less. I mean, if this breaks 170, we're out. That was a good move up, and we took advantage of it. So that might even be too low. Let's go to 170.20. This market's a little bit much right now. I've been watching Palantir, the way that's been breaking. So it's just a bit too much right now in the market. So we'll wait. Oracle, Uber. Let me check out Uber right now, getting a little bit of a note on a scanner here. Remember, we do have different alerts hitting. This is an e-signal. You can definitely scan the QR code right there to get our watch list. But when the e-signal QR code comes up, we also have a link in description. Grab 1 month free. Oracle, SMR, AMD, PayPal, Amazon, all triggering in for some local looks for me. And then right here on the trade rate, Nova, Nova, right now. Sonova, okay. Right now, yeah, 70 million shares. Right now, Nova, 51%. So that's hitting on the trade rate, obviously. Tesla now back down to 298. Neil's in IonQ, so that's on the trade rate here. IBIT, or maybe not in, but we're definitely looking at it. I can't see anymore because there's eSignal. Oh, there, he's in it. Okay, good. There's TSLL, of course, that's a derivative of Tesla, Palantir, and then, of course, Strategy, which is no longer a micro strategy, it is a major strategy. And MSTR holding nearly similar to my position, 500,000 Bitcoins. Wow. So yeah, Michael Saylor et al. Were very excited when they saw Donald Trump sort of give that boost to the market. We'll see if crypto can hold out. And again, with his speech to Congress later on tonight or tomorrow for Donald, I think it's tomorrow, for Trump, maybe something happens with crypto, and we're all waiting to see that announcement. Plus, we're expecting something on Friday as well. There it is, 2480 for Intel. You got to take advantage of this, man, as we only have 10 minutes left, and then I'm out of here, and we'll come back and trade a little bit during the afternoon, and then, of course, at 2 p.m. again as well. So just trying to get some out. Our stop on Google's right here. It's about to break. We break down below 20. We're out of Google on a good reload and out of some of those shares, obviously, on that. So, yeah. So far, so good. One thing that we've ignored, though, today, I'm going to get some more out here on Google as we'll take advantage of this move and see if we get some 50s. We haven't talked too much about the US dollar, so let's go check in with Adara at the desk and find out what's going on in the space of Forex.
Here's the US dollar's daily chart here. So last week broke out pretty nicely of this downtrend we've had more or less since the start of the year, with this peak happening here on Monday, January 13th. Today, though, this is quite the bearish engulfing candle, giving up the last 2 days of price action for the DXY. If you missed it, we had a slightly higher than expected here print for the S&P manufacturing PMI, but a lower than expected print for the ISM manufacturing PMI. So some mixed PMI data coming through. Construction spending also slightly lower here on a month-over-month basis. But interestingly enough here, this area that we're trying to bounce off for the DXY is previous resistance going back to April 2024, that 106 halves level. So we'll have to wait and see what materializes there. But I think that level is certainly of note. Also of note here is the Fed funds tool. This is for the March 19th, 2025 meeting. In about 2 weeks from now, we have participants here pricing in 93% of participants expecting there will be a 93% of participants expecting no change, 7% expecting a slight cut. This is interesting too because this number has been pretty volatile. We usually see it mostly move in one direction. But a month ago here, 86% of participants expecting no change. A week ago, 96% of participants expecting no change. And then that number lessened as of last week to 92%. So the amount of people expecting a lack of change here in the rates has changed a little bit. So we're going to have to wait and see. But it seems like there could be some volatility, at least relatively speaking, on this metric heading into that meeting, guys, on March 19th, 2025. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, it's 2 weeks, not one.
I didn't realize. I didn't even realize it was that March 19th. That's going to come quick.
Well, I was just sort of saying I thought that was, 7% seems pretty high for next week, but it's not next week. It's 2 weeks from now. So that's going to get to 99%. It'll just take a little bit longer. A couple of updates here. I am out of IonQ. It did the curl. It went back into this prior high at 24.6. We jumped out of it. If we get another shot at VWAP, don't mind taking it again. And then Apple, while all that was going on, Apple bounced off of this kind of tight trend line that we had, tried to get back into 242.5, lasted about a couple of minutes, and then it broke trend to the downside. I didn't short it. I just got out of the long. So I'm not really looking short on Apple. Kind of a red to green story here. These are the names that I'm going to continue to watch in addition to Bitcoin. And not everybody's, but that TRNR that we were just sort of talking about. It's now holding VWAP. This one, it's got $4 or $3.96 is the current high. And if you look at the daily chart, which I didn't, a lot of times I say always when in doubt, zoom out, and then I don't show you guys the daily chart. But $4 has a lot of these wick tops in there. So 4 is a pretty key level. I always look for in the middle of the day, kind of like a break to show it can take the new high and then put in a nice little higher low somewhere that you can be long, kind of back into one of these levels instead of having to take the break and then suffer that pullback. I'd rather be when everyone is getting stopped out of the breakout trade, trying to collect the long just after it. So TRNR is on the radar. I should probably at least look to see if I can get or price locates. Not that I want to go short, but I like the flexibility. Not much happening in Bitcoin now, holding that 90-70 level. Same range where we got out of the second long the last time. So I'm not really seeing too much of an opportunity there yet, again, on Bitcoin. So I want to get back into IBIT if it starts going, Apple if it can hold VWAP, which it's not doing currently, or INQ short off of VWAP a second time at 25. Those things I'm watching for next. At this point, like Palantir was good early, INQ's been okay, but like Apple was a loss and Intel was a loss. And I haven't really gone back over to Intel because it just traded away from that level so quickly after that.
Oh boy.
Was it TSM news?
Intel, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was the same news we had before, just Trump confirming some of that investment there. Okay, so in a play that we don't have on our sticky note, but we went over here real early, man. 10 o'clock, that's 9:55. And we had talked about it when we had gone over some of the recap for the morning and what notes that we had. I liked Google into 170. So there's the 170. Obviously, we bled all the way down in. We were able to pick something up down there at 169. And again, if we like 170, we got to give it $1, man. You got to give some kind of room to Google, and we were able to buy then 169.50, which at that time was the low. It did pop back up, took $1, all of a sudden cranked again down there to 10 o'clock on consumer confidence, I believe it was ISM. So that was a nice downside move, and we talked about it. Even as we were taking this trade, man, we were like, okay, here we go, like will 169 hold? And again, we're now long at 170 right there, but this was the biggest trade for me of the day, down at 169, giving it 40 cents, and then now taking on a 40-cent worth of risk, taking $1.40 now. So that's been really pay dirt, and then we'll wait now to see if we can get VWAP and all. But you know what? Like Tesla, to me, I think is kind of lining up to be a little bit of a trade now because, you're just stuck between the 50 period and the 200 period, but trying to ramp up, or ranch, ranch dressing,
Ranch
or
is
you
fine, too.
you could also live on a ranch if you want to as well. That might be nice. But at the end of the day, these bottom wicks, we'll see if it can continue to stair step upside. But if you're in Tesla, I'd be very weary of it's still giving it up, right? You're still bouncing off the 200 period moving average. So the trend definitely has not changed. Still looks like we're starting to, you could go high, and then buy right now to the downside. So we're still not really making any new highs at any time like that. So for Tesla, so I can't get I can't get bullish on it on these levels. I still like the Chef Joe pointed out down here before it happened, man. You were talking about this at 300, down there to 293. I feel like you want to wait, maybe give some 295 love, but I'd be patient with this one as we just start to get out of everything, including, like we just said, Google and Intel. I bet you're out of that as well, but that had a nice move off the bottom as well as crypto got down to 89 and change, back up there to 92, now 91. So we'll wait to see what happens there. Why does PayPal keep showing up on my radar? 70, is it just because it's bouncing off of VWAP? Yeah, so, all right, so still bouncing. I just got a couple alerts on this in the last couple minutes, so it just means we're bouncing near VWAP again, so that's kind of like whatever, as many of these stocks do that. One name, Amazon, and again, the guys on the Midday show will most likely trade a little bit more runners, as that's more Sharif style, but still able to look at everything. Make sure you do put in the chat questions for these guys, comments and concerns, and everything. Same with us. Any stock you want us to look at, we'll do our best to try to do that.
Might have a new one here.
And I was just going to look at Amazon underneath VWAP down 1%, so this would be a short for me as well today.
Have yet to look at SMCI, flat bottom break SMCI, 39. Now that I say it, it's probably going to bounce.
You had to pay for shorts.
That's right. Well, I haven't looked at today, so I haven't paid for the shorts, as Sean just reminded me, because we always have to, but it's not at 39 yet. It's still about 1% away, down 5%. There's Friday's low. Technically, that's 38.86. Today's low is above 39, but if it breaks Friday's low, obviously that's kind of what I'm getting at. For SMCI, was a sell the news type of event when they finally reported. And even if you break this little flat bottom, you've got next level 37.5, which is this bottom here, and then the 50 period. So there's room to the downside on SMCI. Yeah, it's been a rough go for them since they reported their earnings. Everyone was kind of geared up for it, but the problem was it got bought up in anticipation that they were going to meet the deadline and file. So by the time it happened, everyone just started taking their profits. Like the stock went 3x, or at least 250% from that prior low here, like $25, $26. Yeah, I'm going to look for the breakdown of Friday's low. on SMCI, maybe even short some pops. So that and IonQ are the stocks I'm looking short, and IonQ's not going to get back to VWAP. Looks like it's just headed lower and lower and lower. NVIDIA's about to make some lows. Apple, which I thought was starting to look strong, and we could maybe grab some longs off VWAP, that's now breaking down as well. I got to go pay for those locates on SMCI because, I wasn't anticipating trading it.
All right, one more reload. Yeah, good look there. We're getting ready to wrap this thing up. So one more reload here on Google at 32 if we can get it. Okay, so there it is. So, no, we got... We didn't. Okay, well now we got partially filled, but now we have the full thing. If this breaks through 10 more cents, we're out. This risk to reward right here is ridiculous. I really like this opportunity right now on Google. I just, to give it that much room, maybe we get a little bit of a bounce up into the 50s again, and we can just sort of, scalp some of this out. That might be worth it. But again, if we drop below 20s right now, we're gone. The market's faded out again. We just looked at the charts and said like, okay, not sure we love this, and it looks like we're going to be right as it's starting to give. Okay, here we go. All right, whatever. We'll see if we can take 5% for 10 cents, pay a little bit of bills right there. But it looks like we are getting some downside pressure. We've been getting out of all of our longs, and I'm not sure what this day is going to bring. But if you just look at the chart, we had a huge move off the open, and now we just kind of rejected VWAP twice. We're starting to head lower. We're underneath the 50-period moving average. So if you're going to play the long, I think you're better off waiting for this because we're going to start testing a little bit lower now. So I'm going to be a waiter down here at 20,000. Well, I'm going to go, but this is where I'm going to be bidding. 20,800 if you're looking at the futures. I would give it up. There goes Google, right? I'm not going to slap a fail. I'm just going to slap an alarm. I mean, Google has been a great stock for me today. It's my #1 stock. It's a great one there, and no problem. As I told you guys that we are making some changes around here. Has Rob taken apart some computers in the back or some?
You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he broke it.
No, he didn't break it.
A little bit loud. We have the computers are on brackets and things like that, so taking them down can be quite the job there. So I feel
like that's a thing, Rob. That's a thing that like another thing the kids would be like, huh? PCs?
What is a
this
PC?
big, massive box that you need to put on a little rack.
Well, my kid's a gamer, so he has a box. Yeah,
it's 11 o'clock, everybody. We're going to get on over to the Midday in a quick second. Someone asked thoughts on Rigetti. I looked over at IonQ, not Rigetti today, but the charts are eerily similar. I just wanted to zoom out to show you Friday's little higher lows at 810 or so. That's once it's held. Maybe a second chance you'd get it. I'm looking more over at IonQ as the trade, and that has been bouncing kind of off the same area, like that 24 Friday support areas as well. So I've been watching IonQ for the VWAP short, and then you have a double bottom at 24. We're getting very, very similar chart. SMCI, possible flat bottom break as well if you look at Friday's lows. And you got the Bash Brothers coming in there. 100 P. We've got Joey Options, and Sharif the Professor. Go get it.
See you guys.
See ya.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I'm Sharif. And let's just see who we got today in the chat. Who makes it over first? The OG Gorev. Shut up, my man. Shout out to Kalua. Sup. Shout out to Options and DLV JF Trader as well joining us. Good morning. Right back at you, brother. We got the OG Nimit. We got Adara. We got the world's greatest mod. And Mr. Two Pamps himself. Shout out to the OG Darwin, Phil Rich, Mike Davis, Alfredo. We got Bud C, Diggity, Jacobs, Jimmy J, Cass M, AK, Glenn Smith, The Piper. We got Juan Padilla, McNephew, Cesar. We got, now it's moving too fast. Come on now. Lo-Fi Soul. We got Fun Media, Stock Up, Jacques, Sunray. How about Neilio and Cactus Jacks? Love how that's spelt, by the way. Good little name there. Jai Singh, The Skips 8, Todd McLean, Stay Cozy. What do you think, Randy? Should we keep going on? Hey, there's the man himself. We got Zeke. Not Zeker, Randy, but Zeke. We got Adam DeLuce. Shout out to ADL, Alpha Company. We got Mezcala. Isn't there an alcohol called Mezcal?
I think so. Yeah,
something like that. Like it's supposed to be like a new version of what's it called? Tequila?
Yeah, the
I don't know. We got George S., Shane Adams, Michael Almu. We got Kirk D, Memes, the Corleone family. We got Apex. How about Antoine? And a couple of more here. Mitchell, Andrew. We got Yar, Dollar Bill. One more. Daddy Gator, what's going on, everybody? I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Very interesting moves, Joseph, on the weekend. Not a quiet weekend, that's for sure.
No.
Especially if you hadn't been following what was going on. You probably log in Sunday night to check the account, do Monday prep. All of a sudden, bang, your IBIT position's up 10% one night. Yeah, that's the situation.
Yeah, good stuff there. I got the news in. Put it in the old chat there, and it's good stuff. So we're gonna see what's coming up with that there shortly. I thought they were gonna continue this climb, but the overall market seems relatively weak. We have a lesson today, guys, so we're gonna just roll through the top performing sectors real quick here and see what we got cooking up, okay, guys? So in first place, a little bit of a shocker here, guys. Real estate up about 0.8% here, and then we got the financial sector up about 0.5, closer to 0.6 there, guys. Excuse me, healthcare sector in third place there. So the win play show, we got the show with healthcare sector up about 0.5 as well too, folks. So good luck there. Then we're gonna go from the third last to last. Consumer discretionary up about 0.1% here, so still hanging on to that positive price action here, guys, as the energy sector heads a little bit lower, down about 0.4, and then we got the tech sector down about 0.6 as well too. Before we send it off to Sharif real quick, this is what we got kicking off. If we can pull up my chart real quick, here we go, perfect. So we grabbed the bottom there on NVDA, added to the position, and then we just got stopped out break even. And then here we go with some Tesla. We took multiple attempts on this. So this is TSLA. You know, I like to use a leverage derivative, slightly cheaper, and you get those larger percentage gains. So entry 1, stop out 1. Then we get right back into it there, guys. Piece out of it, and then stop out break even. And then I'm just doing some basic trend line analysis with here. Enter again, stop out break even, and then we entered again. And then once it breached that trend line to the downside, then we just got out of that position. So not a bad start
there's breaking news for Apple here. I don't know what's going on. There's nothing moving the stock, but Tim Cook posted this on Twitter. Tim Cook posts video to X saying this week, video says there's something in the air, and this is the video that he just posted there. This is on his X account. Something is in the air according to him. Can't maximize the video. There we go. Sorry? I can't hear you because it's playing in the background, so I can't. So anyway, that's a video right now for Apple. Again, not really moving the stock whatsoever. I'm assuming this might be the new MacBook Air or iPad Air. I don't know. Something to do with the Air. They have their whole line of Air products. Again, no stock movement right now, guys. I'll let you know if that ends up happening. All right, we got lesson of the day. We're talking about the measured move as we started discussing last week. So this lesson dives in to using the true range TR and the average true range ATR, they're different, to identify intraday trends, helping you navigate the dynamic world of short-term trading. Let's get down to business. As we always do, talk about things from a high level. What is true range? So let's talk about understanding true range and what it means. So imagine a stock is bouncing between the high and the low prices throughout the day, okay? You got your 244.03 on Apple, 239.82 low. That's the high and the low today on Apple. So the TR goes beyond the simple difference between these two and captures the market's overall movement. Here's how to calculate it. First and foremost, you want the current high minus the current low. So you would subtract 244.03 from 239.82 if you were to do that on Apple. Then you want the absolute value of the current high, which is the current high, minus the previous low. Now, you don't really need to memorize this or anything like that. The program does it for you, but it does behoove you to understand how it's derived. And then you get the absolute value of the previous close minus the current low. So the TR equals to the highest value among these three calculations. So whichever one is the highest value of these three bad boys here ends up being the TR. It considers not just the daily high and low, but also how the price moves relative to the previous day's close. So providing you a more comprehensive picture. And that's what we're talking about here when we're talking about the true range, your current high, your current low. That's method number one. Today's high versus yesterday's close, method number two. And then last but not least here, yesterday's close minus yesterday's close, which is the previous day's close, minus the current low. That would be method number three. let's talk about ATR, the average true range. So the TR is kind of a snapshot, but it tends, or trends, I should say, to emerge over time. This is where the ATR comes into play, the average true range. It's a technical indicator that smooths out the volatility by averaging the TR value. So each and every one of those values that we got on that day, we would be able to take that value, and then the ATR is a period of over 14 days. So you'd add those together and then divide by 14, okay? So again, it's just super simple. The ATR is the average true range with the previous day's period TR values, okay? Just to recoup again, this is where ATR comes into play. It's a technical indicator that smooths out the volatility by averaging the true range's value over a chosen period. Often it is 14 days that we use the average true range indicator. So ATR equals the average of the previous period's true range values. So slightly blurry over here, but kind of this is kind of explains what the situation is. So we're getting increases when the price has a big jump up. This is the average true range. So you can kind of see the ATR here kind of making those higher highs and higher lows, shadowing the price action. So how do we use TR and ATR for intraday trends? Okay, let's talk about the higher true range first. So a rising true range indicates to us increasing volatility. So this could signal a trend's beginning or the strengthening of a trend depending on the context. What does a lower true range say to us? A falling TR suggests decreasing volatility. This could indicate a trend's end or the potential consolidation period or the beginning of a potential consolidation period. So how do we use ATR here to filter all this out? So don't jump into every wiggle and move. No, use ATR to gauge what the normal price movement is for that stock, right? So if the price makes a significant move exceeding a multiple of the ATR, example, twice the ATR, 3 times the ATR, it suggests a stronger trend compared with a move within the ATR's range, right? Which could just be noise. So what we're looking for on a day like this, when we have like a big outsized move for Intel or Nvidia, which is down almost 5%, you want to see, is it still trading within its average true range, or are we exceeding the ATR? If we are, there may be something more to the move than that just noise kind of a look there. And remember, true range and average true range are volatility measures, not direction indicators. They help assess the strength or lack thereof of a trend, but do not predict its direction. And you can combine TR and ATR with other technical indicators like moving averages or price patterns for that matter for a more comprehensive understanding of what the trend is. And as always, practice does make perfect, guys. Look at historical charts, identify how true range and average true range evolved during the previously established trends, and you can apply this knowledge to your intraday charts. Observe how TR behaves using ATR and as a filter to identify potential entry and exit points based on that strength trend. So I hope everybody prints up a storm on this Monday morning.
Monday morning. All right, yeah, guys, let's see what we got going on. We had this NVDA cooking up, but then now I'm into some Alibaba. I know a lot of people want to talk some options about that, so we will shortly. Someone asked me, let me pull up the name here. Todd McLean said, Joseph, what do you think about some puts here because of those tariffs being implemented on China? I just want to bring up here, as I'm short this name right now for a specific reason, it's just this signal, right? So a nice inverted hammer right above the volume weighted average price. So we just played the break of that, looking for a round VWAP here. We are running in some prior resistance, which is now acting as support. But if we punch through that, then I think VWAP will be the next target. But now just referring to options, let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. And so they said, hey, what do you think about some puts? Yeah, I'm not going to say no. Just wait for that price action to play out, because this sector is, like, China is performing significantly better than what we are over here in the Western world here year to date anyway. So just wait. You don't want to go against a strong trend like that. And if you are buying puts, don't forget that the market maker is going to be on the opposite side of that trade, right? So they're going to be long BABA and all these names. So look for some open interest, et cetera, on that front to see, hey, how much deeper is this pullback going to be? Because you can see that the volume is starting to fall off a little bit as well, too. So is the momentum cooling down? Yeah, possibly, but just be wary, right? Like I'm not going to say no. Put in those risk measures and just see where the price action tells you. Wait for that news event to come out. Wait for everything to actually play out, and then play the price action based off of that. But here we are in some Alibaba. Hopefully that helped you as well, Mr. McLean. So. Yeah, just be patient with it. Let the price action play out. But here we go. We're starting to pull back towards it. I have definitive risk measures here. So 134 and we're going to get out. But I do like that inverted hammer right above the volume weighted average price. We got a little bit break here, but then just running into prior resistance, acting as support as I previously mentioned. So hoping that we can come touch into the volume weighted average price. I don't know if we go any south of that. The market is really mixed this morning. And I thought that it was going to be relatively strong, especially with some Bitcoin news coming out and what happened on MSCI on Friday. A nice rally into the close, which was really nice for some of the big tech names that are really down on the year, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Okay, here's what I'm looking at, guys. Let's bring in the trusty side charts and talk about these small cap gappers that I'm keeping my eye on today, baby. I got my eye on you.
You know what? Ion, that movie, what was that Will Smith movie when he was a cowboy?
I'm a cowboy.
Yeah, oh, that's frustrating me.
I just want to sing, Joseph. I don't want to talk about movies.
All right.
I'm just
I'm
playing over. Yeah, I can't sing up if my life depended on it. Let's talk about these small cap gappers, though, guys. BTAI, the OG of the small cap gappers on the today, up 175% and 146% since that bell rung. So this is an after the market kind of move. It is a dang rocket ship right now. I put in a dip trade on this. It's a kind of a random area, man. I'm trying to foreshadow the 10 exponential over here. Basically trying to put a dip trade at 5, mid 60s. So we'll see if I get that print. If I do, fantastic. We'll try our hand into this one. It's about that 5 1/3. That's where the volume weighted average price is. But as I look at it after the fact, it hasn't been respectful of VWAP. It's breached VWAP on multiple occasions, both on a wick basis and a closing basis. So I perceive this to be more of a 10 exponential type trade. You have fewer breaches of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 than you do of VWAP. So if I'm going to use a moving indicator here, it will be the 10 exponential until it shows that it will either respect VWAP or not. Right now, it did dip into 5 mid 70s. I didn't get the fill. I'm waiting in the 60s and it zooms up back into $6. So BTAI, awfully volatile, but putting a predictable higher high, higher low pattern. As you can see, though, the candles that bamboozle are plenty. Once, twice, OB dang thrice. What does this mean? That means when we get into these area highs, it's being met with aggressive profit taking or short selling. It's happened on every occasion that we made a new high. I'm talking about that 950 candle. I'm talking again about that 1010 candle. This is on the 5-minute, by the way. And then last but not least, that 1045 candle. All of them are topping tail. All of them probably stopped you out if you had your stop too close. So you need to account for that. The range per candle on BTAI is wide. If you don't account for that, you're either going to trade it poorly or you'll keep getting stopped out and get really frustrated. So BTAI, trade it appropriately. I'm also looking at ALDX. This one is kind of doing a rounded top. So it looks like it could be setting up for a short. I'd like to see how this bad boy interacts with that volume weighted average price. I'll have to likely wait till, 6 mid-teens, 6 low teens, something like that. And then we got Convict Music. And you know we up front. No, here's the deal, Joseph. This one's broken down now below VWAP. Can't trade this. So this is a pre-market high that we still haven't cleared. We did actually clear it after the bell. That's incorrect. The 930 pop took us to 813. That breached the pre-market high. But this breaches my other rule, which is trading above the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to work above $6.50 for me to get interested. ACON still up a respectable 66%, but well off the highs. Soundhound, we're going to leave that bad boy. That's a play from Friday. It's up 5.5 percentage points on the day. If it wants to hold up here, even better. CTM, though, this could be an entry here on the dollar name, okay? So this one has a very predictable, respectable higher low pattern. Percentage up on the days, 37.5%. It's at the volume weighted average price right now. I like this entry. Oh, I just got the entry right now on BTAI. So let's throw out some orders up in this. You know what? Let's see if we can extract some profits. All right, it's already popping off over here. Let's see if we can get something in the high 80s as well. I'm going to wait at 88s and then see what we can do from there. So where do we got long? We got long 69s. Wet the beak there quickly. Oh, made a mistake there. Just allow me a sec to fix my charts. There we go. Restore. That's easy enough. So that's what we're doing right now, Joseph. We're involved in BTAI, looking for this bad boy to move up to the high side. I'm also probably going to punch into CTM here. BTAI, the volume weighted average price is at 5 1/3. We'll see if it wants to hold up above there. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, still sitting in this Baba short here, but I think I'm going to get out of this trade relatively quick because we just have to use this as our stop, right? So I'm playing that inverted hammer, so definitive stop there, running into some pre-market zones, and then if we break through that with that volume, so yeah, that's the game plan. It's looking like we're going to get stopped out here shortly, and you have that isolated volume signature that we need to keep an eye out on too. So yeah, relatively strong, and I was mentioning that before when someone asked me a question about it. It's just, yeah, just don't try to short things that are overly strong right now. Market is weak, so there's other things to short, but I just wanted to try that inverted hammer, small size, and that's it. So hold on to that. We're probably going to get out of that if we have the if we do break it, and then that's it. But we're also in some TSLL, and why am I in this? Just because of I like the price action pattern here. We're starting to compress, and I do believe that we're going to break. So it's just going to be a matter of time to decide which direction we want to go. But here you can see we got some key levels here, putting in almost double bottom type price action. We do have some wicks, but buyers just continue to push price right back up. So if we can break here with some volume and momentum, then I think we're going to be able to break this range here. This is a key pivot range. And then run into some key pre-market lows, or pre-market consolidation phases, and then go for the pre-market highs. So that's the game plan on Tesla, and they had some good stuff coming out as well too. So a lot of people a little bit dovish, I guess, in this name, as well as Apple coming out with some news, an Air. I wasn't even paying attention with what Tim Cook said, but they're coming up with that new iPhone E or S or whatever it's called. I don't think that's a needle mover in my opinion. It's just another version of a phone. And it's funny because Selena has the 16 and I'm looking at my old 10 and essentially the same thing. It looks pretty identical, so not much of a difference there. But here we go, guys, holding on to TSLL. Someone asked me in the chat to look at Pepsi for them and potential entries. The thing is with these names, I think this is more of a dividend play, but just look at this primary trend. This is a lot of choppy mess, so just ask yourself, do you want to invest in this? Like, it's essentially directionless for the past couple of years, even though you do get some gains. I shouldn't say directionless, but like it's just like you're up here, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So more of a dividend play, I believe, on that front. And with the GLPs out, a lot of people are utilizing them and trying to avoid all this type of stuff here, these fast food and all these snack makers. So yeah, we'll avoid that, but you are running into some key resistance zones. If you sit on top of this range, then maybe you can come up and test here, but that's quite a ways away, and we have to keep that in mind. So just be wary, ask yourself, do you want to be involved in that type of beta and something that is that volatile? And I mean, it's not like crazy volatile Pepsi, it's just the ups and downs that you have to continuously sit through, and that's not the funnest thing, right? Like, especially if you like to monitor your count quite often, then you're not going to have a good time with that. But here we go with Tesla. We're starting to break out here, guys. Looking really, really good on this name. Didn't take too much, but we're on like our third or fourth try. The only reason I'm continuing to take stabs is that they're working, right? So you just got to be really, really patient. So what I had initially for my first couple of entries was this trend line that I drew. And then once we broke it to the downside, you can see I just got out. So I was expecting it to hold. It grabbed some more liquidity, and then now it looks like it wants to climb slightly and slightly higher. Let me get this off here. But yeah, Baba is going to be a trade that we're going to hop out of here not too shortly because it looks like it's going to break that high. It is holding relatively well as Tesla continues to climb. So we're going to start to take some out here on Tesla, Sharif.
All right. Sounds good, Joseph. I'm just layering my orders. We're going to set up. Guys, there's a monster right now by the ticker RADX. Oh, baby. This bad boy is halted to the upside, halted at 764. It's up a decent 52.8%. While it's halted, we're going to talk a little bit about it. Very low volume on the day so far, 598,000 shares traded, and I've got no more information on it than that. Let's see what Trade Ideas has to say about RADX. It's also got a very, very little amount of information. So instead of giving you the wrong information on that, I'm just going to stay quiet about it because this one says that there's a billion share float. I'm pretty sure that is not accurate. 1.5 billion share float, probably a pre-split type situation. But we're involved in a couple of names right now. I'm involved in CTM at VWAP, looking to take the first print there at $1.52. It's at $1.52 right now, but it'll have to cross for me to get in. This is the one I'm involved in, though, with more share size. BTAI, it's got a 15-minute red setup with 3 5-minute candles, all negatory, but it's still above the volume weighted average price. I've put my beak witter there at 5 1/3 to get in more shares to the downside. My cost basis is 63. It's showing me 51s. I did scalp a tiny bit to the high side on this one, but nothing really to note. It's going to have to hold this 5. I'm putting my stop below that 5 1/3. So I'm going to give this one a little bit of room here, but it's going to have to continue to hold this general area. Otherwise, we're not going to give too much back. The higher low situation is still in play. So if you were to look at each area, trough 440, initially there, then 460, then about 520, and then now if we hold up here about 540, give or take. So let's see if this bad boy wants to hold on to the volume weighted average price. Let's set up some orders on this bad boy up here for the level there. I'm also keeping my eye, as I said, on CTM. Let's see how we're doing on that. Okay, we got the print to the high side there. Now let's see if we can get that 155 print. CTM up 42%, a bit of a slow mover, but a predictable area to get in because it was the volume weighted average price, of which it's been respectful on the day. This is the one I'm waiting for to open right now. It halted at 11:20.30. So, I got stopped at a BTAI. Wow, that was quick. What a quick drop there. Let's see if it defends 5. Whew, that was a quick, aggressive drop there, so we'll go negatory on that one. I'm not going to get long below VWAP. It's going to have to set up so I don't feel too bad about this. I said it wasn't really respecting VWAP, so I tried to base my entry on the 10 with my stop being below VWAP. Now it's kind of breached both, so there was really nothing that I could do here from a trend perspective to avert that. You win some, you lose some. We give back a little bit on BTAI. I'll keep my eye, though, on CTM and this one, RADX. Like I mentioned, halted 764, 11:20.28. Let's find out what time it is right now. Are we about to open or what? 11:25:10. So this one should be opening in about 10 seconds or so on RADX. The theoretical auction price, $794. We're halted at $764, $790 now. Point is, it's a little bit higher than what we halted at. So not a bad look right now on RADX, up 52%. Sorry, I can't give you more details on this one. There it is, open to the upside. 794 now, high a day. The halt level, as we talked about, 764. Let's go ahead and wait over here at the halt level, possibly to get a bit of a dip trade. Oh, what's going on over here? There we go. Yeah, I don't want to chase this one, but this one is going. Okay, so it is breaking away. 850, it's going to take out the high there. 853, RADX now up 70%. This one's really going, guys. Didn't want to jump into it too aggressively there in case it lost the bid, but we are higher now, 853. It could halt here if we hang out here for about 10 seconds. 853 is the level we will likely halt at. If you got a few more seconds at this level, yeah, it does look like it's going to be a real halt as opposed to a false halt here. Yeah, so we are halted 853. The top showing me $9. This could be the one. Let's see. Again, sadly I don't have enough details on this bad boy. Let's see if eSignal's got more information on this monster over here. Where'd we go? There we go. Main. Then we can type in like this, RADX, and then I should have the detailed information about it over here. Yeah, this one's not giving me much either, to be quite honest with you. So basic, let's go to stock. Okay, well, yeah, it's not doing much either there. So yeah, I'll definitely keep looking around, see if I can extract some more information about this RADX, but Joseph, this one is headed to the high side.
High side. All right, guys. Yeah, so here we go on some TSLL. I still like the setup, but we're just going to be patient and wait for that volume to step in. I did get out break even, so just being really tight on the risk measures here. So enter, took a little bit off, not enough, unfortunately, and then we got stopped out break even. That's okay, because we'll just wait for that secondary entry. And what I'm really looking for is the break of this resistance zone. Let me clean up the chart here, guys, so you can just kind of see what we got going on, without having all those things. Without all those fills on there. So yeah, this is the resistance zone I'm looking to break. I want to see that momentum and that volume really kick in as we push through those key levels, and then we're going to look to participate. The issue with that is, you know what I'm going to talk about is the RVR aspect of this. So I have to risk to just below VWAP, right? You don't want to be mid-range or anything along those lines if we do decide to break and then pop up with some volume. So that's what we're going to be extremely patient for, and just sit here and wait. Adam DeLuce had a very interesting comment and a very good question. He said, Joe, what's the options market? What's the options market looking like? We're going to talk more about that as soon as we get back from Midday.
Here's an update here. I first posted a couple weeks ago, but now because the month of February is over, we're about 1/6 of the way through 2025. And if you recall, we actually had the chance here to pick our stocks of choice. It's actually, I think, the graphic from the first move. So let me get the one from the most recent. Here we go. This is actually the most recent one. This is our first graphic here. As you can see, showing up quite a lot here on Palantir. Tesla, a bit of a struggle. This is as of the end of February. So this is how everyone's doing here. The percentage up or down that each pick is. You can check this out on X at TTV Research for more context. But basically, each of us picked our top 3 stocks that we saw for 2025. We had, of course, Palantir dropping quite a bit from last time we got this graphic. Tesla, also much lower than it was initially. I want to clarify as well, this is for all of the equities as of the close of February 28th is when I got these numbers or these percentage changes from. For Bitcoin, I used the close on Sunday, but it is worth noting, of course, we've had some moves in this already since. I'm just trying to use the end of the month to keep it pretty consistent. So with that in mind here, how is everyone performing? This is the ROI on the average of all 3 investments. So Neil, Sean, Sharif, and myself, you're all positive. Brendan and Joe both red right now. And actually, our total picks flat, negative 0.16. So basically, average of all of our picks haven't performed much at all this year to date. But about 10 months left for the year. I'm going to be updating this every month and every quarter to see how these picks are progressing. Again, this is from that Jimmy Carter stream that took place on January 9th. You can check that out if you want more context. Back to you.
Get it, Neil.
Yeah, get it, Neil. I had a boy, Neil, climbing from behind there, taking the top spot off of Sean. So
all right.
how it is.
We're all gunning for you then, Neil. Now you're in the sights now, Neil. All right.
Because
he's good with that. I don't think he minds.
No, he doesn't.
I don't think he minds at all.
Yeah. So that's a tough look.
He's like, just don't touch my food right now. Like, oh, he's not try not to spill his food.
Yeah, so
my bad. Oh, wow.
Oh, I ate the other piece there last time. Thanks.
So Joseph's been eating Ram's food in the fridge.
Yeah.
And Ram, kind of to be passive aggressive as she always is, she put one there for him.
Thanks.
And then let him know that she put it there for him to eat. Implicitly, she's tacitly telling you, don't touch the other one, right? Is that?
Well, no, I think she said she put another one in there for us. So that's what real friends do.
Real friends.
Yeah, that's what
she's
real
got
friends.
She's got you conned there, Joseph.
That's what real friends do.
Wow. Yeah. Well, keep drinking that Kool-Aid, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, guys. Good stuff there.
Good time.
Yeah. Great times. Good stuff from Adara too. I'm really liking that. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Thank you so much for Adara. Yeah. That's fantastic work there. I'm sure some of these names are going to start to pick up a little steam. I mean, once Bitcoin starts rolling and we got some big news going on there, watch out for Brando because I believe he has it on his picks as well too. So that thing can go up a couple 100% in a year or 100% easily. So just be wary of that because once the ball really, really gets rolling, then watch out. It's hard to stop that moving train, especially with Bitcoin. And I thought that was going to be the case kind of over the weekend. We engulfed a whole week of selling. We just engulfed in a couple of hours off of that tweet by Donald Trump. So looking for that continuation in the momentum. Unfortunately, with IBIT, it did not continue. But what we can do is we can look at it from a daily perspective to see what's going on, and it's just filling gaps, right? So it's obviously not a coincidence that we get to the top of this gap here, and then now we slightly reject. We had the inability to break through this key support level, and I think that was some really, really key, this 95, 92 area, and then we just kind of just sell off and then enter back into the gap. Are we going to continue in the momentum? I think only time will tell, and we just have to be patient to see what's going on with that reserve, if that EO is going to be officially signed, and then we get that reserve, and then I think this thing is going to go just parabolic at that point, or maybe it chops around a bit. But again, Sharif, it's positive news for you to get to that 125, and with news like this, I think you're going to get there in no time, to be honest.
I don't know, brother. I think I've just kind of accepted the eventuality of that bet, and if I win, fantastic. If I don't, too bad for me. All right, so here's the deal, guys. We put some shares on here. I fat-fingered. I didn't mean to have this many shares. I'll just tell you, quite frankly, I had like 5-6 times the amount of shares that I normally take, and so we're extracting here on BTAI to the high side. Now I'm setting up here at 75s and the 79s. This one reclaimed VWAP and has a bit of an aggressive move up over here. We're long 43s, so let's see if this one wants to weasel up. You know where I'm waiting, man. We're gonna wait at 69. If I'm in the 60s and I don't have an order at 69, I'm shutting down the show. We're not gonna even take any more trades. So we're gonna continue to wait over here to the high side on this one. This one does look like that respect either came in at that $5 area or was a 20 exponential moving average. I can't quite tell, but it is technically a higher low. So again, if you were looking at the lows previously at 4 1/3, and then above that at 4 1/2, now you're looking at the higher low on the 5-minute at that $5 area. Let's switch to 5 and kind of make my point over here as it comes right back down into my area. So area low, and then another area low, each one a little bit higher than the previous one. So we'll see if this one wants to work back into that $6 area. I'm not going to allow any part of this to go against me. So we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of an order. Oh, here we go. It is coming against me now. Drop down. If it doesn't pop up, I'm going to flatten out over here. Let's see if it wants to work back above that $0.50. I'm not going to give back anything here. If it loses 40 on the bid, or on the ask, I'm gonna flatten out. So far, it's not quite yet. So right back above that 50 it goes. That'll give me an opportunity to throw at the stop exactly that I wanted. So we'll go ahead and wait like that, and then we'll go just like that. So now we put in the stop in play, and it is no more a subjective decision anymore. CTM, yeah, we extracted one out over here. This one dropping back down into VWAP. I don't know how I feel about CTM trading in this way. I was really looking for a higher high here to break above that 9.5. So it does look like it is losing that area right now. So if we drop anything below that $1.44, that's going to be the end of the trade. But RADX continues to fly to the high side now, 961 high a day. It's now below 9. The volume weighted average price at 8. Something tells me this is not even going to see VWAP for a hot minute. I hate punching in at these highs, but I don't mind building into the position with small share size. RADX is the one I'm talking about, guys. It's up 80%, was a lot higher, obviously, when it was at that 961. Let's go ahead and punch in here. No, I'm not going to punch in here because it's coming back down. I'm going to wait at 8. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and wait like this. At 810, we'll see if we can get something on a dip trade and a move back into VWAP. That's what I'm going to try for there. Likely will probably not get filled because it is right back into that $9 area. RADX is a monster. Back to BTAI. I'm still waiting at 69. And then, yeah, right back down it goes into 40. So this one, yeah, I might have had a good trade by accident on this one. Let's call a spade a spade. Fat fingering in like 5 times the shares I normally take. I'm obviously getting a nice bump up there, but I don't think the pattern is really assisting me. In the sense that we're putting now a lower high than the previous high at 570 something. So this one feels like we're going to continue with our lower highs, hence why I moved up my stop loss order. CTM did break into that 144, so I did get stopped out for the remaining amount there on CTM, so we'll give some back. I'm either going to get filled at 8 here on RADX, or looks like I won't take the trade here, Joseph, at least not yet, not unless it sets up in a different way. So focusing on these 3 right now, we're 1 for 1, positive, very done well on BTAI, but gave back a little bit there on
CTM. Yeah, I mean, guys, for me, let's see if we can start to flip the bias a little bit here and continue with that downward momentum. Because that's what it's looking like. The market's starting to pull back in. And then Apple started to trade higher on that news by Mr. Cook himself. And then just engulfed that whole range that it kind of broke out of on a bearish candle. So is the sentiment weak? Yeah, let's wait out. We're going to just widen the stops, take a little less shares, and then see where that leads us, because Tesla is still slightly positive on the session. It does look like it wants to break out, but one thing that we need to keep in mind here, guys, is that the volume on the volume by time profile is really weak. So as we go to push through key resistance zones, we need to have that volume step in here in order for us to kind of want us to confirm that breakout trade. But if it's not, and if it's dwindling, then I'm just gonna be like, hey, let's continue with everything to the south side. We got to widen the stops and everything along those lines. But if we break through some of these key levels, then it looks like we put in a double top, inability to reject this, to break through this resistance zone, and then maybe we go back and test the low a day. Amazon's at the low a day. The Q's and the SPY are heading towards that as well too. Baba's still relatively strong. That trade seems to be working out right now. So yeah, we're gonna go with the short side here. Google slowly turning over as well too, guys. We got that turtle shell type price action implementing here. So inability to breach through the volume weighted average price, slowly curling over and then now running into some support zones. Let's see if that can break. Again, if we're looking for those breakout trades, we really want to be confirmed by volume and that pickup on the time of sales and in the tape as well too. So that's what we're gonna keep our eye out for. I'm gonna be really patient with this Tesla trade, because at some point with this price compression, we are gonna break to a direction, and I'm just gonna look to participate on that front, all right? So yeah, guys, if you guys are looking at anything in the chat, please feel free to let us know, and we'll go over it real quick, because I'm just sitting on my hands right now. But here we go with Apple before I send it back to Sharif real quick, because I know he's got some stellar trades cooking up over there. But look at this, we break through here, run into some key resistance zones, prior aftermarket and pre-market areas, and then we just reject and then just engulf this whole zone here on Apple Street.
You ever see White Man Can't Jump? The original, not
with Woody Harrelson.
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
Seen that?
Yeah, I might have seen it. Yeah, but that's
the
like
one in Venice Beach.
My
the
God,
Venice
guys,
Beach one.
I knew.
Hold on, don't say nothing yet. Neil, you know where I'm going with this, Neil? We go and Sizzler. We go and Sizzler. Oh man, this is a banger right here. I feel good about this trade. 8-10, literally have bottom wick. If I can show this, let me flip to the one on this bad boy over here. Literally bottom wick. The only reason I have bottom wick is because that was a volume weighted average price. All the way up into that 8.25. So we'll hit the dollar winner on this monster. RADX Joseph holds VWAP to a dang T. Right back into the high side we go. 977 now. High of day doesn't take out that 980. It is up 85%. What a monster move right now on RADX. Let's see if this one wants to continue going, baby. We got 10 coming up real soon. That's about 23 pennies from the high of the day. Something tells me 10 is going to get taken with no problem. A 979 now high a day. We're printing 69s here on the ass, so we could easily break above that $10 area on RADX. Joseph, I don't even know what this company does. Like, I'm looking up here at the blotter. I'm not getting any information. So sorry, can't pass on along any information about the short float, the float. I mean, Trade Ideas is telling me a 1.5 billion share float, but something tells me that's likely pre-split. So let's go ahead and have a look at the daily chart to see if this bad boy did split recently. And it didn't. What is this weirdness, dude? Okay, so this launched, I guess, as an IPO. Doesn't look like it was a SPAC here or a direct, I don't know. Back on December 5th, highest point ever, was a breach of that $50 area, and then we've been basically selling off, hanging below $6 for the most part. And today is like really the first outsized day since, day 2 and 3 of the IPO. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Definitely interested in it again if it comes up and sets up in the right way. RADX, Joseph.
RADX.
Radical.
Getting radical. I was just about to say getting radical there. Yeah, good stuff there, my guy.
Sir.
Holding on to this TSLA, let's see what's cooking up with that one. Some people in the chat are asking thoughts on PayPal, little fintech here. We can talk some of that. PYPL. And see what's going on with that. Yeah, from a daily perspective, not looking too pretty. So here we go, guys. Let's see what we got from a percentage metric off of those highs, about 25%. So a lot of these names getting banged up, so not looking too good. I'm pretty sure Visa's doing half decent as well. Yeah, so yeah, oh wow, Sharif, you mentioned this to me the other day. Yeah, exactly. You mentioned this to me the other day. And here we go, continuing to climb higher and higher. Maybe I should get involved in this because this looks like a really, really strong name. And I guess it's really popular, one of the more popular cards. But yeah, that's Visa. PayPal not looking so good. If you're looking fintech here, then yeah, may as well just maybe go with Visa or some of the stronger names. But yeah, guys, holding on to this Tesla. We got this trend line here that I drew out. I don't know why it's not displaying on this, but this is what I'm just following. So we had the inability to construct any new higher high. So we're forming these higher lows, which is really important. Gonna look for the break of the base, and if there is, we're gonna go somewhere in the mid-range, and then that's where I'm gonna start to take some off the top. You can see that we had multiple trades on this. Trade 1 right here, stopped out. Took a bunch off here on number 2, entered again here on the hold of this trend line, got stopped out break even, and then we entered again, stop out, and then we're gonna enter this trade one more time to the short side. If we sit on top of this, if a 1 minute candle sits on top of this and then continues to the top side, then I'm just gonna be wrong on that thesis, and that's okay. But other than that, guys, we had that Alibaba trade that is still slowly grinding lower and lower. You can see that it didn't break through that hammer candle high. So if you were just a little bit more patient, then you would have been able to get up here as it failed to break this high and then just take it all the way down there. So opposed to me just being in here, now my risk to reward is vastly skewed. I could have took some off here at the attempt of the touch of VWAP. But let's see what we got going on for top volume this morning, especially in some of the larger names. I have my scanner's a little bit different than Shreve's, but I'm going to get his metrics actually very shortly because he's got the small caps. They're moving really, really nice. But again, NVDA at the top of its class with 137 million shares traded thus far in the session. And then INTC with 61.7. PLTR sitting in that show place with about 55.2 million shares. And then SOXL, so a derivative for some of the semis there, with about 54.4 million. NVDA is just extremely weak today. We took a couple trades on it, but it's just continuing to move south of 120 here. Now we're sitting at 118. I mentioned last week that we got to watch out for these key support levels that are pointed out. So this is going to be the next level. If it breaks, then we got to look for the next target. And I'm going to say that's going to get close to that mid 100, 110, 105-ish if it decides that it wants to go to the south side. So yeah, here we go. Really long consolidation phase. It's essentially done nothing since June of last year. Just to keep in mind, considering that we were up over 100%, couple 100% for the past couple of years, but now we just entered this consolidation phase, just like Microsoft. So watch out for these key levels. 115, I think, is going to be a pivotal moment in this name, Sharif.
All right, guys, RADX, new high day, 1027. It was going to false halt at, I think, 1015, 1010, somewhere in and around there. Ends up breaching that level, makes a new high, 1027, coming down now, still well above the 10, well above the 20. It's one of those anomalies where VWAP is higher than the 10 exponential moving average. You don't often see that on small cap gappers. VWAP now really moving up 8 2/3, whereas the 10 exponential sitting at 8 1/5. So I'm going to wait for this bad boy to calm down, come into 9, come into VWAP, something predictable. I don't want to punch in at the highs. RADX is on one, and it's going to be in focus for me today. But I also want to talk about Nat Gas. As Adara showed up there, it's one of my picks, and I'm not Nostradamus or anything like that, just kind of trying to use technicals to my advantage. Nat Gas up big on the day, 7 1/3%. This thing keeps putting in higher lows and higher highs, and I'm not going to take credit for this. This is Michael Noss's trade. Okay, what Michael Noss brought to my attention on Nat Gas was a decisive close above the 200 moving average, which it could not do for the life of it, basically since September of 2022. This is the daily on UNG. The last time Nat Gas, obviously it's closing above the 200 now, but look at this. It wasn't able to close above the 200 since the double top, that very, very well-known double top that we put in, that we popped into, August of 2022. So the last time it was able to close above there was early October, late September. Now that all changed when basically towards the end of last year, that December 27th, January 3rd, or 2nd, the first day of the year, was when we actually defended nat gas. Most notably, we come back in and we test it. We test that 200. It gets defended. It gets tested again over here towards the end of January, and we make newer highs and higher lows. So really liking the look on nat gas. It's up 7% today. To me, this is a play. It's an AI play, okay? It's not just about nuclear and using nuclear power to power these data centers. You're going to have to, diversify your power sources, and I'll submit to you, nat gas, given the current price, looks at being depressed from historical, being really close to historical lows, or at least recent lows, does look like it's a good value for your money right now if you're looking at powering these very expensive data centers. So nat gas and focus. Now you can trade this one of several different ways. Keep your eye out in the chat for Jay Lee. He's often trading Boyle, which is a triple levered ETF corresponding to nat gas. You don't have to trade that one. Sorry, that's a twice levered. So it's 2 times levered ETF for nat gas. You can also trade UNG, which is just, it's a nat gas ETF. If you have access to the futures contracts, you can trade NG, which is, I think they call it the Henry Hub Natural Gas. It trades on the NYMEX. So it's not on the CME, it's on the NYMEX. Yeah, you can trade the futures contract there. I believe we are using, let me just make sure which contract that we're currently on with nat gas. It is NG. I believe it's the March contract. Yes, we're still using the March 27th contract. I don't believe we've rolled into the April 1 quite yet. So those are different sources that you can use, obviously, in order to access a nat gas trade. So I'll keep my eye out on that, but very much still interested in these small cap gappers. In fact, let's bring in the side chart here, see if anything's set up anew. BTAI is going to be on my S list until it can work its way higher above VWAP, stay above VWAP, and then show me its intentions to start trending up again rather than moving sideways like that. ALDX is different than RADX. They both have DX as the last 2 letters in the ticker. Our ALDX kind of doing a rounded top, coming into that volume weighted average price at 613, 615. The volume on this one, though, has dried up, and as a result of that, it's no longer a viable trading option. It's got to be liquid for me to be interested. So ALDX might lose its spot on the side chart there. Acon is going to lose its spot very, very soon because it is below VWAP right now, and it has been staying below VWAP. In fact, it's making lower highs, and if we breach that 494 low of day, that will be a lower low. So Acon looking like it's giving up the ghost over here, despite the fact that I wanted to trade it. Yeah, why not? We could be singing Acon. Oh, wow, RADX, bro, is the gift that keeps on giving, Neil. It just won't stop making higher highs and higher lows. It's a 1082 now HOD. I was waiting at $9. I just removed that order. It's no longer valid. This thing is really going right now. But as I always say, with these monsters that start breaking away like this during the midday, please trade them carefully, use the appropriate size given your experience, use proper stops, and make sure that your stop placement is not just subjective. Well, it's always subjective, but it's not just put willy-nilly based on how much you're willing to lose. It should be sound stop placement. So if you're putting it, prior bar low, below an area trough, etc. So make sure it's sound stop placement. Otherwise, you're going to get really frustrated getting in and getting stopped out because it's very volatile. It moves dollars at a time, right? So you're like, oh, I hate this stock. Every time I get in, I get stopped out. Yeah, I feel that. Trust me, been there. But usually there's a reason for that. And here it goes, 1092, 11 the high a day now, Joseph. This thing is on one. It's going without me. I had a decent trade on anymore, but it looks like a bad trade now because it's like $1.50 higher than where we got out. I suck.
We call him Devin Haney hands.
We're gonna have to get into that fight.
Devin,
bro,
yeah,
on
that
the
was it.
weekend.
Yeah,
What,
that was it. Yeah,
what- that was a fight.
He lost.
I know,
He
but I don't think
lost,
that's
man.
necessarily a bad thing for boxing right now.
No,
and I like this.
Lamont Roach.
guy.
Yeah. I mean,
He impressed me, Joseph.
big time. His defense was immaculate, and the thing that I
can take a
noticed,
punch, too, bro.
right? And he can take a punch. And one thing that I really noticed, Sharif, is that he just kept making Tank miss with his left hand.
You saw that?
Yeah, like he kept making him miss, and I'm like, wow. And he rolled him really well. One thing that I think with Tank, he is a smaller guy, but he was just getting in too tight and wasn't giving himself a little of that distance. And if you check, he didn't get his uppercut off very many times.
Rarely.
And that's right. And
Well
that's
said.
Tank's like go-to punch. And Lamont's defense was just too tight and just extremely well. So for those who watched that fight, it was definitely entertaining. And let's see what you guys think, man. I think that Tank lost for the first time in 30 fights, and he got lucky to walk away with the drop.
You could tell Tank knew he was not ahead. Tank dropped his hands in the last two rounds to lure in Lamont. Lamont wasn't buying. And I kept yelling at the TV like a crazy man, don't fall into his plan.
Fall into it.
Yeah, because you could tell Tank was trying to lure him in because he knew he was either going to have to knock him out or he had to have two big rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
And let's call a spade, Joseph.
Oh,
that was a knockdown.
That was a knockdown.
That was a 10-8 round that wasn't called.
You can't just be like, hey, let me take a knee here because there's something in my eye.
Come on,
no, man. Everybody knows. Yeah, great fight. Everybody's loving it. It was a really good fight. But the thing is, though, I was worried about Tank the past couple fights, especially against Frank Martin, because he looked really good. But then he obviously got knocked out. But then Lamont Roach came in and didn't really play into any of the mind games or anything that Tank's like really, really good at. So really good fight there. Great weekend. And more to come, guys. A big UFC fight coming up this week. Bang. But here we go. We're in some Apple. We're catching things off the bottom here, guys, to see if we can hold. And we did. So a nice indecision candle at the low. And then now we're just taking it to the top side. I know a lot of people in the chat are saying, Joe, Tesla. Yeah, I got stopped out of that one to the short side. And now it's starting to break out to the top side. And we're seeing that volume slowly start to stair step higher on that breakout. And that's exactly what you want to see as we punch through some key resistance zones. That volume is really starting to pick up, guys. So that's a positive note for the breakout. I was short here. Then I said once we break that trend line to the top side, then I'm just going to get out and see what's going on with that. But here we go. That is confirmation of the breakout. We really like this one here. Continuing to stair step higher and higher on that 5-minute time frame. So we'll keep an eye out on that one, and hopefully we can continue to rise. This is the next target, in my opinion, for Tesla, that 304.29. It may take a while to get there, but as long as that volume continues to accelerate, then I think we're going to be sitting in a good position with some of these big names, because the market is starting to pull back in here, heading back into the middle of this range. And I like that point that Sharif was mentioned earlier, is that like, hey, you don't want to just have your stop in no man's land. You want to find it above and below support and resistance zones. Like if we were to play a breakout here on the Qs, there's no point in putting your stop in this mid-range because the chances of price being attracted to those levels are extremely high. So that's why risk to reward is extremely important, and having the ability to put your stop in zones that the market hasn't necessarily touched yet. So valid point by Sharif. Let's continue to hold on to this Apple trade here. I think we might climb higher in today's session, Sharif.
All right, I'm crazy. I punched long on the halt parameter down on RADX. I've seen this story before. A very small share size though here, guys. I've seen this story before. I punched long while it was showing me that halt parameter, so I literally do have 1 penny below the halt level, 39. I punched long 38. So we'll see what comes. Right now, it's obviously showing me a terrible tap, a theoretical auction price of $7. That's $2.39 lower than where I punched long. I'm going to take my chances here because I had a nice big move up on it. So here's the deal. I'm not going to allow anything lower than 8, so I will put a script order which operate even when this thing is halted. So normally on the P Pro system that we use at Real Trading, I would have to put an order called a market on open order, a moo order, okay? And the production team's the best. Everyone started mooing. No, the point is, I can kind of get around that. I can use a script order. Script orders, they sit on our servers until they're basically triggered for order. So I'm going to put an order below $8 right now. Let's go ahead and put that in. We're going to go 795s, and then we're going to give it, we're going to have to give it quite a wide spread over here. So we're putting a 795 stop order. That's literally below the area that I punched long in. Now we're showing 77, 770 top. Let's see if this one catches a bid. The reason I punched long in here is not because I'm insane. Well, maybe I am, but the reason is I've talked about these ones that halt before. And even when they halt to the downside, if they're respecting trend, if they're still putting in higher lows and higher highs, if they're above VWAP, if they're above that 10 exponential moving average, and what I've noticed in the past is even though they halt to the downside, that trend that trend to the upside continues. And it's not a hard and fast rule, and I could get absolutely rinsed on this, but I'm going to give myself the opportunity to try. Okay, so again, ineloquently over here, what I'm trying to say is when we're moving on up on a stock that's halting, sometimes even though it halts down, it still continues with the trend of higher highs and higher lows. I'm going to give this one the old college try and see exactly what we get. We already got, so when I punched log into this, okay, the tap was 5 something. Now the tap's 837, still $1 lower than where I'm long. Obviously, it's not a good look, but that's what I kind of anticipated, that the tap would work its way up to a more reasonable level, something closer to where we actually halted. 831 now, the theoretical auction price showing me. Shout out to Nimit. Can you please review CCG? That's the one from Friday, I'm assuming, Nimit, right? Trying hard to break $150, but can run if it does and the volume comes. Thanks in advance. Nimit, you only have to ask, and then I just execute right away. Shout out to the OG Nimit. Let's have a look at CCG. So just give this one a second to load over here. But from what I recall, CCG was that big boy runner that we had on Friday. And yeah, we definitely had a nice move there, taking $136. Started out, I think, south of $1. So it's continuing today. So this is a second day play, Nimit. Not bad. 18.5%. Shout out to you for keeping an eye on this one. The volume is a little bit light. You probably already know that, Nimit. CCG, what's the volume? Show yourself volume. CCG. Okay. Volume is 1.29 million. Yeah. So the thing is, though, Limit, you're saying that the volume coming back. My concern is the volume over here is putting in lower highs. So the volume is drying up after that 930 pop, to be expected, though. I mean, you can't, for the most part, you can't really expect the same amount of volume to take place at 12 o'clock that you saw at 930, unless there's an obvious catalyst. What I do like, Nimit, is that you're getting a counter move here. So volume is making lower highs, but guess what? The price action making higher lows. And if you take out that 149 that we put in at 1120, that'll be a higher high. We're about 2 pennies away from that. Let me know how it goes. It's not one that I would choose, Nimit, because of the volume. But yeah, it definitely doesn't have a bad price pattern there. All right, so we are going to Adira at the Big Dash. It's going to do happening now. Then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Themed intro. We're going to take a look here at these markets. This is the S&P 500 double bottom. As of, this would be around like 1 or 2 p.m. here on Friday. We closed near highs for the SPY. Then today we push even higher in this gap up and then continue to push a little bit lower here to the downside for the S&P 500. NASDAQ here pretty similar. These names initially started pretty strong on the day. Now they're both basically flat. Here's MSTR. This is another name that had quite the parabolic move. And so for context here, in case you missed it, Donald Trump around 10:30 yesterday morning did tweet out about a crypto reserve, specifically initially mentioning XRP, Cardano, and Solana. Then having another tweet about 2 hours later saying that, of course, Bitcoin and Ethereum will also be included. So lots of crypto hype here, initially leading these names to gap up, including MSTR, on the hope of Bitcoin reserve. They gave up pretty much all of this move, though, as we got that open. Intel going to be on watch here. Another Trump-related catalyst. We've had reports here that at a planned announcement here at 1:30, there will be an investment announced from TSM into the U.S. So Donald Trump and TSM expect to announce this investment. Oh, I keep saying announcement. So investment expected to be announced here 1:30 p.m. Eastern. I will be following that. Make sure you are cautious around 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Again, it's expected to be an investment news here from TSM into the U.S. Back to you. And to Neil, who has lesson of the day.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Lesson of the day time. And when you got a chop fest in the market, or maybe I don't want to call it a chop fest because we had a distinct direction to the downside. Whenever you have kind of a whippy day, which is what I'm going to describe here in the ES or the NASDAQ, you do have to be able to, I think, pivot from maybe like, your A ideas, B ideas to maybe something you weren't even looking at before. But then the other side of it is show an extreme amount of patience for the other side of the trade that you might not have been considering at 9:30. So first thing, or 8:30 when you're preparing. So the ES and the NASDAQ, hey yo, what up? The ES and the NASDAQ having that late day rally on Friday just to set things up for you. And we looked strong. I mean, gap up, all that good crypto news. The market was looking really strong, holding the top end of the range, running into resistance. It's like rinse top and then right back into bottoms, kind of holding the middle of the range. It's just a really whippy, fail to break the high early and then fail to really break out of morning lows or back in higher. So you don't have that big V-shaped recovery. Same thing on the NASDAQ. Like, it looked strong for a while. Then we lost a bid, but didn't even break back a prior resistance level. So you're still hanging out in the middle. It's easy to get whipped around when the market does that to you. Now, a lot of people, I'm assuming there's a decent number of people, I should say, that were probably looking at Bitcoin or crypto-related stocks today. And yeah, you can want all in the world for this to be a breakout. And I did. Prior resistance around this 53 on IBIT. You go right into it. You're trending into it. It looks like it's a bit of a break. Once it lost a bid, it's like, forget about it. Like, the gap fill was tremendous, but you had to wait for it to make that absolute bottom. Like, how are we long on IBIT? We're waiting for it to try to fill in that gap and then take whatever the long happens to be. Because it wasn't as big as you would like. You'd like that to get all the way to VWAP, but you've just got to wait once it makes that fail break. Don't force it. Like, you can say, well, it didn't break this, but I want the long. You can be forcing it in here, which sometimes I would do. I don't think you want to. But once that's gone and suddenly that long isn't there for you, you got to be able to pivot. And you saw me try to find some short trade ideas. One of the quick things to do is to just go through the list of what is in play. So on our watch list and on a lot of watch lists this morning, probably would have been names like Rigetti and IonQ would have been out there, and some of the quantums that were gapping up. So all I did was, when looking for short plays as we were bouncing back and that Bitcoin was failing, show me something with a short setup that I like in the moment where the longs aren't there for me and the market's looking kind of trend down, but it doesn't do anything crazy. So I want something where I can short the pop. I had a choice between AMD and IonQ. And it's a very simple reason why I liked IonQ. All I want to see is a setup confirming the trend down with prior resistance and support levels. And this was a simple one. Friday's high on IonQ was a flat bottom break at the open. Then it held on the bounce. That same top holds on the bounce for one, and it's also holding VWAP. Then you're putting in a higher low. So there's your roof. There's your, lower high, I should say, and they're both coinciding with VWAP, so I like a VWAP retracement on this stock. And just try to keep it relatively simple. And IonQ wasn't on my radar, but I had a bunch of long ideas out there, and the second the long isn't working for you, or the longs that you've taken are exhausted and they're not looking good anymore, and you're trend down, it's like hunt for a short. You don't have to stray too far. What's already in play? What's looking weak? Now, we could have gone a lot of places for something like this. I could make an argument, yeah, but like, why not say Amazon? Amazon's got the same setup, and I grant you that's absolutely right. It's breakdown off the open. You had, that was a crazy move at the end of the day, but prior to that, you had a prior high here at 211. You could have worked over into Amazon, but the reason it was easy to go over to IonQ, it was in play. Knew there was extra volume, was on the watch list already, so it's one of the names that's on the iPad or it's on your mini watch list, so you jump on over to it. But when you see that kind of a curl, it's not about going short. Like, going short IBIT wouldn't have been the right move. You could have had a small win. You're looking for the thing that's weak that you can jump on over to. Just because you got a bunch of long ideas on a choppy day, or you're exhausting the early moves, it doesn't mean that you've got to flip those stocks. What it can mean is you have to expand your list a little bit and look for those really obvious setups in the other direction. Because you would have seen it. The market was falling. It's like, what's short? What's a good short? What's a good short? It just takes a few minutes to be able to scan, see an obvious level, look for any confirmation from that level, and then take the trade. Like with Amazon, you could have had a stop with maybe 20 or 30 cents for a short trade. With IonQ, it's not that difficult to see that setup. It fails there. You don't get to have it off of the top, but you do get to take it off of VWAP. And again, the risk is going to be 15, 20 cents at worst for a move, the stock that can move about $1. So there's nothing wrong with jumping from one direction to another, but you can save yourself a lot of work by looking for a very, very simple setup, prior day highs, prior day lows on stocks that are already in play and already on your watch list. That way you're not scanning too many symbols. That's your lesson of the day. And the other one is make sure you got stop orders in and make sure that you're keeping your ear to the ground for the news around 1:30 if you're trading any chip names. Because you know things can move around when we get these types of announcements. So good luck out there, everybody.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, I got stopped out of RADX. Yeah, that bad boy didn't hold. So we give back a little bit on that one. Kind of disappointed with myself a little bit. I tried. We tried this one. It was very strong into $11. I theorized it would hold VWAP and then kind of open up a little bit. It tried. It did its best to get above $9. It couldn't do it. So we ended up getting stopped out on this one. We'll give some back. RADX halted to the downside now. 953. Initially, it was halted at, I believe, where was that halt level at? Yeah, about 930 or 939 exactly. We ended up opening up 855, and then the best we could do was that pop in 889. So the selling too aggressive. Now we're below VWAP, below the 10 exponential moving average. So this one not going to be for me until and if it can get above that $9 area. And the reason I say $9 is that's where VWAP is hanging out right now. So RADX, it bamboozled me, Joseph. Bamboozled.
Dang.
No, I give back some on that one. So yeah, that's kind of the way it goes. Can't win them all. Shout out to Showtime one. Well said, my friend. Let's look at what else is moving on the side chart over here, guys. BTAI boring me to death. What's happening with this one, Ram? I mean, like it's just hanging out below the volume weighted average price. It seems to be holding up at $5, but definitely no discernible trend other than just holding that 5. Acon continues to do nothing. Soundhound broke below VWAP, trying to work its way back above that 11 1/4, 11 1/3. It does have a higher low though. Soundhound up 4%, was way higher at the highs there. TGTX, I think Neil may have called this one out in the morning. I'm not sure, or that was TN something or another. You didn't call this one out, did you? No, he didn't call it out. My bad. TGTX been kind of looking like you called that one out, Adara? Yeah, this one, I remember somebody calling it out. So this one, look, it's not a bad look over here. It's got a 33.75 area low. VWAP has been respected on occasion. Some other occasions, not so much. I'm talking about this area hold up over here, but you can see a clear and decisive break of the volume weighted average price on the 5-minute chart. And then it tests it again here with this doji candle at 1145. So it's broken the lower high situation that we were involved in. And now it's kind of looking to test that $36 high day with this last little pop up into 35 and 2/3. So we'll keep that on watch. But yeah, there isn't really anything to my liking right now, guys. In small cap gap world, I'm just looking at the above scanner here on my top monitor. Nuke. Oh, okay. Nuke. Yeah, NUKK, guys. Decent move to the high side. Volume a little sus though on Nuke, with about 340,000 shares. That is just not going to cut it, man. That's light on volume. We can't deal with that. So we're going to throw that on there in case this one wants to catch a bit of a bid, and by extension of that, volume comes in. As you can tell, it's trading crazy spready right now. 1125 to the high side, and then look at that. It just dropped down to 1167, pops up into 1867 pops up into 1893, and then right back down. So I can just gauge a 20 or 30 penny spread right now on the nucleared one, but not going to deal with that until it tightens up and more volume comes in. So that's my situation right now, guys. Stopped at a BTAI on this one. What's it called? RADX as it halted down. But we'll keep an eye out now because there's no small cap gappers to my liking. Let's have a look at the MAG. Let's see what the situation is with the MAG 7 over here. Who's looking the best of the bunch, baby? And they all look ugly. Each and every single one of these charts is very, very ugly as a long. Now, you may like it as a short, but I'm looking long over here. And the only one that I like to the long side is Apple above 242.5. We've got higher lows on the dead one Apple, and then we've got a bit of a double top there at 242.5. We're showing 242.10 right now. Yeah, that's an interesting one. So AAPL could be good. Tesla also has a higher low situation going on. It's not really respecting or disrespecting 3. What I would say is Tesla is an area trough, a little bit of a higher of an area trough, and then a little bit of a higher of an area trough. Also higher highs too. Local highs, that is, not still above pre-market highs. So Tesla could be interesting. We'll see there. NVIDIA had a nice entry at VWAP if you were smart enough to get that at $120. It wicked in, double top at $120, which also happened to be VWAP. And there we go, right back into that area low at around 118.50. There does seem to be a buyer here on NVDA at about 118.50, but I would be careful picking that up as a long because we are putting in lower highs. So this one feels awfully flat bottom breakish, and that's one hell of a bear flag that it's got on right now. This big boy move to the downside and using VWAP as that resistance level. So NVDA, interesting look here. And then Amazon. You and I were talking about Amazon, Joseph, before we got onto the show. Lower highs, lower lows. I don't know what the hell has been happening with Amazon lately, but it has not had much of a bid. We are on our way likely to that $200 Bezos shelf. Let's have a look at the 1 hour here on Amazon. What is that looking like? Okay, it's too convoluted. We're going to have to remove, by the way, these pivot points, which we're using seldomly these days. I might as well remove them, period. Let's have a look at that 4 hour, Joseph. See where we're coming from over here on that Bezos shelf. Yeah, so we've been in a kind of a free fall state on Amazon since the beginning of the month, dude. What am I saying? Since for a month. We started putting in those lower highs and lower lows. Is this earnings day? That's interesting. I'd like to be able to see those. It looks like an earnings day over here, February 6th, just given the algo spike to the downside there. But yeah, basically since, I want to say, yes, February 6th, we have been in a lower low, lower high situation on Amazon with really very few outlying days. You got a bit of a bid here, February 25th. You caught a bit of a bid as well on the 26th, but it all ended on the 27th with that topping tail candle, and then down we go again. So that $200 shelf on Amazon could be a great buying opportunity, man. I don't know. We cleared it by some distance, going all the way up into that 242.5. So I'm gonna be interested. I've never owned Amazon as a swing or as a whatever investment. A $200 level and a hold there could be quite interesting. But that's obviously not an intraday play. Meta as well, very much interacting with the volume weighted average price. Obviously from a negative sense, any pullback into VWAP here has been sold off. You've got a bit of a wick through VWAP at around 1030, so that could have stopped out some people. But look at this pop at 1120 into VWAP. You probably wouldn't have got stopped out there, and then you would have made a nice $5 banger as it dropped down to that ominous number of 666s. Speaking of 666s, it does look like that level is being defended on the day. So even though we did wick below that at 10 a.m., look where the closing print is. We're at that 666 level. And then again, at 11 o'clock, we test 666s. And again, at 11:40, 11:35, we test 666s, all the while making lower highs. So I'm not saying this is a flat bottom break, but you could get a flat bottom break on Meta. It's not beyond the flat bottom break anyway. 666s could be a nice buying spot on Meta, and I would be looking to short into that 671 area where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. That's my look at the mag. I mean, we're flat on the market right now, Joseph. We're up 0.07 on the NQ, down 0.06 on the ES. Likewise with the Dow, 0.06 in negative territory, and the Russ catching the worst of the bunch. And I mean, worst is relative here, 0.15%. Katina, man, on that Russell 2000. So not much happening in that regard. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, good look there, guys. I just want to point out here how identical the Qs and the Apple charts are. They're just kind of moving in tandem right now, guys. So I'm looking for the break and the continuation. We're still in this Apple trade, but we're in down here, and now we're just trading above the volume weighted average price. But as you can see on both charts, we have some key resistance zones that we need to mark out here. And what we need in order for us to break through, and I'm going to talk about it time and time again, is that you need that momentum and that volume really to step in order to punch through these key levels. So you can just see how they're kind of moving in sync there. Very highly correlated today on today's session. So we'll hold on. We're positioned very well on Apple. We entered here small size, and that's risk, 2 risk units right there. And then just continuing to grind higher and higher. So it looks like a new MacBook Air coming out there relatively soon, tweeted by or X'd by Mr. Cook himself. So looking forward to that. But yeah, holding on to these names, hoping for the continuation. Tesla is starting to pull back in, but again, you can just see how heavily correlated these 3 charts are, guys. So we punched through that volume on the 5-minute time frame, did start to pick up, stair-stepped higher, and now we're starting to pull back on lower volume. So if we hold this range very well, maybe you can get that continuation. But I'm looking for the Qs to possibly break out, and if they do break out, then I'm going to hop in on this break of the zone and through the break of that resistance area. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Just be aware here, I'm getting news here. CNN reporting that the CEO of Taiwan Semiconductor is set to meet with Donald Trump on Monday or today. Now, this echoes previous reports that we had here from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that this investment announcement that was teased earlier today by Donald Trump himself, the president of the U.S., there is some indication that this announcement will have to do with TSM announcing an investment in the U.S. Again, this is scheduled to take place at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, so about an hour and 15 minutes from now. We'll give you more updates then. But here's Taiwan Semi. Intel also made a pretty big move to the downside on that initial report from Wall Street Journal. Not doing too much right now, but INTC and TSM among the tickers that are going to be on watch here as we await the 1:30 p.m. announcement from Donald Trump. Likely expected to be TSM related, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And yeah, that Apple headline, speaking of Apple, because you were talking about Apple, that we got confirmation over here that it will be the new MacBook Air. If I can show my screen. Timmy Cook teases Apple launch of new MacBook Air. So Tim Cook, as you saw, I showed that to you guys earlier on X, took to social media on Monday to tease the launch of the new MacBook Air. This week, Cook wrote in a post on X accompanying a video that had a tagline, "There is something in the air." The Cupertino, California-based tech giant is in the process of revamping its MacBook Air line. It is expected to include Apple's new M4 processor built in-house, obviously, along with some other internal updates. Earlier this month, Cook also used X to tease the announcement of the new iPhone 16e, the newest member of the Apple smartphone lineup. So Apple shares fractionally higher right now, up a fifth, Joseph. I don't know how you feel, man.
I like that second point there. Just down a
Which
little.
one? Go ahead.
The buyback there, how it just kind of, it's going to like the
Oh, yeah, the 500 billion.
Right, can affect buyback and margins.
Absolutely, and we talked about that. But again, I think it was all, a little magician's work there with Timmy C trying to convince Donald Trump that he was actually forking over $500 billion of new money. That money was already earmarked, dude. Right? Like, I mean, it's just some accounting
crazy,
stuff
man.
there.
Yeah, it's a little gimmick maybe.
Yeah, it's fine.
It,
Everything's fine.
We'll call it what it is. But I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Sharif. But I think it's just always hopping back to the same narrative of, okay, like you come out with the new iPhone, whatever it may be, and then you're coming out with the new MacBook Air. But like, what is that next step, right? We know the computers are just getting better, the phones are getting slightly better, but I don't think it's a massive needle mover in order to like take this company to even a higher level than what it already is. So I'm just waiting for that.
You want new devices. You want something new.
Something,
I don't
right?
blame you,
right? Just bring something down the pipeline.
Yeah, I like where Meta's going with this, bro. I think Zuck is kind of, he's gambling in the right way. Good for Zuck. And he's done this before. He's bet on himself. He's bet on his products. And every time he's done well.
Yeah.
He's got
with the exception of the metaverse, but maybe. Right?
But I think that's still to be determined, right? Like metaverse is going to still be a futuristic thing. Yep. The street doesn't like how much he's spending. Completely agree with you on that. Yes. But I think that Zuck, the new form factor will kind of be the glasses. But we've seen Apple. They never invented the smartphone.
No.
But
they perfected it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just call a spade, man. It was the iPhone that kind of moved the needle with respect.
That's an Apple Watch you have on.
It is.
Too,
it's
right?
not very good. Though.
No, you don't like it?
No, I don't like it.
Really?
No,
hey,
it's.
Wow.
piss poor at keeping my heart rate at elevated levels.
Oh, really?
It loses it. And so therefore my calories are incorrect.
Your calorie count?
Way
Okay,
off.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it bothers me. It bothers me a lot.
I was thinking about getting one myself, but maybe it's just better to get a Fitbit or something along those lines.
I don't know, man. Brendel complains about his. He's got a different one. He's got the Google something or another there. He complains that it drops his heart rate at elevated levels. It's not accurate with the calories. It's kind of annoying. I think you just have to kind of accept that.
Yeah, early stages of things, I guess, maybe, even though it is relatively old. Yeah, exactly, 10 years. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I guess the bigger picture, maybe not too bad. But again, that's what I want to see, right? Apple, you have to come out with some augmented glasses.
I agree with you.
Or something along those lines, right? So where you can just have your phone in your in these shades themselves. And I think that would be an absolute game changer. The Vision Pros are pretty cool. Have you tried a Vision Pro?
I've never tried it, dude.
Yeah.
Never tried it.
Yeah,
But
so
that's my thing.
right?
I think that Apple was kind of getting their feet wet with that. I never thought that they actually wanted to make that the flagship product. Joseph, when they dropped it last year, they made it very clear they want to sell 350,000 of these things in a year. They fell short. Full disclosure. But when you sell 350,000 of something, compare that to the insane amount of iPhones they sell.
Right.
So I thought that they were just getting their foot wet with the product, right? And I never thought that that would be the final form factor. I think that the final form factor is going to be something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, if you and I are sitting here talking about it, there has to be people in Apple headquarters like, okay, we got to dive deeper into this. We need to take this thing to the next level. So yeah, we're just waiting on that for Apple, whether it be a cheaper iPhone or a flip phone or something like that. Just take the product to the next level, and I think that's what it needs, right? Because we know with the previous guy, Steve Jobs, he was coming out with the iPods and everything along those lines. So that was just groundbreaking stuff. Everybody at one point, I believe, owned an iPod, and I know I did. I owned multiple.
Same.
But it's just like, yeah, take this to the next level. And the thing is with the Vision Pros, if they were a must-have, word of mouth spreads like wildfire, right? So we would have been like, hey, this is a product that we need to get our hands on. And unfortunately, that hasn't necessarily been the case. But here we go, guys, in Apple, continuing to hold on this trade, working out really, really well. 241.33 is where we're at. We're sitting around 242.33, so exactly $1 as we speak right now, continuing to hold on and climb higher, looking for this breakout on the Qs. But the thing is, though, Sharif, I think we need NVDA to start to participate because otherwise it's just going to continue to hold the market back. The market cap is way too large in this name, and if it's going to sell, it's going to drag the market down with it.
Absolutely, Joseph. Guys, I'm keeping my eye on these small cap gappers, and they're all giving up the ghost at the moment. There's really nothing here except NUKK, which has a prohibitive spread. I mean, that's a spread right there, 66s, 74s on the ask, 44 on the bid. Come on, Nuke. I mean, like, give me something a little bit better. And it's a good looking chart pattern too. Like, it's a respectable chart pattern. And on top of that, being a good looking chart pattern, the volume is picking up. I mean, we're getting higher highs on the volume. Typically, we don't see that with these small cap gappers. You're seeing that here. The only thing keeping my hand out of this is, again, the prohibitive spread. I don't like that. It makes it harder for me to trade. You have to account for more slippage. Sometimes your stops will go unfilled. Sometimes your profit takers also go unfilled. And there's a whole different way to trade these these spready names. Just ask Daryl LePage at the big desk there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But Nuke, definitely not for me until and if it tightens up the spread. TGTX as well, a respectable looking pattern. But this one also has a bit of an annoying spread, and the volume is also dropping off a little bit here. It's been respectful of the volume weighted average price at times, and then disrespectful of it at other times. And by disrespectful, I mean it didn't hold up at it, guys. Just a little lingo there. Breaching there, double bottoming at 33.75 before reclaiming the level at 34 1/3, and then moving on its merry way, knocking on the door of that $36 level. It's up 19% and change, so it's a good looking name, but there is really nothing in small cap gapper world that I like at the moment. I am sad to report RADX is halted to the downside again after being almost up 100%. It is now a Christmas tree retracement. Shout out to Randy, who came up with the term, Joseph. That is not something that you want to see there if you're a small cap trader. That is ugly. Very, very ugly. And to be fair, we've been trading these small caps now every day for like almost 4 or 5 months. And this is not something that you see often on the small cap gappers. Once you kind of get a good trend under your belt and you hit that triple digit area, especially if you did it incrementally and not all of a sudden all at once, you don't usually give back the entire move like this in this quick of a fashion. So a bit of an anomaly here is RADX, but I've seen it all before. Let's see what everyone's talking about there. Drops trades at Booberman. Pay attention to Sharif's rules. He is actually, thank you, I really appreciate it, brother. Look, I try to give you guys what I perceive to be the best trades, and then you guys, if you want to size up on them and go in heavy and print up a storm, I could not be more supportive of you guys, but I'll try to give you what I perceive to be as the best level. Shout out to Adara in the chat. She trades these very spready names awfully well and is only getting better at it. Rohit Sharma, Palantir looks good if it breaks low of high of day. Let's have a look at PLTR. Oh, higher lows here, Joseph. Higher highs, higher lows. Okay, I like this, Rohit. Shout out to you, my man. We're not usually trading Palantir. That's usually reserved for the Katina man and the Neil, but quite frankly, this looks like an upward channel to me here with the low. Obviously, you know me, I'd be looking to pick it up off that 88.50, 88 and a quarter, wherever it comes down to. But what I perceive to be here is an upward channel on PLTR. I'd play the ranges until you get a big boy breakout. But I see your point. You're looking for that high daybreak, Rohit, above that 90.50. I wouldn't play it like that, but I respect what you're looking at there. I personally would be looking at getting it in towards the bottom end of this trend line. And then if I was to get in, for example, Rohit, if we dropped over here on Palantir down into 88 and a quarter super quick, I would place my stop below the previous area low. So I perceive this area over here to be the area trough. I'm talking about the 5-minute candles between 11:35 and 11:40. So if I was to punch in at, say, 88.50 at VWAP, my stop would by rule here be below this area trough over here at around 87 and a third, 87 and a quarter. That's how I would play Palantir to the high side. But you could definitely play it in different ways. You don't have to wait all the way until it comes down. And it may not come down. Let's be honest. It may not come down into that lower trend line there. The trend could change. The market could catch a bid and Palantir could be above 90.50 in a heartbeat. Trust me. I've seen it happen. Trust me, bro. Bhavin Patel, Acon looks like it's getting volume back. Brother, I am not touching Acon until it gets above that 650 area. And I'm still concerned about Acon. Let's talk about why. So we've talked about these ones with big pre-market moves, and I'll submit to you, Acon had the best move in the pre. We were putting in higher lows, higher highs, and despite the fact that the opening range at 930 on Acon took the pre-market high and made an 813, look what happened after that. All hell broke loose to the downside, and we gave up the entire move, almost the entire move that we had in the pre. Now, we are holding up at this 5 and a quarter, 5 and a third at a predictable level. What's that predictable level? Well, it's the high from Friday. Kind of look at this area over here between 5 and a quarter to 5 and a half. We topped out there, lo and behold. Once we come down, we hold that general area intraday on Acon, but it's going to have to go above 650. Now, my issue with this one, Bhavin, is that even though we get above VWAP here, and technically we've already taken out the pre-market high at 930, I don't know, dude. I think that this holds the same truth to basically the reason why I don't get into these bad boys unless they're above the pre-market highs, because there's going to be a lot of bag holders up here. I mean, look at all these different levels we got to take out. So I don't touch this until it gets above 8, 813, whatever, even though my rule generally is above that 650 where VWAP is. I don't know how I feel about Acon, but let me know if you're trading it. Yeah, if it gets above VWAP, let me know as well. I'm all ears and definitely interested in looking out for that. So those are the looks I have at the moment. Joseph's got a banger on AAPL. I think that's a great look, Joseph, quite frankly there, man. And especially if you take out that 242.50 on a closing basis, that triple top. Baby.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So that's what we're looking for, Sharif. Because I mentioned the correlation between the Qs and Apple and some of these other big tech names. One thing that is dampening it, and I mentioned time and time again, is that NVDA is hanging around the lows, and it just doesn't want to see to catch any sort of bid here, Sharif. So not looking very good, hanging around the low of the day. and looking like it might want to take an additional leg lower. So we'll look for these support systems to hold, and then maybe look to take advantage of that in the Qs. But you know what? I was watching. You buy okay, all right.
Katina Man got long Tesla right now, guys.
Let's go. But you know what I was watching? I was watching that show I told you, Below Deck, and your guy was on there actually for an episode there. Timmy Sykes.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. He was doing a charter. Yeah.
Hold on, I saw this dude. He had some on his social media.
It was a while ago. It was really an older season, but yeah, he did like a yacht charter and stuff, and him and his boys were trading on it.
He's got his laptop lifestyle boys following.
Yeah, is that what they're called? Laptop lifestyle. That's very interesting. A different guy. I never knew who he was or what he looked like before, but I thought of you when
he's got the
when
curls.
I seen him. And he's got the curls. Yeah, exactly. So like just like me. But here we go, guys. Sitting in this Apple here, really, really well working out. Doubled up the position here, which worked out really well for our trading, especially because I thought it was going to work. We had that indecision candle at the low. It's not picture perfect or A+. It's just that the market was selling off. Massive engulfing candle here. As you can see, it just engulfed this whole range and continued to do so. So that's what we're just basing the TA off of, and then with that indecision at the lows, and then you just play the break. So once we can construct a new low, we just played the break of it to the top side, and then now here we go. As the market starts to climb higher and higher, I'm gonna dab a little bit. I'm gonna dab a little into in the TQs here, my guy. The RVR isn't the best. I don't have much on Apple left either, which is unfortunate for this breakout move. But one thing that we always got to note here, Sharif, is that volume by time profile. So it's not really picking up any steam right now.
Explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, the volume by time, for sure. So so we know we have VPOC, right? So the volume by price, essentially. So you'll see where the most volume is concentrated by price. But volume by time is just essentially each candlestick. So whatever time frame you're using, that is a 1 minute bar. That's the amount of volume you're going to see. So I just call it the volume by time profile, because that's essentially what it is. It's volume by time, and it's not volume by price. Yeah, it's not volume by price, for those who are wondering as well, too. So that's what I gauge. So whether it be 5 minute, 15 minute, whatever your preference is, this is volume by time, because every new with every new interval, you're going to get a new volume print. All right. So that's just volume by time. A little fancy twist to it there. Yeah, that's all it is. I don't personally trade VPOC. Did you ever use VPOC back in the day?
No, I didn't.
No, VPOC. I know a lot of traders who like to use the volume point of control, which is just essentially the same thing, but just you were to put this on the volume profile on this axis, and then you just go by the intervals of price, not just by the intervals of time there. So all right, here we go, guys. Really climbing higher here. Hopefully the Apple can drag up the TQQs with it. I only have about 1 or 2 outs left on this name, and then I'm gonna be all out of shares at that point. So that's it. We'll take one more piece off, continuing to monitor the TQs. I'm gonna pull it up for you guys here really quick as well. So there we go, TQs. Hopefully we can get dragged up, and I told you that NVDA is trading lower while Apple is trading higher. Not the best sign. So you're getting that push and pull effect. Who's going to win? I don't know, because that volume is picking up on the 5 minute streak as we break key support levels on NVDA. So something to take note of here, guys. Volume picking up through support, just climbing low or crawling lower and lower. Not too good of a look for my TQ's trade.
Joseph, Celsius Holdings up 6.5%. Is at the day high right now, 27.43. What a big boy breakout. This is what we call a flat top breakout there with that 26.90 top bull flag. We all know what a bull flag looks like. And then there's that consolidation period. This is the 5 minute, by the way, on the white chart. Usually I have the 1, but we got the 5 right now. And there you go. You get that big boy breakout supported by the volume. And now we've got the higher highs and higher lows. I'm talking about Celsius Holdings. So that's the headline is here. Celsius names PepsiCo exec Eric Hansen President, Chief Operating Officer. We're not going to go read that. The market likes what they hear, and it's reacting basically with positivity here, up 6 4/5 right now, guys. Thank you, Adara. I did see that. I do appreciate always basically keeping us apprised of what's happening there. Adara LePage, 27.50 right now in the sights here for Celsius. I'd like this to come back and test a level. Okay, so I may not get 27. I think 27 is too lofty of a move down to believe that I can get that, but I'd like something of the 10 exponential. Currently, the 10 exponential on the 1 minute is showing me 27.31. How about the 5? I don't usually execute or chart off the 5 or the 1. I usually chart off the 5 and then execute on the 1. Let's see what this one's showing me on the 5. So yeah, the 10 exponential sadly is about only 10 pennies or so, 8 pennies higher than the whole dollar level. So the whole dollar obviously is 27, with the 10 exponential hanging out about 27.14, 27.15, something like that. Here's the deal. We're gonna look for a dip trade here on Celsius. Now, I'm gonna try my hand at the quarter dollar, knowing full well that there's no technical support at the quarter dollar. I'm only getting in at the quarter dollar as an entry position in case this gets away from me. So I'm putting an order out at the quarter dollar, and then we're going to do exactly what we said. We're going to hang out at 15s for a dip trade. And then I'm going to even put another dip trade into 27. Let's see over here. We're going to wait over here at 27.03s to front run 27 a bit. So if we can get something here on CELH, I'd be pleased as dang punch. But right now, there's nothing to the downside enough for me to get filled. I mean, it just came down there into the 20s and then right back into the 40s we go. So CELH certainly in focus. Acon, Convict. There you go, baby. This one did weasel its way back to VWAP. Now I'm all eyes and ears. Show me, Acon, that you can get above VWAP. Oh, there it is, Joseph. That was a big move here by the Convict into 687. And it looks like it may halt here to the high side. ACON. Gonna move into that 687 area. Let's pull it up on the side chart. Or, sorry, the trading screen, excuse me. Let's show yourself, Acon. There we go. So we are halted to the high side right now on Acon. Shout out to Bovin, man. You called it. I didn't. This is your call out, Bovin. I wrote Acon out and I paid the price. So this one halted to the high side. If it can hang above the volume weighted average price, stay above there. I'm all ears, baby.
Oh, wow.
I will trade this one. Yeah, look at that, bro.
I
It
gotta
just
get involved in
zooms
this
by.
here, yeah.
Zooms by VWAP. And the funny thing is, what I'm talking smack about it, Joseph.
Yeah,
this piece of
Acon.
crap can't get above VWAP.
Yeah.
Boom!
Bang, there it
To
goes.
the high side.
See you later. It's halted.
Right? Yeah. Tough Aldrin. He's like, funny. I mean, I know. What can you say, bro?
What can you say?
It's kind of the way it is. So that's the situation right now, baby. We're continuing to watch Celsius, not letting me in. We're continuing to watch Acon. I'm not trying to get into Acon, but if it shows me something a bit more, I'm going to be looking at that. There's my man, Ozan. He wants to hear it. Ozan, it wouldn't be a day unless you made me yellow China. Shout out to you, my man. Hope you're printing up a storm today. Ozan Chile. He already told me it's not said Keely, it said Chile. So shout out to Ozan.
Ozan, the cash cow. And so,
Hey, he likes that one too.
It's a very interesting market here, guys, because you can see that Apple is holding on to these levels extremely strong. Sharif pointed this out the other day as well too. He's like, look at the big Mag 7 names and look how they're all selling off. And then Apple is holding relatively strong. So that's a positive sign for this name. But you can see that the Qs are also heading into a support level low as well. So what's going to happen as NVDA continues to crawl lower and lower here? Are we going to break through this on the Qs? It's looking like, especially if this momentum continues to the downside, it is not a good look for some of these big names. I was not expecting this type of price action, especially with MSCI being on Friday. And then you get that pump into the close. Well, it's always good when something closes around the highs of days, right? So I'm like, okay, let's see if we can continue. And sure enough, it's been the total opposite. Tesla has been relatively a choppy miss as well too, but we can just talk about this failed breakout. We did have that breakout volume, but there was zero inability to sustain it. And then sure enough, here we go, heading right back into the range. And that's why we emphasize on risk to reward and setting stops. And I like that point that Sharif made earlier. It's just the fact is, like, you don't want to have your stop in the mid-range, right? So what you want to do is you want to be able to establish a high or a low and then be like, hey, okay, let me get in here. So if you were going to play this kind of like I did Apple, you get in on this candle, on this strong green candle, but then you just play like your stop loss just below that level. Then it's like, okay, if it breaks lower, then I know that I'm wrong and there might be some more downside. But suppose if you just had it mid-range, then it's like, okay, the price is just fluctuating up and down, so it's almost inevitable that you're going to get stopped out. So risk to reward and stop placement is extremely, extremely key. But it's crazily insane that Apple is climbing higher and higher, and the market can't follow with it. Hopefully, NVDA put in a bottom here. I'm going to point out this last signal on it before we start talking about something else. But here we go. Is this a potential bottoming signal? Yes, I like this engulfing candle, this volume candle right here, and then right at the low. So let's see how this 5-minute candle prints. And if it closes as a hammer, then we might get a little bounce in the market, especially with the likes of Apple continuing to climb higher and higher. I'm going to hold on to the, actually, I'm going to, no, yeah, 243. I'm going to put an order out for that final out there, guys. Okay, so 243. We should be sitting pretty, and we'll hold on to the remainder of that position. And then now I'm going to wait for another entry on the TQs. So as we climb back towards the volume weighted average price and the market starts to get a little bounce in it, maybe we'll find something. So one thing I've been really finding a lot on my thesis is that, okay, test 1, test 2. So what can we do on test 3? And usually on test 3 is when you get that break. So if we can sit and hold on top of this range here at TQQs, will put us around 75.20, and that volume starts to pick up here on the lower time frames, then I think we can break through and then continue that move to the top side. One thing that I want to point out here is that we are forming higher lows right there. So if we come back into that range, look for this range to hold, but then we also have a key support resistance level as well too. So price is really starting to compress, being patient, waiting for volume to step in here. And then if we get that break with that volume, then we're going to participate to the top side. Hopefully Apple can drag this market higher, what it seems to be doing. So yeah, I think now's the time for me to get involved in the TQQs. And I know Sharif's got a car on the side here that we might want to be build here. So what do you got going on there?
Well, the Katina Man and I were talking about this, and Katina Man, we're going to build this car right now. So I don't know if you want to have a look over here. This is the launch edition of the new Model Y. It's finally available in Canada. Here, Randy? Yeah, so I love how you're here, buddy, because we're going to build this car. So look at this, Joseph.
Hold on.
The regular...
We're starting out here at 87.
Yeah, bro, that's the problem. Okay. That's the problem. Why the hell is the starting price $84,900? Yeah. It's $85,000. What are we talking about here, man? This is a Model Y. Calm down there, Elon. I mean, it's got a... Look... I think this is a launch series. The launch series, they make it like the high-end model. So you look how we have different options over here. Yeah. We got the long-range rear-wheel drive 64. You got the long-range all-wheel 68. You got the performance 73. Yeah. Here they're only giving you one.
This is CAD, right?
This is CAD. This is Canadian dollars. Yeah, this is ridiculous, dude. And on top of that, you can't even get all this stuff. So let's build this bad boy. We're gonna go launch, and then what do you like? You like this color?
Yeah, I'm cool with that color. What other options? Okay, what options we got?
You can get red. There's no blue.
No, thank you.
No red, huh? Okay,
no,
okay.
I'm all right with that. The way I think
might like that one.
Yeah, the red. No, I don't know if you like the red.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Silver. I'm
a big silver guy. Okay.
Yeah. I go black. Right. I'll go black, and I'm gonna keep these wheels, Joseph. Oh, yeah. Because I'm sick of hitting potholes.
Okay.
That's why. But here's the problem. You can't even get the white interior.
Oh,
you click that bad boy. White interior sold out on launch series. You want me to fork over 87.6, and you won't even give me white interior. I got a gesture for you, Mr. Tesla, and it ain't nice.
Oh, what's going on here now?
I know, Katina, man. We got to exaggerate for effect over here, brother. Right?
What was that? What is this video clip we're looking at here?
Oh, that's the FSD.
Okay.
How much is that going to cost? Well, it's included. That's the thing.
Okay, all right,
that's why, Randy. FSD included. That's why it's 85 and change. It's a launch series. Like, I mean, give us options over here. The point is, you gotta sell a few kidneys up in Canada to afford this bad boy up this. Yeah, that's. The Katina Man already bought Bitcoin with his kidneys. Yeah, so I mean, this is way too expensive.
Yeah,
this is like this is Model X. You can get a 2022 revamped Model X for cheaper than this. Yeah. I would rather get a Model X a few years old than to fork over that much for a Model Y. You know what I mean? So, and Elon already, he's been liking Canada a lot less lately, and it's been hurting my feelings because he boosted up the price up on us big $10,000, bump that bad boy up on the Model Y, the Model 3.
Boost those margins, man.
Well, that's the thing. And the Canadian dollar's been getting shellacked. So that's the situation right now. Shout out to my man, SRMR. Guys, we are open.
We're going to send it over to Brando there.
I'm not plugged in. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. Yeah, so we're going to go over to Brando there. We got a nice little interview for you guys.
My bad.
Hey guys, thanks so much. We're happy today to have a crypto-related guest here. What a day to have this conversation after what happened going back to late on Sunday. But Sean Anstey, CEO of Liquid Technologies, joining us this afternoon to touch on the Lightning Network and Bitcoin payments powered by Bitcoin's Lightning Network. Sean, great to see you. Welcome, first off.
Thanks for having me on here. And yeah, definitely what a weekend with a $10,000 God candle. We talked about this since 2012, and the day is finally here. So, we're excited to be here.
Yeah, here we are. There's a lot to get into here, but why don't we start high level, broad, first off, for anyone who might not have heard of Liquid Technologies, to kick things off here. Just give us an overview of the company.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're on the TSXV, we're on the OTCQX. We are a Bitcoin Lightning Network company. So we have a lot of Bitcoin. We have 161 Bitcoin on our balance sheet. We keep adding to it. And we actually use that Bitcoin to provide transaction routing across the Bitcoin Lightning Network. So for those who are not familiar, the Bitcoin Lightning Network takes Bitcoin and makes it really fast. So you've got the layer one, which you'd use to send maybe $1 million, $10 million around the world. We're familiar with that. The Lightning Network rides on top of it and can handle millions of transactions per second. And we sit there as what is known as a Lightning Network Service Provider, so an LSP. And we have 21 nodes. Nodes are just servers running all over the world with thousands of channels connected to all kinds of wallets. And we sit there running these rail lines as one of the larger providers in the globe on the Lightning Network, and we get paid in Bitcoin and Sats for every transaction that goes across one of our hops, and we may get paid on several times. So that's the Lightning Network in itself, and kind of what we do. We've been doing it for a number of years. We're the only public company that does this. We have a great moat around what we do and a great brand in the space. Everybody knows who we are. So we have a Satoshi per share metric, so we keep adding Bitcoin to our balance sheet, and the reason is this. One, we love Bitcoin. I've been in the space for a long time. And the other thing is, too, the Lightning Network has a technical requirement. You must have Bitcoin on the Lightning Network to establish payment channels with other providers. So our job here is to continue to add Bitcoin to our balance sheet. We would love to get to 1,000 Bitcoin. We'll continue to march towards that. And we put that Bitcoin to work, and we earn Bitcoin with it.
Let's talk about that a little bit to kick things off here. I mean, we showed that graphic there quickly. We can go back to it. But the growth over, just going back to 2021 here, pretty impressive. What is the company's strategy here going forward with that regard?
Right. So certainly continue to establish as many payment channels as we can with as many operators as we can, because we grow with the growth of the network. So we have this ability to have a small but highly effective company with great engineers. We continue to build payment channels with wallet providers and key wallet providers, do the integrations there. We provide liquidity on demand in a non-custodial way, so we do not give up control of our Bitcoin, and we continue to earn sats and continue to earn yields. So we're tied very much directly to the growth of the Lightning Network, which has grown almost 1,200% last year, continues to march forward aggressively. And our job is to continue to add Bitcoin to the balance sheet, continue to establish those relationships as a key player in the space, and let the growth of the network carry us up faster than anything else.
Well, let's talk a little bit about stable coins. Give us an idea of what role, first off, they play when it comes to LQWD's strategy when it goes forward. And overall, just from a broad market perspective, what role do you see those playing?
Yeah, stablecoins are huge. I mean, the US dollar is not going away anytime soon here. But what we have with the Lightning Network is an open source payment layer that the largest stablecoin operator, Tether, has now moved into. And they have this technology that allows you to do stablecoins across there, still backed by a Bitcoin across the network to secure it. But ultimately, you have Tether, which is the 800-pound gorilla, and then a massive shareholder, a massive treasury holder, and a very, very large player. So stablecoins are coming for Lightning Network. It represents the ability to have last mile payment to anybody in the world direct to their wallet. It's going to be a huge boon for the US dollar. And for our perspective, we are an infrastructure provider. We want to actually route Bitcoin, route stable coins and continue to get paid in Bitcoin for doing so. So for us, it represents a market shift as Bitcoin continues to gain market share around the world and brand. But the U.S. dollar is, it's still $30 trillion payment industry. It's a massive add to the Lightning Network. So we see huge potential upside, and we're very, very excited about it.
When it comes to strategic partnerships here for the company, talk a little bit about what that means going forward, and what do you see as far as opportunities here going into the rest of 2025?
Sure. So we have strategic partnerships with key wallet providers within the Lightning Network space, and so the Breezes of the world, the GetAlbys of the world, and we continue to add them on. We do integrations with them, so we're deeply embedded into their wallets, and those companies themselves appear to be on very high trajectories and growth trajectories. So we grow with their growth, and that's our strategy here. That we don't onboard end users; they onboard the end users. We don't do the KYC, we don't do all that, but we do provide the infrastructure. We do make sure that their payments get routed all over the world, from Germany to Indonesia to Singapore, wherever it may be, and it may cross multiple hops, and we get paid for doing so. So these key partnerships are very important for us because it continues to create a moat around what we do. To duplicate what we do, we take other companies a lot of time. We've been in the space. We figured out how to get audited. We figured out how to do the reporting, and we have large levels of automation. So our job as a company is to continue to add Bitcoin on the balance sheet and work on, how do you run a Lightning Network service provider, routing payments globally with extreme levels of automation to keep your costs very low and give us potential upside potential of the Lightning Network's growth curve.
All right, Sean, I'll put you on the spot here. I'd be amiss if I don't ask about this. Coming off what happened yesterday with President Trump, he teed up multiple potential announcements, multiple potential events coming through this week. What do you see the end result being here as far as the U.S. government and their involvement?
I think the U.S. government's starting to understand that, look, Bitcoin is for the digital age for the next 200 years plus. This is a continuation of the revolution of the internet. And if you just break it down to that, you start to understand just how big it's going to get. And America needs to be a leader because the internet is about open technology and open source. But it also benefits the U.S. government because you imagine just the stable coins alone and being able to have last mile reach to everybody's wallet around the world directly. You don't have to go through other banks. The previous administration didn't seem to understand that. They didn't seem to care. This administration appears to get that. And they also recognize that there's going to be a lot of competition. China, it will come along. Russia will come along. There are nation states mining Bitcoin, stockpiling it right now. China made a geopolitical blunder a few years ago by banning miners, and they all fled to Texas. This will go down as a moment in history. But thank God it's gone to America, a voice of democracy.
And seems to be only the beginning, as we'll hopefully learn a little bit more coming up this week.
Absolutely. This is a continuation of the revolution of the internet. That's what it is.
There you go. LQWD, TSX Venture Exchange here in Toronto, guys. OTC QX down if you're in the US. LQWDF is the ticker there. Liquid Technologies. Sean Anstey, CEO. Great to see you this afternoon. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, good stuff there, Brando. Interesting from Sean Anstey for CEO. I agree with them, what they're talking about. Revolutionary stuff, Bitcoin, and some big news coming up this week as well, too. We know what happened on Sunday. I was well aware of the situation. So, it's just a sit and wait game at this point. So, holding on to that front. Again, I was talking about Bitcoin earlier, and when we seen it pump all the way to 95, I thought that, hey, we were going to climb higher and higher and tap into that kind of $100,000 price range again. But we ran right into some overhead resistance on Bitcoin. So let me pull it up here on the chart and see what we're looking at. So we did kind of breach those levels, which is key. But we got to look at this base right here, and I think that's really important to note. Is that okay? Look at that base. It was acting as support, so we have multiple touches to the downside on it, and then we bounce off it, and expect the same thing, right? So once was support, can now act as possible resistance, but this is a massive engulfing candle. So when we broke that zone, we essentially engulfed that whole range and got all those gains back. We traded as low as 78,000, and within a span of 48 hours or so, we went all the way back to the high of about $95,000. So per Bitcoin, and I'm still going to stay bullish on this name. I did offload my swing here, still holding some on the long-term account, but again, our average is significantly better there, so positioning is really key. But again, this might be a breath here, and then hopefully we can sit on top of this range. I think that's going to be something really important to note. is that if we can't hold this support or now as resistance, then we might head back a little bit lower. But I think we're getting to the point with the news upcoming this week. If it is crypto related, then hey, we're going to be going north of 100, and then we might even hit Shreve's price target. But this market is absolutely just continuing to sell. NVDA down to 117. Really important stuff here, guys. A false break here, so I entered, and then we got that false break. Even though the volume did pick up on the lower time frames, but we just went right lower, broke through some support levels once again, and then now we're just continuing that path. So you can see that once we broke it, we come back, retest, have the inability to hold, and then now we're going to take an additional leg lower. So Tesla is leaking, NVDA is continuing to put in new lows. Google's about to put in a new low a day as well, too, guys. So the NAS heavy, the tech heavy NAS it's not looking good, and that's why we were talking about China. China is performing significantly better than what we are in the tech sector here. So maybe it's time to look elsewhere and find somewhere that's strong. So speaking of that, let's pull up the staples and see what we got going on that. We're pulling back in on this as well too, but a nice gap up in the consumer staples. So Walmart trading really nice. I'm still holding on to that swing. Unfortunately, it's one of my smaller ones, and it's not going to make up for what I've lost in NVDA and in possibly Amazon. So we'll hold on to this position, maybe look to add a little bit here, but staples is relatively strong here, Sharif.
What's going on over there, Katina, man? Just doesn't answer. Just looks straight at a screen and hits the stream deck. I just got so shafted.
He's working man. He's working on the dramatic
multiple
pauses.
handles in the money. Yeah, you can show a chart if you want. 100 handles. That's a nice entry there, bro. It's a good looking entry. There
Really
you go,
good
baby.
entry. Really
Shout out
good
to the
entry.
Katina man there, taking the TQQQ short. Down now, 0.83 with the NQ. Katina man down 0.28. So I'll have to see if the blood continues on these here markets. I've finally gotten in a position. I do apologize, guys, for not really being in too many positions today, but there hasn't been really much to my liking in small cap gapper world. So now we're looking at Celsius Holdings. So this bad boy did have a headline today, and it was up well over 6% at that 2750. So I'm long 22s over here. I'm looking to defend into 27s. As I mentioned, this looked to me like a bull flag with the high end being, at 2690, 27 area. So we've worked our way into the position now. We're showing 16s on the ask. I'm long 22s. I've layered my profit takers there to the high side. If this one is to catch a bit of a bid up, it is below the 10. It is now at the 20, but that level of 27 still eludes me. I've got a bit of I've got a order there, a resting order to add into this position at 05. So we're going to keep an eye out here on CELH. The market in general, though, coming down. CELH not being spared, still 5.5%, but the market coming back down aggressively right now. So we'll see if CELH is going to participate in that down move. It already is, being well off the highs, but let's see if it defends 27. Celsius Holdings, guys, the one I'm talking about right now. Let's have a look at the overall market in general, because as we can already kind of see, the future, and by the future I'm always mostly talking about the NQ, unless I'm doing my charting in the morning there on the big desk. Almost always I will be referring to the NQ, and we're at local lows right now. So the Katina man's been holding that big boy short, but there is a possible support level here. We're already breaching it. So this is a support level I was talking about at 20,832. We already weaseled down there into 25, so already giving up the ghost at that level. The future has felt consolidative. It looks like a bear flag with a big down move there to start the morning on the opening range, and then we kind of have 20,975 to the high side with 20,825 to the low side. We'll see if the blood continues here on the NQ. We had a big boy buy up in the Mag 7 in the market in general Friday afternoon as the NQ and the ES and everything else hit that 200 moving average. That probably spawned a lot of buy orders to the high side, preset buy orders, because we were moving up bigly, to use a term. All right, guys, we got the dip trade there at 27s. So this is now the trade. It's either going to hold up above 26.90 or we're going to give back everything on CELH right here. So it has to hold up above 27. I will give it a little bit of room in case it does wick down. But this move, I'm only in CELH because it was relatively strong. It had a $27 area where I could say to myself, excuse me, you're wrong or you're right beyond or below this level or above this level. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if it wants to catch a bid. But right now, I got to tell you, everything in these here markets in a state of free fall right now. These small cap gappers not being spared either. I'm looking at my side chart over here, and Soundhound, it wasn't exactly the biggest mover on the day, but it was well up 5-6% or so at the highs there, and it's almost down into negative territory right now. If it breaches at 1082, it'll go red. So even these kind of market adjacent names, the ones that don't really move with the market in general, are getting sold off quite aggressively. I also want to mention Acon. So this one was halted to the high side when Brendo was doing his interview, but true to form, and I was talking to Joseph about this while the interview was happening, you get that high side move and the halt up into about 687, and then to bamboozle everybody further, it moves up after the open of the halt, it moves up into that 7 1/5, and then all hell breaks loose to the downside. I'm always of the opinion that if you have these pre-market highs, and I'll submit to you this 930 pop is essentially that. It's a continuation of those pre-market highs. You always have this downward pressure on these small cap gappers until and if you can take out that major area high, whether really early on in the trading day or in the pre-market. If you don't, it always seems as if, bag holders or shorts keep the downward pressure on these names and you can't get the breakout. You're sitting there trying to DCA like an idiot, trying to get out of trouble, and been there multiple times. That's why I'm trying to say to you guys, don't be an idiot like me and DCA into these if they're trading below the pre-market high, because oftentimes they're just kept down and you really can't seem to catch a bid. So we're going to keep an eye out on Celsius as it's breaking down below 27s, and it looks like I will get stopped out here, sadly, if it breaks down any further. What a move down here on this market, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely monstrous move down, guys. We're running into some key levels as well, too. So Dear Ollie had a very good point here. How much of tomorrow's tariff sign tomorrow is already being digested with the short drop, in your opinion? And that's a great question. I think the market is really starting to bake that in, right? They're definitely, or whatever they're pricing out of. So I think that a lot of it is going to be priced in. The market is forward looking, so keep that in mind. And I think that's a valid point. So come tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more selling, but you can see from a daily perspective is that we're headed lower and lower. I mentioned this support level here as we bounced off of it and now heading right back towards where we were on Friday. So we're not quite there yet, but again, giving up a lot of this move. We did gap up in the this morning in the market and now heading lower. So a really key pivotal moment right here. It's a key pivot right here, acting as support level. And then we have an additional one with this massive engulfing candle here on the session, previous session. This was Thursday, I believe. And then, looking like we're going to head a little bit lower and lower, especially with those tariffs looming. So very good point there, Dear Ollie, and nice to see you back in the chat there, my guy. I don't even really want to talk about it anymore, but again, we got to, because it is dragging the market down with it. It broke this base of 118 and then continuing to the south side, trading south of 117 here, 116.70 to be exact. NVDA, the darling, I guess, is not really acting so, being a little disobedient, I guess. But here we go, man. Running through some key levels and just continuing to bleed and bleed and bleed. I do believe that 110 is definitely in the works on this name. So be patient and wait for those levels to come into you. And then I think people are going to start buying. But here we go. Let's talk about the TQs here and see what we got going on. As Katina Man went short, I was long on that breakout. But here we go. That volume stepped in and then it was a false break. So we got to keep that in mind here as well too, guys. Well, our best trade of the session was the Apple trade. Working out really nice. We're all out of it now. Caught pretty much essentially the peak from that bottom there, and then now coming back into the volume-weighted average price. Warren's calling here. What does Warren want there?
Sitting on that cash.
You sitting on that cash? Yeah, there you go. You got to sit on that cash. Warren is saying, hey, guys, you got to be liquid right now. So you know what I mean? So just listen to what Uncle Warren's up to, and I guess just do what he's doing. But here we go. SPY as well too, Sharif, running into this base. Are we going to crack it? It's looking like it. Test 1, test 2, lower highs here. Now running into support level. Is this market going to start bleeding? It looks like it could potentially go a little bit lower, but Katina Man wants to talk.
130 handles right now. I know, I just wanted to show this. Yeah, it's a little bit of money
Nice,
storm.
Katina Man.
No, I just wanted to say it was nothing. A lot of money storms happening over there. And you've come to the screen right here. I just want to show this was just trying to fade off of that afternoon level. We had talked about all last week that, heading into the close, we're not even anywhere near the close, but just into the afternoon as more and more talks come, Donald tends to get the mic, around the afternoon. And it's never really that positive as far as the rest of the world, right? And so you do have a nice downside move here happening. We just starting to cover and really proud of this one because we're actually holding on, to the majority of it as we come into these days low. So just letting people know that was that trade and that's what we're thinking. And right now we are starting to cover a bit of this as we get to the lows. So barring any new news coming through, I think this is probably a decent cover right there. So that's just what we're doing over here. And keep going, guys. You guys are doing fantastic. I like that Celsius. What a wild thing. Isn't that a Jake Paul thing? He drinks Celsius and does all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you gotta watch out for that stuff. All right, peace.
He's not on Team Prime, is he?
Now this is it's a marketing company, marketing, sales, distribution. Oh, yeah, energy
Yeah,
drinks.
the energy drink. Yeah, have you ever had a Celsius drink?
I never had one.
Yeah, very interesting.
I'm not an energy drink guy.
Yeah, me
but,
neither.
I know I don't have a problem with them. I used to be really aggressive with.
Well, I don't know.
energy
Is it even
drinks
an
back in the day.
energy drink, or is it just kind of one of those sugarless, carbonated, non-alcohol White Claw?
Yeah, good question, bro.
Yeah,
good
that's
question. The
good
Katina Man's getting amped up on that side, baby. Guys, the NVIDIA, something's going on. And we don't know what's happening with NVIDIA, but you just don't drop 7% in one day when nothing's afoot. So, NVIDIA, we're getting into those deep seek level, Joseph.
Yeah.
Let's go to the 4-hour here on the Monster NVIDIA. Ouch. Yes, we are getting into those levels, Katina Man. Your point well taken. That's that 115 level. And the low of the day, guys, is 115.88. So that lower low, lower high situation on the 4-hour here still very much in play. Wow. With NVIDIA, this is really ugly, and I don't really have any idea why. The only thing that we got on NVIDIA today is them with Broadcom are exploring using Intel's foundries, which is not a negative catalyst. Why would it be for NVIDIA? It's obviously positive for Intel. Sure. They've been really trying to build up their foundry business, so glad for them. But I don't see how this is bad for NVIDIA. So this feels more macro related as opposed to anything else. Yeah, the blood is really coming down here on these here markets. Is the Donald talking? What is going on over there? So we're going to have to wait and see whether or not something is afoot there. Adair is always at the big desk, so anything happens, we'll know about it. She's got some for us, so let me know when we're sending it to Adara. Guys, we're going to Adara.
This is less of a specific news story, just something to be aware of. In addition to Trump expected to speak here at around 1:30, keep in mind, he is often late. We currently have Fed's Muslim speaking right now, and there's nothing super of note being said, but it's worth noting we do have Fed speak happening right now. Basically, Fed's Muslim saying that there's, quote, good reasons to think that productivity growth is persistent. So mentioning growth, I guess, in the productivity space, also saying that it's a little bit hard to tell if some of the numbers that we got specifically with consumer spending for January had to do with the actual market or confidence, or if it was just a weather-based thing. So the point I'm trying to make here is nothing extremely sensational is being said right now by Fed's Muslim, but worth noting that we do have a Fed speaking that can always add a little bit of extra volatility to these markets. Back to you.
I'm with you in the camp of what's going on with NVDA. You don't just drop 7% without anything along those lines coming out, or maybe you do, right? So 7.5% now. And look at this. This was a consolidation phase. It broke the low of it and then essentially didn't look back. This name is dragging, and I mentioned before from a daily perspective, look at it just drag everything down. But let's take a look at this thing from a bigger time frame, Sharif.
Sure.
And then I mentioned, look at these support levels that we're going to run into. Now what we gained on Friday is now all gone, and we're even south of that. So something must be up. It's not a good look here. 112, potentially the next range that you're going to be looking at in this name. Are we going to hit that today? I don't think so. But at this pace, anything is possible because there is more downside in the Qs and there's more potential downside in the SPY as well too. So these tech names is dragging the broader market down with it. Not a pretty look here on NVDA. I'm going to continue to look for some news headlines here, Shreve, on this name. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything. So we're going to be patient, and I'm sure we're going to find something out here shortly.
Oh, I'm sure we will. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on my blotter. Anything NVIDIA related, we're going to bring that to you guys. Celsius, I was able to extract some to the high side there into the 90s, long 76s, but this one wants to breach 70 again. It is at VWAP. I've already put my stop below 65, so it's going to have to hold up this other 5 pennies that we've got right now between our entry and our stop. Not going to give back too much here on, well, I'm negative on it. Let's just be call a spade with Celsius. Don't want to give more and don't want to get more negative on it. That's what I'm trying to say ineloquently right now. So CELH was definitely a good one to the high side earlier, but that is obviously being called into question with this huge market downturn. I saw what the OG there in the chat, Ozan, Mr. China. Can it be breaking? Q1 GDP now forecast has dropped down to minus 2.8% from minus 1.5. Interesting. I didn't see that headline. Shout out to Ozan. I'm looking over here just to see if there's any GDP entries on my blotter. GDP. Not sure what the hell is going on there. What's happening here? Yeah, I'm not seeing that either. But yeah, let me know where you found that, Ozan. I'd like to be able to verify that and to look at it with everybody else so we can kind of have a discussion about it. But yeah. Yeah, a bit of a tougher day, certainly on these markets. So I'm involved. Again, the only trade that I've got, we're 3 pennies out of the money right now on CELH. I'm already negative on it because I was trying to DCA into 27. That didn't work out well, but that was not above VWAP. Now I'm trying to do with the VWAP trade. If it gives up the ghost, which it looks like it is going to give up the ghost, at least that's kind of how I feel at the moment, then we're going to get out of that for the entire thing there. So good, well, not a good look, but a bit of a tougher look right now on NVIDIA. I'm keeping my eye on the Mag 7. Even the dead one, Apple, which was strong on the day, is giving back up as well. Big move down here from Apple into that 243 area. We had touched 244 to start out the day. And then we started putting in the higher lows. So you kind of felt, maybe Apple had an opportunity to retest that 244. I think that's all being called into question as well as we have now. We still do have higher lows, but we'll see if the trend wants to continue over here. Tesla is down aggressively as well. Oh, I didn't even see. What's up?
Bang.
Bang.
Bang. That's it, eh?
Okay.
I told you, man.
286 is giving up we're giving way there on TSLA. We had an interesting area, this 293. It didn't even hold up there, bro. We kind of rejected off that area at 10 a.m., popped back up nicely into that 302. You kind of felt like this was going to be the day that Tesla held 300. Think again. We are heading down. We're heading down aggressively right now, Joseph.
Yeah. Well, and we're still continuing to bleed here. Like we're climbing lower and lower with the low of 115 here on the session, guys. The SPY and the Qs look like they have no bottom in sight. So not a pretty look as NVDA is continuing to crawl lower. This is insane. But one thing that is starting to hold positive, Sharif, is Apple. All right. So a nice little bounce here in Apple, just sticking to relative strength. So again, look at all the other big tech names, and then look at this name here. So really, really tough look here. I know the chat's going crazy about something in there. So let's see what everybody else is thinking up to. I know Dear Ollie says, yeah, I think it's just the market pricing in these tariffs. I agree with you. Atlanta's Fed numbers are not accurate, been falling for a while, not accurate in my opinion. Someone else had a very valid point there, but I've lost it, and I'll find it a little bit later, guys. But let us know what you're looking at. We'll go over it. We'll see what everybody else is trading on this session. If you're short, then congratulations to you. And if you're playing the break of these key support levels, then you get a double bang there with the head.
He does get pumped on that
he's
side
getting
of the
pumped
desk,
over
bro.
there. Yeah, he's killing it over there. Not much else to say. It's just we got to wait and see what's going on here. So yeah, dragging lower and lower, closer to 8% down on the session is NVDA. Not a good look at all for this name. Breaking through some key lows and just dragging everything down with it, guys. So tough look there. We're not in anything. You're in Celsius still, Sharif.
Yeah,
I'm not in anything since Apple and TQQQs. So we're just going to wait. We're going to wait for those bottoming signals. I think at some point, NVDA is going to bottom out because how much lower can it go? I mean, in the past couple of sessions, it had put in multiple 10% plus days. So are we going to head in that path? Possibly. But let's look at the volume profile as it continues to just go lower and lower. Look at this downward volume. Look at this bearish volume here, Sharif, really start to pick up.
Is that the monster NVIDIA?
Yeah,
we're going
NVIDIA.
SSR.
Yeah, we're going SSR here relatively quick here, I think, at some point. But if that volume is sustained, best believe you're going to see south of 114 here, even head into 113s. We're going to need some stopping volume in order for us to stop this this bleeding here, but it doesn't look like we want to. This is insane. Really tough day here for NVDA. But again, to play the contrarian there, at what point can we buy?
Just looking at this.
Yeah, what are you guys going up there?
NVIDIA TD Cowen 45th Annual Healthcare Conference transcript. That can't be it. Yeah, I'm just looking through the blotter. There's really nothing to justify this move. Guys, you can't move 8% like that. I mean, is this all zero DTE stuff? Is it options market related? I mean, you can't say 8 1/5%. It's gonna be because of that. I mean, like, wow. Yeah, there's really nothing over here. What do you got?
Yeah, okay, so so a lot of names don't have zero DTE, but NBA, I believe, does not have zero DTE.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. No, so it's weekly. So you only get that with a couple of names, SPY and the Qs. But someone, what's your friend who we was talking about? Ozan said something earlier about some gamma around, like a gamma catch-up or something along those lines. I didn't quite comprehend what he was saying. But what I'm looking at here, Sharif, is there's quite a bit of open interest at 115, and then we can go down another level and go to 110. So that's some outstandish. I'm not going to call it a wall or anything because it's not overly stand-out-ish. Like, it's not something that's eye-popping, but it's high levels of OI at that 115 and the 110 levels. So we got to keep we're going to continue to monitor those because it might have something to do about it. So, well, I'll read a little bit more into this gamma stuff to see what's cooking up. But see, here we go. Okay, now we're going to get that bounce. Okay, beautiful. I really like this bounce signal here in NVDA. Let's see if we can hold. I knew we weren't going to bleed for the remainder of the session, Sharif. And look at this. Boom. This is exactly what we wanted to see. I was talking about it before it happened. And now this is that bottoming signal that we want. We have a definitive out. If we break 114.50, then that's it. We're out of the trade. But this is an absolute beautiful bottoming signal. Gorev, take a look at that. We're going to try to get involved in this. We're going to use NVDA as our vehicle, not NVDL. Let's see if we get this bounce here in NVDA, Sharif.
All right, man. I'm keeping an eye on it too, because if this thing really starts moving to the high side over here, great look into that 114.5, and then all hell is breaking loose to the high side. You always feel like this is going to be that umbrella pattern where you kind of get that down move, get it, Adara, and then you kind of curl back up off that little, bottoming tail candle or, bottoming tail candle, I think is called. We'll keep an eye out. Let's see if it can take out that 15 2/3. What a move down for NVIDIA, and what an equally aggressive move to the high side over here. So good look there. I'm just, you're certain that there's no zero DTE on NVIDIA,
1,000%.
Okay, okay. Sounds good. You tell me that, I believe you. I'm still holding here on Celsius. It's still holding VWAP. I was able to take some more as it popped up into the mid-80s there, but again, we're 3 pennies out of the money right now. We're still unable to go filled through into the 90s, so it's kind of reestablish the range that it was previously in. I'll submit to you guys that range was about 2670-ish to the downside with about 2690 to the high side. That was kind of the range there in the bull flag that we had, and then we broke up 2750, and now we're down looking basically like we're going to hold that same range again. So let's see if we can, if I have to trade it as a range because that's what it's giving me, that's what I'll do, but I'm definitely looking for a move back up. Yeah, it's a very aggressive down day today in these here markets, guys, but as Joseph mentioned, I think we may have caught possibly a bottom there on NVDA. Let's see if it is. The 10 exponential still way higher than where we're trading right now on NVDA. Let's load up that bad boy. So the 10 exponential on the 5, which it's been basically shadowing all day as a resistance level 116.50. That's about $1 from where we're trading right now. So we still haven't even gotten back into the 10 exponential. That doesn't mean there isn't a trade to be had. We're trading intraday. So if you take that 114.51 low and you take it to 116.50, well, guess what? That's a two-banger, baby. Show yourself, Dollar Club. Where is it? The 1, 2. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a bad look intraday. So just because you're going to reject off, and I'm not saying we will, I'm just saying, just if you reject off that 116.50, that doesn't mean that there isn't a trade to be had. Just make sure that you know where you're taking profits. And so if you don't know 10 exponentials there acting as a resistance level, you probably won't take profits there. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Separately, I wanted to mention as well that it's not just NVIDIA that caught a bit of a bounce there. The other one that you were involved in, Joseph, AAPL, continuing to respect that upper trend line over here with the higher low situation still in force. It looks as if possibly bottomed out there at 241.25, and now we're knocking the door of that 50 penny area. We got VWAP at 75, and then we got the closing print from Friday at 83s. So we'll see if that higher low, higher high situation that we've been involved in essentially since the opening range wants to reestablish itself on Apple there. It's already over 25 pennies above that area support right now. So not a bad look right now for the dead one Apple as the market possibly tries to curl back up here. It's a hard row hold, I'll tell you that, because what a negative move NVIDIA brought upon the overall market in general. We were down 8.25%. We're about 7 1/3 right now in Redsville on NVDA, all the while no specific catalyst on this, which is kind of quite bamboozling. You expect that when you have such a down move like that on such a big name that at least it would be supported with a catalyst. Not so. In fact, I'll submit to you the catalyst today was quite innocuous. I mean, there was really nothing good, nothing bad about it. It was just about NVIDIA looking to use Intel's foundries as possibly a manufacturing base. That's neither good nor bad. They haven't verified whether or not they're going to, move ahead with it. And there has also been kind of speculation whether Intel can even handle that. They have this manufacturing process called the 18A manufacturing process, which Broadcom tested on previous occasions, much to the chagrin of Broadcom. They didn't like it and they backed out of the deal. They're re-looking at it again. I wonder why. I feel this is a political pressure on these companies to want to build locally using Intel and prop up obviously the struggling American company. Then after all that Intel news we had this morning, Adara brings to us midday that Taiwan Semi now, or the CEO of Taiwan Semi, the major manufacturer of semis in the world, is going to meet with the Orange Man very soon to build more in the United States, despite the fact that they have 100 foundries under construction. I say 100, obviously tongue-in-cheek, to exaggerate for effect, but you get what I'm saying. So a lot of bamboozling, kind of little tidbits of news coming from here and there, kind of not giving you the full picture. We'll wait and see what comes of all this, Joseph. But NVIDIA, wow, 7.5%.
Yeah,
Redsville.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the chat are talking options with me and just about gamma exposure and everything along those lines. I'm not going to get too in depth with it right now because it is somewhat complicated. And we'll do a lesson about it, though, for sure, because that is a really key point. And when I was referring to all this open interest at a key level on NVDA at that 115, that's when Ozan said, yeah, exactly, Joe. You're looking at that right strike, and that's where it goes. So gamma is now positive, and that's why we got that massive sell-off there, guys. So really important to understand the Greeks, and a lot of people were talking about the advanced Greeks in there, too, as well. Fugazi Bear was talking to me about Vena and Charm. So really, really good stuff there from everybody in the chat. I'm learning stuff, too, from you guys, which is absolutely fantastic.
I got it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So we'll do that, Shreve. Oh, we're a little late on the entry there.
Okay.
But that's okay. We'll hold on to this position. One thing is, though, I know Gorev's in this trade now as well too. We'll talk a little bit about this before we go into and document the playmaker pool. But here we go, guys. We just continued to sell and we waited. And I'm like, hey, I think at some point when you have that waterfall type price action, you're going to get that stopping volume. And this is exactly what this is. This is stopping volume. All right. And as you can see, there we go. Beautiful. I need that one there, Fabian. I love that. Thank you, my friend. But this is stopping volume right here, guys, all right? So waterfall type price action, and then now the market has put in a low. And now we can identify that with an indecision doji print. And look at this volume candle too, guys. It's larger than anything put out throughout the whole session. Even in the early, in the 5-minute opening drive where you see the most volume, we've now surpassed that and put in its own signature, so isolated signature. So good luck there, Sharif. Are you ready, my friend?
Yes, sir. We are going to be ready in 1 second.
All right, we're both not ready.
All right, I'm ready to go.
Here we go. 54. What do we got for entry price?
589.43.
589.43.
Sir.
Beautiful stuff.
So we're going to stop out or take profits?
We're going to take profit. We want to take profit first.
So we're going long, right?
Yeah, we're going long.
591.43.
590.
It's short. It was short in the polls, right?
Short one in the polls.
Okay, so we're going. Okay, so we're stopping out.
Wow. Well, we thought it was a long.
Well, I asked him.
Okay. All right. All right.
All right, stop trolling us.
Yeah.
Leave us alone. So we're taking profits, Joseph, at 587.43.
Okay. And then our
short.
Yeah, and our stop out is going to be.
We're going to get stopped out at 590.43.
590.43, and then our second short.
Sir.
Ever. Where are you, Mr. What's our good buddy's name there?
Who?
Burdett, Mr. Burdett. Yeah, Kyle, our good buddy Kyle there.
Oh yeah, big smile.
Yeah, big smile.
Oh yeah, right. As soon as Bitcoin
guys.
started breaking out yesterday, I got the message. It's like, holy cow, Bitcoin.
cow,
I'm like, yo, you get excited when things go up? I was shocked.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Wow.
Big smile.
That's good. That's good to hear from Big Smile here. But here we go, guys. That signal's coming into fruition. It's unfortunate that speaking of Bitcoin, it is continuing to sell, and the Qs and the SPY are having a little bit of issue on holding on to these lows. So let's see if we can get this bounce in NVDA. I'm going to hold on until we break the low, but I don't know if we're going to just yet. But I think there's a turnaround imminent here, guys.
Good call out, Joseph. Yeah, I'm still scalping here on CELH. Anything into the top of the 80s, high 80s, mid 80s. I'm taking the scalps. I've been waiting to get stopped out through that 60. It hasn't been forthcoming, so it does feel like, possibly this holds up. But the other side of the coin is it's not. It's putting in higher lows, CELH. When you look at the 5-minute, if it wasn't so kind of convoluted with all the triangles there, we're putting in lower highs on CELH at VWAP. By the same token, though, we're also putting in higher lows. So we'll see how this bad boy wants to resolve. If it wants to resolve to the high side, I'll catch that bid. I've got the orders layered there at another one at 84s, then at 88s, and then into the 90s. What's going on over there?
Yeah, Gorev says he's printing. We're getting that candle to work out. That's the bottoming signal. I said, Gorev, on these types of setups is when we got to start to push size. Let's see if this works out. Sorry to interrupt. Continue.
No worries. Yeah, so we're keeping an eye here on CELH. I'm also keeping an eye on the MAG, because if we kind of get what I perceive to be a possible 10 exponential retracement on NVIDIA, and then we reject, well, this one could be destined for that 10% day SSR. We're not going to call that until we see it, but we still haven't gotten to that 10 exponential. That 10 exponential on the 5 on NVIDIA is 116 and a third, give or take a few pennies. We're below 116 right now, 115.93. So we'll see how far this one can catch a bid, and if there's anything similar or dissimilar between this one and the other Mag 7 names, we'll look for some differences here. I'm also keeping an eye on Apple. I mentioned this one because of the higher low situation on Apple, which you don't really see on any other of the Mag 7 names. They're either down and to the right or consolidative sideways. Apple's the only one that I perceive to have higher lows. That doesn't mean anything, though. If the market starts selling off aggressively, that could give way in a hurry. So yeah, keeping an eye on NVDA, keeping an eye on Apple as well as CELH. Nothing doing there. Let's look at the small cap gappers. Let's bring in the side chart over here, see if there's anything afoot with these bad boys. There's nothing. There literally is nothing today in small cap gapper world that I like, sadly. Acon ain't it. BTAI ain't it. Well, that other one that we took off there, I don't even remember what the ticker was. I replaced it with CELH. That one gave up the ghost as well. So there's not too much that I like right now, guys. Not too much that's setting up in a way that I can trade. I'm looking at the scanner, and there's just really nothing going on over here. That one that I forgot the name of was ALDX, and it lost. Not ALDX. Sorry, that one is still on the RADX, excuse me, RADX has kind of lost the entire move after hitting $11. It's trading at 650 right now. So that can give you an idea of how weak these small cap gappers are, Joseph.
Yeah.
The new poll is up, baby. We got a couple of names there that you don't usually make it up. We got Nat Gas because it's still up over 6%. Strong name today. ARM in there because it's also 5% down, giving up that 125 momentarily. Li Auto as well. I threw that on there only because it's down 11%. Li Auto got shellacked today with, to be fair, the other Chinese ADRs, they're all red except PDD and Baba. They're marginally green, but these Chinese EVs, Li Auto getting the worst out of all of them right now with that big pop-up last week on Li Auto. And then SMCI, which also might go SSR, if it's not already. No, 9% still and change for SMCI. So that one could be short sale restricted by the time all is said and done. So threw those on there. SMCI obviously is a repeat offender, but Li Auto and ARM and Nat Gas don't usually make it up on there all that often. Joseph.
Yeah, really good stuff there. I'm listening to Ozan. I think 114 is a rappel level. On NVIDIA, smaller than 115, though. Breaks that is a no-no for me. Yeah, good point there, guys. So a lot of gamma talk and advanced options. So I like that in the chat. Wow, iBit is just absolutely tanking, breaking through some key support levels all the way back down to $49.80. So that'll probably put us south of 90 on Bitcoin there, guys. As the market continues to bleed lower, 87.5 there now. So going right back to where we kind of started and left the week off a little bit higher, obviously, significantly higher, I should say. But yeah, good stuff. Yes, on ER plays, I pointed out that there was a large put wall and tons of calls sold last Friday at 115. So I expect a bounce at 115, 120. And I like that point too, guys, because when you see high levels of open interest, you got to take into consideration on the opposite side of that trade. So if you're long a bunch of calls, that means the market maker is short a bunch of calls, and they don't necessarily want to have that type of exposure. So really good look there on the put and call walls, guys. Loving the feedback today. We're not getting that bounce that we want as the overall market is continuing to drag lower and lower. Is Donald speaking or anything along those lines, Adara, yet? Because the market's taking another leg down, and it's not looking pretty. Apple heading into some bases as well right now, and Amazon looking like it's going to crack some as well too, guys. So not a pretty look in some of these big names. So yeah, continue to let us know what everybody else is looking at. We'll go over it. If you see anything outstanding or if you find any news, we'll be sure to keep looking and monitoring the chat to see what's going on here, guys. Why is everything crashing? Yeah, that's what we're finding out. So Donald speaking as well too, and I think a lot of it's with tariffs being priced in as well. So yeah, tough look here, guys. Let's see if we can get this bounce. Gorev, if we can hold 114, then I think we're going to be sitting pretty. It's unfortunate we didn't get a deeper pullback than what we were looking at, but with a weak market like this, then it's totally understandable. So continuing to move lower and lower and lower. But yeah, let's take a look at some percentage metrics here, actually. The IWM isn't looking too good. We'll talk about IWM shortly, but Google continuing to go lower. And we're going back to those lows that I was referring to last week. So down north of, let's see here. Yeah, 19%, 19 and a quarter, a little bit more. So heading into the 20% off those all-time highs is Google and some of these big names. So yeah, not a good look, that's for sure. But we'll be patient, see what's going on. We'll see what Donald has to say here shortly. And yeah, we'll just wait for Adara to come out with some of that breaking news. I'm not seeing anything either on my news feed, so we'll just be patient and wait for something to come out. And I'm sure it will, because if things don't just sell off like this, as Sharif mentioned, you don't go down 8 or 10% for no reason, but market pricing some stuff in. Kalua, Sharif, Joe and Sharif, I just had my biggest day ever, printed some massive amounts off the shorts. What a fantastic day. Thank you for all for what you guys do and provide. Yeah, much appreciated. I'm glad you had such a sick day.
This puts at the lows,
yeah,
bro.
And then Stevenson says a big profit day for him as well with those 591 puts on SPY. And I know there was a massive put wall last week on last week's expiration cycle on the SPY, which dragged it lower as well too. So yeah, there you go, guys. We'll talk about some put to call ratio tomorrow, and I think that's going to come into play because I guess it's the options RSI, right? So we'll just go over that and see if everybody enjoys that one.
I was firing off a yawn.
Oh, yeah.
So Ram caught me mid yawn there. Got me looking bad.
On the yonder.
Get it, Adara. All right, guys. I'm still involved in this CELH position. Don't know why it's holding up at this level, but it feels like there is a buyer at VWAP. I don't know for how long. I'm just scalping out anytime it pops into that level. Anytime I talk about it, it always breaks the level, which I find to be very interesting. Interesting there. So CELH, definitely some negativity on this one. It did have some strength earlier, but it is giving up the ghost now. I'm still watching ACON on the side chart to see if this one wants to get above that $6.50 level. That is VWAP on ACON. It does have this higher low situation, so it was able to work itself off the low. Certainly that $5 area was money, but there is a seller of note right here. It does seem at 620, and even when it broke that 620 area, look what it did. It went to 720 and then tanked all the way back down. So be careful with ACON. It is quite a bamboozler at these levels, no doubt about it, until it can stay above that volume weighted average price. Yeah, I just got stopped out there of CELH for the last remaining amount, so we'll give back a little bit there. I did scalp a little bit into that into the top end, but what really wasn't able to de-risk the majority of the position, so that will be a negative name for me. There's really nothing going on for me over here, guys. A bit of a light trading day today. Nothing breaking to my to the high side. Nothing on my scanner that would warrant entering right now on any of these small cap gappers, but it feels like, you know, it's just a kind of a punch short type day on these here markets as everything is down and to the right. Nvidia, for whatever reason, has been awfully negative on the day. It has found some support here, although it seems at $1.15. So these levels have been kind of bouncing off, with one exception over here at that 110 candle, which did dip into 114.51. But look how quickly it was bought up above 115. So this could be quite interesting here on Nvidia if we can recover off that 115 low. There it does have breaking news.
Not so much breaking news here as some context to be aware of. We are keeping an eye here for Donald Trump set to announce a major investment-related piece of news. We are seeing a lot of speculation and reports that TSM is going to be part of that announcement. But 1 minute ago, he posted here on Truth, or sorry, I guess 4 minutes ago now, Donald Trump just sharing a Truth post about 4 minutes ago. It has to do with Russia and Europe, so it's not anything related to this announcement. But I think it's worth noting in terms of his ETA, it seems like as of right now, he's free enough to be able to post things on social media. So I am unclear when he's going to make this announcement. He did, though, just make a different announcement. Tariffs will go on external product on April 2nd. So agricultural products here getting tariffs on April 2nd. I'm not seeing anything else here on NVIDIA or in the market as a whole, but I wanted to let you know Donald Trump posting on Truth and making some tariff announcements, but nothing on that announcement we were expecting at 1:30. Back to you.
I feel like the market every time kind of like thinks that, you know, these tariffs aren't going to hit, especially the ones on Mexico and Canada, and like they give it the opportunity, you know what I mean, to kind of work out, and then the weekend comes and goes and no deal's been struck and the deadline's like 2 days away.
And then everybody's hitting panic mode.
Everybody's hitting panic mode.
So there you go, guys. I think that's the market pricing everything in here. So
I kind of get that feeling, you know what I mean? Like it's going to be super interesting to see whether or not that goes through. Apparently they're going to go through. Apparently, according to him, what's up in question right now is the percentage.
Yeah, the percentage. Yeah. Well, I heard he was going to take, I think he was going to hit the Canadian oil as hard, so I think 10% there, which isn't as bad. So a little bit of a blanket there.
No, I mean like that 25.
Yeah, the 25. Yeah. 20. Well, I mean, I think he's going to come in with uncertain goods, right? So we'll just have to wait and see what he's up to. But I know he said already that Canadian oil is only going to get 10%.
Yeah, so Canadian oil is going to be like the least hit, but like lumber, for example, you know, there's already a 14% dumping surcharge on, dumping surcharge on lumber. Dumping's like this economic term for like lowering the price of like a product, right, of a commodity. And so there's already 14% on that. And there's going to be whatever, another 25%. Yeah, I got you. Just give me a second.
You got to say when you're going to pop in there.
Here we go.
Some e-cig.
Yeah, I know. She's very demanding. I just got to give it a second here. All right, here we go. I'm ready to go. E-Signal, baby. New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to Elite. You'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then capitalize on their platform. It's got everything: infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can predict better with backtesting and reliable real-time data. Global markets literally at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the description in the link, or the link in the description of this video.
There it is.
So that's the situation right now. I'm looking at NVIDIA, guys, because we got a bit of a higher low situation here with 114.60 as the area low, and then we kind of defended that 115 area. We'll see if we can get above 116 a quarter, 116 a fifth, but NVIDIA has been having all sorts of trouble getting off these lows. It's been a sell everything kind of day in chip world today, unless your name was INTC, still flat on the day, up 0.08%. There's some others that are, positive in what's it called? Microchip semis world. You got NXPI up 1 1/3, MCHP up 2.17, but these aren't names that we often trade on the show here, Joseph. So I'm keeping my eye on Acon still, because it's really the only small cap gapper that I think might have a possibility to reclaim VWAP. It's already doing the dance with it right now, trying to take that 650. It's at 6 1/3. Let's see if we can weasel in a little bit here now that it's above VWAP. Maybe we'll give this one the old college try. Very small share size here on this name, just to kind of keep things interesting. We can't just sit on the show without trading like this. So I'm punching in to a little bit here on Acon. I like the $6 pullback. Something there could be interesting as well. There does seem to be a seller of note at 40s. It's a hidden seller and a bit of an iceberg order. We've popped up into 40s with really no size posted on the book, but holding below that level right now. So ACON up about 89% and change, but having all sorts of trouble with VWAP. But I like this higher low situation over here on ACON. CELH was the other trade that I had earlier. That gave up the ghost at that 2670 area, which I perceive to be the consolidation area low, and it gave up that level, and it's continuing on its merry way to the downside, about to breach 60s. So that's all I got right for now, guys. About 20 minutes left on the show. Not too much in small cap gapper world trade today, but there's been a lot of short opportunities, especially for the Meg 7. So if you were taking anything to the downside today, you did quite well. So good on you. I just got a print there on Acon, so let's wait a little bit higher over here. And we just got another print to the high side, so about 20 pennies. I took everything out.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's been that kind of day. I don't mind getting back in, though. Let's see exactly what happens here. Do we breach VWAP again and then come all the way back down, or what's the situation? We're going to move up into 7. Last time we rejected 7 1/4 to the T. You can kind of see that up there, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. So Acon trying to take out 7, Joseph. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Trey Smith, that was funny. But our good guy Drop Trades had a very good point there. He said, Joe, take a lesson from Japan in the early 90s. Tariffs on chips and TVs, etc. Nobody was buying in Japan, had to dump product at a loss for realized losses. China next. Very good, valid point there, guys. I like that when they're Drop Trades. But we're still hitting into this one. We're still holding on to this NVDA trade, looking for this potential bounce. We were 10% or 10 cents off of hitting a 2-to-1 on the Playmaker, and the short won today because we took that additional leg lower. So if we can hit 58, 587.43, then we can just lock in that 2-to-1. It went to a low of 258.53, and that's it. So, but we're gonna bounce near here now in NVDA, still holding on to this position, just sticking to the game plan, and I think that's really important. Sean says it all the time. Neil, Sharif said, just stick to the game plan. Don't try to overcomplicate something. We had a definitive out on this name, and we haven't broke it. So as the market made another low and continued to construct another low, NVDA held relatively well. So we did have that stopping volume candle in place, and it's looking like it's working out really well for us right now. So guys, let us know in the chat what you are looking at, and we'll go over it here briefly. Maybe I add a little bit into this position because I think we can pull back. I'm not going to say we're going to pull back into this support zone. here, which would now act as resistance. But I think that we can pull into 117 halves roughly if we do get that bounce and the market decides that it wants to bounce as well too. So gonna add a little small size here on NVDA, holding for that 117 price target. And there we go, because I don't want to DCA into this trade, so I'll add into something that is working. So 1650, we'll take our first trim off here, but we got some key resistance zones that we need to mark out as well too. Right at that $16, that whole dollar right there, guys. We got to keep that in mind. That is resistance. We need that momentum to punch through, and it's looking like it's working out right now because the market's starting to come in. So we'll continue to hold on to that. One thing that I do want to talk a little bit about here is Amazon. We were going over this multiple times throughout the week. A nice signal here, but again, it's not holding. So we need a strong bounce in the Qs and some of these tech names in order for this level to hold. If we break 205, then I got to get out of this trade because 202 is probably the next level, and we're going to head into a little bit south of maybe that 200 target on Amazon. So not a good look here for some of these tech names, but a nice look here on NVDA, guys. I mentioned that signal time and time again. I'll bring it up one more time. Beautiful stuff here, especially after this waterfall type price action. Put in that isolated signature, and we're now bouncing from that there, Sharif.
All right, man. We got back into ACON because we fat fingered like an idiot. We're long 63s. It just went to beak there at 80s. So we initially entered, obviously, as there 32, scalped up into the 50s. Now we're holding a piece for the dream. Let's see if we can work our way up into 90s. I'm going to hang out in the low 90s here on ACON. It's showing me 82s. Let's see if we can work our way a little bit higher. 83s, now 84s, okay, 85s. You guys know what comes after 85, right? All right, 88s over here, not bad, but we're gonna have to, hold on for dear life because this is a riskier trade, man. We've talked about these pre-market highs being a damper on the upward price action. So I have like this inclination to want to get out of this trade, but I don't think that that's the right thing to do, especially if we can test 7 again. So I'm going to let this one cook. I've had a couple of dip trades over here to add to the position. None were filled, showing me 86s now. It did show me 90s very quickly. I'm waiting at 93, so it didn't cross. So I didn't expect to get the print there. It's going to have to really get a little bit aggressive to break that $7 area. Because look what we did over here with $7. We weaseled on up above it for like a moment or two, and then all sorts of hell broke loose to the downside as people either took profits or reinstituted their short positions. So 63s is where I've entered. I'm going to get out. No, let me have a look. So this is the second candle. If this candle closes in 1 minute above this level, it'll be 2 candles that close above the volume weighted average price. So I don't want to take it out too quickly here. I'm going to pack my patience. Exactly what I'm going to do. So finally in a decent trade right now, let's see if it can work its way up into that 90 penny area. It's having all sorts of trouble with it though. I think, do I leave these resting orders here to get filled? I think it's exactly what I'm going to do, even though it's showing relative weakness right now, that top coming in a little bit over here. I'm trying to gauge whether or not Acon's got some continuity under itself, whatever, over here. Now we're putting in incrementally lower highs here on the book. So it looks like, we were topping out at 89s. Now we're topping out at mid 80s. Okay, here we go. That's calling it into question. Bang! We take out the top there. All right, not a bad trade here on ACON. To the top side again we go, and there goes 7. Now we got a new high a day, baby. Acon, it's got a 731 high a day, but that's all. That's all. We spent all of 2 seconds at that 731 area. Now it's coming back down. It's got an ugly topping tail candle, an inverse hammer candle. Does it close this way though on ACON? So let's keep tabs on this one. Now we know that the local high there is 7 1/4, and that's exactly where we rejected. Well, that's not accurate. We rejected 7 1/3, but above that, we saw that I don't want to say it's a pre-market high, but it essentially manifested right at 930. So it is technically after the market, after the bell. That's an 813 high a day. If we can get above and stay above 7, I think that gives us an opportunity for another 8 touch. We haven't been above 8 or at 8, mind you, since that 9:30 a.m. bell. And it does look like it is coming right back down now. So I was happy I got out everything. This is ugly on these small cap gappers today. Very, very ugly. No continuity and like a lot of bamboozlement. So, I took this one breaking through VWAP. But if you had waited for an area break, like a breakout trade above that 7.25, how angry are you right now? You know what I mean? Like you wait for that breakout. You're like, yeah, let's take out those shorts or let those sellers that are hanging out at 7 1/5, 7.25. You punch in long there. All you get is 7.30 and now you're down into 6.75. Very frustrating in terms of continuity on these small cap gappers. But yeah, that's just the way that's the nature of the beast. So have at it. Anyway, happy with this trade, but definitely not the best, certainly.
It's a banger, though.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not great, but it's, there's not much on the day, Joseph. No. I can't create these small cap gapper opportunities. If they're there, they're there. They're not, they're not. What am I supposed to do? So we're going to keep tabs on that. Shout out to Sam. Thank you for the nice comments, brother. The best live trading show. You found it already, bro. You found it over here. The Katina man used a different word. We'll give you the idea that he echoed our sentiment, but used a little bit of different language, more forceful language, but I'm going to echo his sentiment on that. I just won't use the same language. Ish.
Watch your profanity.
What you got over there?
Nothing. You remember that? Hey, guys, but 5,000 people watching. Bang. Like that. Let's get those likes up. I got to refresh this and see what we got going on here. But make sure you like and subscribe. If we don't got at least 500, okay, you guys are lucky. If we didn't have, what were we going to say?
No, go ahead. Finish.
I was going to say, if we don't have 500, I'm going to have to leave.
Yeah. I like it.
All right, what were you going to say?
You know what? You know how many viewers the Katina Man and I had on that NVIDIA launch party?
18,000, bro.
Over, bro. We were knocking on the door of almost 20, 19 and change at one point, man. Breaking records.
Take that into perspective. Like, you're essentially...
What's going on? The market's popping off.
Yeah, here we go. We're popping now.
Let's have a look, man.
NVDA starting to go here, guys. Yeah, that's what we need. Hey, let him talk. Let the man speak. And this is exactly what we need here, guys. Let's get these likes up here and make sure you subscribe. NVDA starting to climb higher. Gorev, it didn't break that low, so we hopped right back in this name here, my guys. So a nice bounce here in the market.
Get it, Gorev.
We're giving back all those losses. So here we go, Gorev. Katina Man shouting you out too.
Hey.
So you know you've made it when Katina Man's shouting you out. So good luck
short
there, guys.
AMD, by the way, guys.
Short AMD. I might have jumped the gun a little bit too early. We need this volume to be sustained. So hopefully it can do so. One thing that I'm really bummed about is this Amazon trade. What do you got cooking up there now, my guy?
Short AMD.
Short AMD. All right, there you go. I'm long NVDA. He's short AMD. 5,000 people watching. Let's get those likes up. Make sure you like and subscribe. Thank you guys all. We're going to hold on to this NVDA
Remember
trade.
how we were talking about these U.S. tariffs, Donald Trump tariffs, and how could they have an effect on these here markets?
Yes.
Or could they have an effect on the decisions that businesses take?
Yes.
Honda to produce next Civic in Indiana, not Mexico, due to U.S. tariffs, reports Yahoo Finance. You hear about that one, Randy? Interesting there, dude. I mean, think about that.
But that's the kind of the intention
Civics,
of them,
they make
right?
a lot of these things.
Right.
There's a lot of those.
But that's kind of like the intention of tariffs, right? You want to be more homegrown and less import,
Absolutely.
right? So that's kind of what he's aiming for, right? He wants to put America first, even though we may not like it. He just wants the business to grow within, I guess, domestically. So.
My old man was he did a bit of a deep dive into these tariffs. Like he doesn't get involved in the markets. I've been trying to get him to get crypto, and you know how they feel about the markets, right? They're they want to stay down.
They don't want any risk, essentially, right?
They got their money in the market, but they've got some stiff, basically doing all the trading for them and everything like that. Yeah. I'll continue my story once we get back from Adair at the big desk. Get it, Katina Man.
Not have anything here from Donald Trump. I couldn't find anything on that candle. Just to recap, around 20 minutes ago now, or 21 minutes ago, we were expecting Donald Trump to make an announcement here with regards to an investment in the U.S. Reports are suggesting this investment would be from TSM. And when I say we were expecting it, I mean this was announced by the White House. But 21 minutes have passed, and we do not have any sign of Donald Trump, though he's posted a couple Truth Media posts since this was supposed to start. I think the first one coming in at 1:31. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But it is worth noting, I have not seen any comments from Trump beyond his Truth Social post, guys. Back to you.
Era for always keeping us apprised. Yeah, just to go on with the story. So I was telling him, he actually came up to me and he's like, I've been doing a bit of a deep dive on these tariffs. And he's like, what happens when, you levy tariffs against foreign producers to the benefit of, obviously, of local producers?
Yes.
He's like, does it reduce the quality of the product because now they have to compete or they're not competing actually against foreign manufacturers,
But have to
foreign
live
producers.
up to the demand.
But they got to live up to demand.
Yeah.
Well, if you're caught in like a catch-22 where you're like, all right, I want the cheaper product, or do I ante up a little bit more for the better product? That's like kind of saying like, do you go to Winners, TJ Maxx, get yourself a shirt like this one. This is from Winners as well.
That's all right.
Right? Or do you hit, Bloor Street?
Go to Bloor Street.
And go to Jimmy Choo. Or do you go to obviously I'm exaggerating for effect here, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, I guess that's all preference too, I guess, at some point.
the point I'm trying to make is, does it lower quality because now you're kind of you're shielded from foreign competitors?
No, that's a very valid point, I think, Sharif. And that's a question, unfortunately, I cannot answer. But I think that's a valid point.
100 miles per hour says Chinese quality, laugh out loud.
Yeah.
My man, China is kind of like the tale of two worlds. You can get the worst quality possible, the Temu style products, and then you can get the best quality products possible. It's just there's a spectrum. It's so insanely wide.
What's a good? I'm gonna put you on the spot here. You said Temu, but you never gave it a legit quality.
Well, because like the main manufacturers get their product made in China and then they rebrand it to sell at a huge markup.
Okay,
so like a lot of these designer stuff, they make their stuff out there, right? So it's interesting, man. I'd like to hear what people have to say about that. Jimmy Choo, says Isaac. Eddie R, ask yourself just why you bought a Jaguar. I don't know, because I'm an idiot. I don't know. I have no idea. Dear Oil, easy answer for me. Look at the U.S.
Say the U.S. Airlines? That's crazy.
Ouch. Yeah, that's all I can say to that.
Well.
That's ouch. That's I have no response to that. I mean, what do you say? How can you defend Boeing? There's really nothing to defend. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's a great question.
I don't know. Like, it's put simple here, right? Like, Wal Maria says you get what you pay for.
Yes, sir.
And I agree with that. So, really, really good stuff there. 5,100 people watching there. I mean, I don't know. I refreshed it. We're still sitting at 517. So, I don't know. Did you like yet, Sharif?
Did I like? Yeah. I always like. Oh, come on now.
All right.
Guys, Akon is making another move here. Joseph into 7. So cleared VWAP. Gave us that double top into 7 1/4, 7 2/3. Dropped back down like it was going to lose VWAP. Bounces almost to the penny off that volume weighted average price in the mid-40s. And here we are again, knocking the door of that $7 area on ACON. That same door that seems to briefly open and then get shut right in our face with that topping tail candle Katina Man manifesting twice on ACON and breaking it down below 7. Here we are showing 99s on the ask. We are unable to get above it and stay above it. We'll submit to you that there are no closing prints above that $7 area, at least from what I can see on the day. Let me have a look to make sure I am accurate on that. Yes, nothing closing above the $7 area after the bell rang. We were above there briefly in the pre-market and then printed that 813 high a day, read that opening range break, but we haven't been above that level, 813 that is, since that time. It's having trouble with 7 again, but what I like about this is that it did come into that level that we all look at for these small cap gappers, that volume weighted average price, and bounced off to the T. There goes 7. Here we go. 707s into the high, not moving on the bid though, so this one's still not clearing on the bid. What's going on over there, Katina Man? Get it. I appreciate you. So we're going to keep an eye right now on ACON. There it goes, baby. Here comes 7 1/4 on ACOM. There it goes. Boom.
Oh,
into 749. It's going to halt at 49s over here. If we spend about 10 seconds, it could be a false halt. We've seen false halts already on the day. Tons of volume churning through this level. It does look like it could false halt here, though. Let's give it a few more seconds. The bid is changing aggressively right now at that 748. This will halt likely at this level. I don't anticipate it breaking above 750 here. There it is, halted to the high side, 748. The tap showing me 748. Finally, Akon moving to the high side. It took a long time, but I think we may have something now. Let's keep 813 in focus, Ram. That is the high of the day that we print. I hate to call it the high of the day because, well, technically it is, obviously, but we printed it right at 9:30. Right at that opening range break, we popped up topping tail into 813. Then, believe it or not, we actually dropped into 494, only to work our way back. This is hardly a glowing endorsement to trade these small cap gappers. There has been no discernible trend on this. It zigged, it zagged. It was above VWAP, it was below VWAP. It was we took it to pre-market high, then we lost the pre-market range there, breaking way below it actually. So ACON has been tough to trade today, no question about it. I wouldn't really want to use this as a poster child for small cap gapper trades, but we are halted to the high side, 748. Convict, there he is. There's the OG. There's the OG. I've been listening to like a nice little mix, ACON mix on the ride back home.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Locked up. What else?
Because I'm locked up, locked up.
Best one.
You're so beautiful. Get it, Adara. Adara's singing up a storm over there, baby.
Didn't that guy want to make his own like country in Africa or something?
He
did.
Did he actually, Adara? Did he have currency for it? He was attempting to.
Yeah, he was
okay, makes sense.
With the ACON, the ACON dollar.
There you go.
The original Bitcoin, I guess.
Yeah. So shout out to Jules, ACON, keep a piece up, 67%. Get it, my man.
Bang.
Or woman, 123.25% is what we're up right now, Joseph, on ACON. The tap though, 773. So we are very bullish right now. 775. You're gonna see that always over here. I know you're probably gonna have to zoom in, but the TAP on my level 2. That means theoretical auction price, Joseph.
Yes,
we're above the halt level right now, which was at 48s, showing 79s. Oh, baby. Real ones to know, ACON, Chamak Chalo. I don't know that one, Ram.
Yeah.
Is that with the Indian? Is that an Indian remix? Because on the playlist that I was listening to, he has a couple of remakes there with some foreign singers.
Yeah, good stuff.
Adara, I have friends from Senegal where ACON is from, and apparently he was trying to make a country within Senegal, which was not well received. No. You know, if I try to open up my own country down the road over here, I'll probably have a nice visit from CSIS or the RCMP.
Whoa. Yeah,
you know, I applied to work for CSIS. I didn't even get a response.
Really?
No, they're just like, no, go away.
See you later. See you later. Oh my God. Here we go. We're gonna send in Adara in 1 second. It looks like we're gonna break on NVDA. We're holding on to this position. We didn't break that low. Looking for that break of this high here. 116.45 is going to be the next target. 117. Looks like it might be in the works. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Sorry about that. Just be aware here, Microsoft on watch. Apparently, Microsoft 365 made a status update or announcement saying that they're investigating reports of, quote, issues accessing Microsoft 365 services. So appears like there's some service access related issues happening with MSFT, specifically Microsoft 365, which they announced themselves. So potentially on watch. Sometimes these service related announcements can be mildly moving, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
I'm just logging in some stuff for us guys on the Playmaker, and there we go, short. We'll call it a victory out at 155.
Don't call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback, but here we go. We got 1 minute left. Climbing higher. Let's see if we can tap into 117 on NVDA. Apple's starting to pull back as well too, guys. So a lot of the market's starting to come in. I think that we're going to run into this prior support level here as resistance. Now once support can act as resistance, and I think that's going to come into play here shortly. Really nice stopping volume, so you can see that isolated signature here as well too on the SPY and the Qs. So it looks like that momentum to the downside has now cooled off. But Sharif, it is 2.
You literally was 159.
Yeah,
59
you see that? You said that. Yeah,
timed
it's all about timing there, my guys.
Get it off, baby.
Yeah, let's hope everyone had a good day. Keep those risk measures implemented. Stay safe, keep it green. If not, just take a nice cool day. It's Monday, and Sharif and I will see you same time, same place tomorrow.
What? It's 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock, man.
My mic's on. What? I don't know what's Yeah, they know it was already 2 o'clock. And welcome everybody. We're back. It hasn't been a very good day for the market, but apparently ACON is flying higher and opening up new countries and all that kind of good stuff. And the NASDAQ is trying to go back into the green. Trump didn't really, I don't know, man. We were expecting that big announcement, but we didn't really get a heck of a lot of anything here. But there is a rebound. I was just looking at Microsoft because it was that Microsoft headline. The only thing I'm in is SMCI currently. Shorted it a few times this afternoon. I mean, it was already weak. If you think NVIDIA is bad, down 6.5%. SMCI is down 8.5%. ARM was down 5 and something. I haven't really checked on it in a little bit. Tesla only down 1.5, but one of the biggest moves. Well, if you looked at what the acceleration in the midday, like Tesla really fell off a cliff after gapping up. Lost 300, lost 298. We got very, very close to some Friday support levels there on Tesla. So, yeah, Playmaker poll was a short, although the timing of it might have not worked out that well. But it's still been a pretty hefty short trade. NVIDIA is climbing. Tesla is trying to make a little bit of a rebound. So you are getting some moves back in. Looks like the temporary bottom has at least been placed in. As I said, I'm only in SMCI to the south side. Once I get a fill, that'll fill back in.
Yeah, we are now all mic'd up. But yeah, welcome to the show one more time here. I mean, we just had a great show on AMD. Like the market just went ham there. Great long by Joe I saw on NVIDIA. We just waited, got short NVIDIA or AMD, and boom, right down into 99.80 off of this short, $100.24 there. Now we're short 40s, but it was an average price. So we have that right now. And then we were just short the TQs where we took, this was 300 handles at the bottom. We now have less than 5% left, but we want to sit here and wait to see if anything will come of this trade. But yeah, so far so good, man. It's been a little bit of a wild afternoon. We wanted to be short heading into any kind of talk. Every afternoon, not every, but it seems like the market's been faded out. We did have MSCI rebalance on Friday, helped give a little bit of a change to that. But for right now, downside, man, the Q's down almost 1% at its lows. I think it was about 1%. So we had this labeled and taken down. So yeah, what's up, Mike Simmons? I actually bought some more Big Bear AI over lunchtime as well, right around this price. So yeah, we're into Big Bear AI, just a couple hundred shares there in the swing account. But I mean, trying to hold it for a long time. I think there's a good possibility that Big Bear AI gets back to the upside. Thing is, they report on tomorrow. I think, let me double check. BBAI right now. So just check out some Big Bear. Yeah, report in 3 days. So Thursday, March the 6th, Big Bear AI reporting. So according to Benzinga, so we'll see when that comes out, if there's any moves there. But yeah, Big Bear down 4% today. It's the NVIDIA show, and we're all just part of it right now because that made that move into 115. So what a great bottom that was. I mean, looking at it technically, again, like we just wick into there. You got to be brave to stand in there and take it, but it was a good one right off of past support as well. But wow, bad, man. A bad week and a half for NVIDIA as they topped out at 140, now down to 115, and not looking like there's any relief coming for this name. So we're still short everything and looking to get more short, to be honest with you. We'll watch out, though. If AMD breaks out $100.50, then we're out of that, and we'll just move away from it. So far we wait. Financials up. NASDAQ was worse than the ES, but now that's sort of battled back here, where now we're tied. ES down 0.6, NASDAQ down 0.6. So roughly the same 2/3 of a percentage points for both of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we go to Sharif, before today, NVIDIA's forward PE was just above 20, which means, it's just true because it's down 6%. Their forward PE is now in the high teens. Under 20. Wow. Like, what are we, oops, that's not split adjusted. So you've got what are we calling it? The DeepSeek low instead of the February low is, I guess, what we've been naming it. It feels to me like if you break that, just like gobble, like DCA. If you haven't, I don't know, it is to each your own. Like I haven't DCA'd it this year. So that's all I'm getting at. You break that and you're in the teens on, I want to make sure I'm not wrong about that, but you get into the teens and the forward PE, that's a buy. I mean, come on. What are we even talking about here? This isn't Intel. And of course, Intel's up a bunch today. So that's kind of why I say like this isn't Intel, because Intel is only up 1%. Intel was up a bunch today. I stand corrected. So there you go. Intel was up a bunch. And then we're going to go to Sharif. in just a quick second to see what name that you guys wanted us to talk about. I'm just going to flip already to NVIDIA because I'm pretty sure that's going to be top of the list here. Oh. Ew.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on there is to join Joe and I during the midday on the How to Trade show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs, and the blood continues. We had a nice buy up there to close out the day on Friday. But more blood to the downside today. NQ down 0.2%, but off the lows, it was worse. The ES also down 0.2% with the Dow, believe it or not, also down 0.2% with the Russell 2000 getting it the worst of the four major averages, down 1.1%. As you guessed, Neil, it is NVDA that is the number one ticker there. It was almost down 8% at the lows, about 6 1/3 right now. No real bad catalyst, guys. All we got today was that Broadcom, AMD, and NVIDIA looking now at possibly using Intel's foundry business to manufacture their chips.
Oh, I did see this, and I want to shout out to a few people in the chat who pointed this story out. Man, why are my eyes all red?
You tell me, Neil.
Oh, I got a relatively decent amount of sleep this weekend. I mean, we weren't out that late for the curling night. Anyways, I just noticed that when I looked at myself on camera. No, NVIDIA went down. There was some AI chip smuggling concerns. It's not that. Come on, man. So apparently some reports that there were AI chips reaching China, which obviously with the ban would be in violation of said chip ban. And I've just used ban twice. So that could be the reason that we're getting this flush down in NVIDIA. I mean, the bigger story, we're just sort of talking about like the valuation and where I'm going to be looking to maybe start some DCAing again because I haven't bought any NVIDIA shares this year, and I think I'm going to start to look to do so. But for this afternoon, right now we are battling with Friday's lows as the consolidation level. I'm looking over, yeah, Joe got the bottom on NVIDIA. I don't know why I was looking at the bottom on Tesla still. It worked, but NVIDIA's bottom is better at 115. So I think here, but even more importantly, the 118 is going to be a spot. That's where everything accelerated on NVIDIA was the 118 level. So it's not so much VWAP. I think it'll be that level for a bit of a curl. The names that outside of Intel, which I guess we're not getting into, I was in AMD earlier and SMCI right now. I feel like AMD is always weak. But if it gets back into 160 around VWAP, I'll like the same look there. And then SMCI, I like 39 better, but right now I'm shorting at the 38 level. But 39 is also a good level. So I'm looking fades on the chips. AMD NVIDIA got to give it a little bit more room to the upside to get maybe another $1 higher just underneath VWAP for a fade. But the value, I mean, if you said a year ago that you'd have the numbers that NVIDIA's put up in the last 3 or 4 quarters, maybe not the explosive growth we wanted, but that you'd be able to pick it up at a forward P under 20, like everybody would be running to the hills to buy that. Yet somehow they're not right now, allegedly.
Yeah, I think they're bringing it down to eventually bring it back up. I haven't traded NVIDIA at all today, but we just went over to AMD. AMD's actually up on the day. I thought it had some pickup or some catch up to do to the downside there. So I did want to look at it. We did short it right here at $100.50. We're short at $100.40 right now against 50. And then it just absolutely collapsed for us right there. So we'll take some more outs here in the teens. Here it comes back in one more time. So we're just here putting on trades and trying to do what we do best. Look at levels, try to fade them. So there it is in the 200 period moving average. Came up, hit it back down. It does have $1 to go back to the downside. We'll see if it can get there though. Again, nervous hands say that with NVIDIA trying to rally back and AMD's actually up on the day, maybe not the short, but again, if it gives it up, there's a lot of room to come back in for AMD right back into here. So I like the stock. Probably a little bit more, oomph in an NVIDIA today, obviously to the downside. But again, I'm not on it. It wasn't really even on my radar today. We talked about shorting a 126 level, which was awesome. At least we wrote down here 126, but the thing is, never got to that level, so we kind of left it alone. And right now, I'm still thinking underneath VWAP. VWAP played right there beautifully. Could play again at 119. So we gotta be patient with it. But it's AMD, AMD is the spinner today. So it's another one right there. We'll drop down some cash here for Advanced Micro Devices, climbing up the ladder for P&L greatness today. Advanced Micro Devices. SMCI apparently yucky.
Allegedly.
And continuing to go down. There's this headline today, JP Morgan maintaining their underweight rating on the stock, saying filing its revealed material weakness in the company. They reported last week for their June and September 2024 quarters, risking delisting from the NASDAQ. That is no longer a possibility, guys.
Well, there you go. It's still been a sell the news event, so they're not going away. That's good news, but it has not been good news at all here for SMCI today. It was just a dump fest. Whether it's yesterday's highs, everything fell at the open, but this is the one that was really going before everything accelerated in the market and Tesla and Nvidia. SMCI was already looking nasty. At the end of the show, we're talking about this bottom here at 38.8. It's like if it starts to fail that, there's the break of the low, there's the higher low. So we shorted it at 39 a couple times to 38. Now we're shorting it at 38, looking for some 37s on SMCI. I think there's going to likely be, like they reported, so that you're not going to get deleted anymore. There's probably going to be a bounce somewhere that's good, whether it's the 50 period here at 36 or if it gets back down close to 30 or 28 in the long range here in the daily chart, I think that's a good go zone. But for this afternoon, I'm looking to short pops on SMCI. If it starts to put like a 2 handle on it, I think there's going to be a lot of people trying to buy it down there for a bit of a bounce because that's where it rallied from going into that earnings that they finally were able to report. But yeah, nasty day here. If it does get to the 50 period today, it'll be SSR, so 10% down. That might give a nice day trade bounce as well.
All right. Good look over there on SMCI. Like we talked about having to pay a little bit for shorts right there. We just covered some more down here at 100. Oh, actually, we didn't. We got missed. Oh, no, did we? AMD. Yeah, we didn't. We don't even have a bid. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, we just got it right there at $100.03 right now, 37 cents in the money right there. Let's just look at another stock. We have Broadcom on there? No. We're going to look at ARM. That's been killed as well. Broadcom, just another name that there's been a lot of traders looking at because, there's some nice positive talk about Broadcom and what they mean with some of the different, operations out there. It's not always just about looking for chip names like NVIDIA, AMD, and whatnot. Broadcom is falling right into some nice levels. So if you like this stock up here at 200, you're down into 190 right now, looking to get into 180, which is really well supported. Forget about NVIDIA and all that. Little undercover play here with Broadcom. Again, like the name, just gives you a little bit of different exposures than does NVIDIA. Broadcom still with Apple and whatnot. So we'll wait for this, but 180 looking pretty good for Broadcom if and when that does come in. AMD is really trying to get low here, man. It's trying to break through that $100 mark. So 40 cents in the money right now. We'll see if it can come back in. The best outs we have for this is at the 50-period moving average, which is 81s. So we'll watch out what's going on right now. But let's go. Wow. Next bid for AMD actually 99.73s, but we got to adjust that because right now it's at 82 right now. Look, man, just stick with whatever you guys are doing because right now this is working out for me, trying to go short some of these names, waiting for moves to happen and then just booming it. So far so good here with shorting both NVIDIA and SMCI and of course AMD. Nat Gas, yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy is right, Sean. 7.25. We were up higher. Nat Gas continues to trend up. Good look for it today. Trading higher amid record flows to liquefied natural gas export plant and forecast for stronger than expected, guys, demand over the next 2 weeks. Not sure why the demand is higher, whether it's colder in Europe or what the situation is, but it doesn't matter. We're up 7.75.
Exploding higher is the Nat Gas trade, so it's not the Widowmaker here. I believe this was I think maybe Sharif had this was one of his 3 picks. That is absolutely correct. So up that 8 points here today. wow, the trend's really good. Like, there's no question about it on nat gas. And the thing about nat gas, or a lot of commodities, but this one in particular, when it's trending, it's one of those like let it ride, because it tends to break backs when it trends down. And you try to pick a bottom, and if you try to pick a top, it does the exact same thing to you. So I would venture to say if it breaks out the top here, it'd be more of a trade to just look for continuation long, as opposed to trying to stand in front of it when it's clearly holding the trend to the upside. So it's a strong one. I mean, we have access to nat gas futures. I don't think I've never put an order on Boyle. I've never put an order on this. I never trade it. But congrats to anyone who finally found the bottom here. But I would say, like, the amount of times we'd hear over the last 2 years, like, this is the bottom, this is the bottom, this is the bottom. For it finally to start going here, you gotta feel like it rinsed a lot of accounts before making that bounce. So it's better to join it than to try to catch the low here on nat gas. 7.5%, looking very good. I wish all of energy was up this much, because I got some XLE, which I shouldn't be complaining about, but it ain't nat gas.
That's right. XLE is the one. Okay, so if you just want to trade something that's a little more exciting than nat gas, or maybe you don't have the futures or anything like that, of course, you could trade Boyle. So Boyle is something to look at right here. I was just looking at it. It looks like it wants to break out the highs right now through $90, which isn't horrible right now for Boyle. If it does get that, I guess the high really for today is not 90. It is much higher than that. It's $91 right there. So just watch out. Up 14% again. A double ETF right there. Obviously, it seems like on RSI, overbought right at these levels, but you know, this won't. Oh my. We're doing it again here. There goes AMD. There goes the market, man. 250 handles in the money on the TQ short right here. Just got some out at the 50-period moving average. And oh boy, man, as we watch out for the net, as we're starting to get a little elevated right now. There it goes. Huge move down for AMD. Right into the lows. Right into the lows where we got out before. We'll see if we can get to 99.40 right now on advanced micro devices. Oh boy, we'll have Obi with us next week, but this is a big trade over here right now. So we're going to just wait to see what winds up happening now. But let's put something else. Low 60s into the 40s, and then we'll see if we can break the low there today. 99.20 for advanced micro devices. All right, Sharif. ARM apparently also no good.
Yeah, guys, it's no good right now, down almost 5%. Elon Musk commenting about SoftBank, not specifically, obviously, ARM, but says Masayoshi Son is over-leveraged as $16 billion in AI loan fuels debate about the viability of OpenAA Stargate project. Again, not ARM specific, but chips are awfully weak today unless your ticker is INTC, guys.
You'll find a bet on ARM broken.
Yes. Nobody break your arms. You know what you got? If you don't want to break your arm, don't go long arm. But the other thing you got to consider is fall like Chuck does. Charles Barkley had a great clip where he shows you how to properly fall to not brace yourself.
Really?
It's hilarious because
I have to watch that
because he's old and he's big, so he wasn't graceful. Just one thing here: SMCI just went SSR. Chuck. So if it breaks trend, I'm jumping out. I'm not going long SMCI on the SSR bounce, but I am going to cover if it breaks this little downtrend that it's in, because it's now at that short sell restricted zone. So if it breaks 37.40, then I want to get out. I think ARM is, we're just looking at the, I was just looking at not just NVIDIA, but also Broadcom's forward P. It's starting to get pretty attractive as well. You can't say that about ARM. ARM is expensive. I'm not going to bother to look it up. It's absurd. It's a very expensive stock on a forward P basis. But now that we might actually break this 120, if it's beneath the 200-period moving average, then to me, the DCAs, I just want to throw my stink bids, or I already have one at $100, or in front of $100, I should say, on the stock. So in the long term, this is one that I want to build a position on this year. So every quarter, I want to buy it at least once. And I'm looking at that 100 level, unless it can get back above the 200-period moving average. Quick answer to Daniel. Did you add XLE for your long position? Was it a full position? I'm not all in on energy. It hasn't done enough. But I did make a buy of XLE last year, actually a couple of them, but I wouldn't, it's not a full position compared to anything I have in, say, like tech or financials. But I am looking to build into it. It's not really doing much of anything, so I haven't had any impetus to buy in. ARM, it's about patience, because I think if the market does continue this downward trend, this is exactly the kind of stock that can really get hit because of its valuation. It's not one I would rush into, but like a slow DCA this year works for me. And it's not doing that much to trade. I mean, just now, the move on ARM was in 80 cents on a $125 stock. In the same range or the same amount of time, you had a move of like 38 to 37, so like 75 cents on a $38 stock, SMCI. SMCI is going to move more than ARM, so I'd rather trade that.
Yeah, look, ARM I think has a little ways to go. This is a weekly chart for ARM. So sometimes we get a little carried away thinking like, okay, you know, it's looking good on the daily, but let's not remember, like, you know, there's really, I'm feeling like this could fall into here, like $100. Like now that we've broken through the 50-period moving average, we haven't had 50 periods on a week yet. So, well, we have, but it started right here. And now you're below it. We've only been underneath it once. And we battled right back upside. So right now you're just at a spot where it looks like it's definitely vulnerable to get that drop back into here. The next support level is 115. And then after that on the weekly, then you're back down here at 100. And then you're playing that game where it's like that, you know, evil $100 level and we're not sure what we're to think about it. So yeah, I would wait on ARM completely. And I'm not ready to buy anything. So you know, the last thing we bought was Tesla, and that was a mistake. We sold some Palantir at 114. We talked about that. That wasn't high enough. So right now we're just going to sit back, relax, and start to buy some indexes at some point. And I'll definitely let you know when I do that. The only thing we've been buying lately is Big Bear AI. All right, Bitcoin down to 87,000 again.
Yuck. That's a yuck.
And IBIT, Sean, losing $50 and looking to fill that gap, guys. Look at that big move down, looking to fill that gap. On the chart, separately here, Fox Business Reporter reporting that GOP Majority Whip and Representative Ritchie are teaming up to launch the Congressional Crypto Caucus, which is going to be a bipartisan initiative with the goal of advancing crypto-friendly policies in Congress's lower chamber. Guys, obviously a bullish headline here, but the stock price not taking note of that. Bitcoin down again.
Look, if you weren't tuning in this morning when it was talked about or you weren't paying attention over the weekend, a lot of that reserve headline resulted in the biggest moves coming in Cardano and then probably followed by Solana, I would say, because it was a bit of a surprise. You think, okay, you're going to get Bitcoin to be mentioned. Everyone knew that. And then ETH would make some logical sense and XRP as well. But the big move was actually in Cardano. It's not a good look to lose this much of the bid after that rally. Like the first thing I thought about was, okay, all you got to do is hold this prior low here at 92 or 91.5, and we're going to be good to go. Continuation longs and giddy up. Everyone's been waiting for this reserve, and unfortunately, that was the place to bounce. It made the bounce. It did not sustain the bounce. You could take the reservation. You couldn't hold it. You couldn't hold it. And unfortunately, like we're not gonna, I guess Palantir's not on the list, but I'll show you, it's similar to Palantir today, where the moment where the resistance was off of your long opportunities was like a reversal level to start thinking short. But we liked a bunch of longs today. So yeah, Bitcoin was a long that worked, and we're up on it, but those same areas were both a flat bottom break, and then the place where we got out was also a bit of a reverse play. It's one of those days. I'd be happy to be up, but man, if you just shorted the levels that I was covering longs, it was way better on Bitcoin than taking the longs.
All right, so your boy tried it. You know, we tried to go long there early. We thought it was going to try to hold this little bottom of the pre-market. It did not, and whoops. We go downside, and the rest, as some say, is history. And I mean, that one definitely is history. Down. I think it's going to break even lower. This 50-period moving average has been holding since 1 o'clock. It's 2:30 right now. We're seeing a continuous move to the downside right here. So I would say you're still looking short, man. I mean, there's nothing in this Bitcoin that makes any sense to me right now. I'm actually really surprised that you could tweet things out like it's just like we're gonna add Cardano and XRP and all this. It just sounds to me like really, really sketchy to do that. But you know, this administration will do what they want, obviously, and I'm fine with it. I just don't know what to think about it. Like here's Cardano. I actually just bought some more right now at 88 cents. So I'm going to wait to see. Maybe Fool's Gold right there comes right up to the top, hits that 120 right back in right now into the 50-period moving average. I mean, I'm here to trade, so whatever. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening with Cardano. A little dip by right now. I just bought it right at the 50-period moving average. So we actually got 88 cents. It just triggered like maybe a half hour ago. So now we'll wait to see if it can drop back up to the upside. I don't know if I'll even buy more down here at 67. I mean, what I feel like you're doing when you're buying some of these coins, especially Ripple, Dogecoin, I mean, these ones have a little bit more use than a Dogecoin, so I better watch out what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, you know, we're just kind of buying this imaginary stuff and hoping that at some point the news is great and we do build this reserve and we do have a nice upside possibility here. So yeah, man, I mean, I'm still excited about crypto. I'm buying more right now. But it's not like I'm jumping in with 2 feet. You know, we've been getting some out. We did recently buy Bitcoin at 87 and 86,000. So we'll wait, man. You know, my bid for 86,000 went in December. I checked, and that's why I was like surprised when it got filled. But it did, and now we'll just have to wait for a low. I mean, I think we can test that $79 mark again. 79,000 into 77,000. That wick bottom, I think, gets tested again. So I'm not super excited about crypto right now, but I'm trying to buy the dip.
Yeah, I feel like we're in the buy the dip for the longer look, as opposed to, yeah, we're going to buy it and we're going to be up and we're laughing in a week or two. That's what it feels like to me, for sure there. Shoot, oh, there was a super chat. There it is. Shout out to Barry Dingle. I see what you did there. Love the show. Thanks for the amazing daily content and dropping consistent knowledge that can't be found elsewhere. Thank you so much. Can you please check out SPGC? Okay, so you got yourself penny stock here. And I have looked at this one already. I know you were mentioning this one earlier. I think I did message you back and forth in the chat about the lack of volume or follow through on SPGC after it had that big move in the middle of the day. What I don't like about it right now is it's 120 million in volume. This is the liquidity on this penny stock. So typically, like if you see the ones that are really good, these penny stocks, we're doing this kind of volume, you want it when you can see like the 10K plus lots in here. I have these, that's 100 shares. Like I don't have actual share size on there. So that's like 100, and that's 7,000. You don't have a ton of liquidity despite all of that volume. So that's what you want to see. Right now it's a dark pool game going on. And that's why it's probably going sideways with not a lot of action. You've got some good support at a pre-market high at 15. But until you start seeing the volume come back into this, when a stock looks like this, you want to join moves that are going, not get wrapped up when it's not doing anything. So you got to be really careful with these penny stocks. Like I never want to be involved trying to guess that this low that it's trying to make here is the one. I'd rather get involved when it's like, okay, does this break? Well, catch it on this day, or like try to catch it early on that day for that break. Like join the move as opposed to try to, like figure out where the bottom is going to be. So you get decent volume today. No questions asked. Can it maintain that volume tomorrow? Sorry. I tried to hold it until I finished the thought. If it maintains the volume tomorrow like this, I think it could be a bottoming pattern here on that SPGC. Appreciate the super chat, but I can't say I like it right now given what the liquidity looks like.
All right, Erie Pages wanted to see what the top traders look like. We are working for at Real Trading, the #1 prop firm in the world. And you can go find Real Trading at realtrading.com. And it is about that time right now. So let's do this and see who made the most of this on Friday. He's a bigger one. It's a bigger day on a Friday. Right there. Someone had diamond hands on Friday. $55,000.
330.
Maybe it was Brendan. It was not. I mean, whatever. Let's say it wasn't. He doesn't really trade anymore. All right, 55,000, 54,000. Someone battled. Right there. 9. These are just the markets that they trade. We have over 60 plus markets right here. And I want to say a big shout out to my guy Jackson, who came through a grade 13 years old, grade 8 student that came in on Friday, and I spent about an hour and a bit with him and his mother and talked all about trading and so on and so forth. So shout out to you, Jackson. Thank you for coming through here at Trader TV Live, waiting for that project. I hope you get an A+, and if not, Give me your teacher's number over there. All right, Amex, Chicago. No, don't give me his number. Amex, Chicago, New York, NASDAQ. Okay, hold on a second. I'll make sure that we have, as AMD is right now, guys, like, it's coming back in a little bit to the downside as the market's getting worse for us here. Yeah, big day alert, man. New York, NASDAQ, CME, NASDAQ. So again, we did have the big rebalance there. Neil and I didn't do anything on it, but obviously maybe some traders did. It was also a pretty busy day just with the movements happening. So this is probably something to do with a rebalance. Whenever you see Amex on here, Chicago CME and things like that, it could be some futures trading. But however, I trade the TQs on which are futures, and that's NASDAQ. So someone could have traded the Qs, or this could be a TQQ trader. I have no idea, or SQQ. There's the NASDAQ again. Someone in Canada. Don't add us. Canadian, okay? Canadian, all right. All right, Canada TSX and the TSX Venture. Then somebody is getting educated here on various markets because we have someone that traded Amsterdam, Bovespa, the Brussels sprouts, not bad, baked a little bit. You get a little crispy action going on there. Yeah. No, not for me, but my wife likes them. All right, TSX, Helsinki, LSE, New York, Paris, Stockholm, Turkey, and Zitra, which would be the German exchange, of course, and then wrapping it up with a pathetic $8,200 in cash. Just joking. It's a great day. Right there, $8,200, great day. Wrapping it up, these are all in USDs. So thank you, Ari Pages there, for reminding me to go over those with all y'all right there. Okay, we said that AMD was getting a little bit excited here, and there it goes right down. So we didn't. So my bid was at 99.40s. It got to 60 right there. Let's put another bid there at 60 just in case it comes back down. We'll put a bid at 80s, get that filled. Just, we could wait there. It's actually 62 or 63 is the bottom there. We'll just sit a little bit halfway. See if we get a bid here for AMD back at 79. And then the TQs, we were able to rinse out of that one a little bit as that came right back into this area. We have like 2% left of this position, maybe even less. We're going to get out if it breaks right here. So let's put that order in. We don't even have to cancel our other order because it was way up there. This was risking about 50 handles. We made 300. 73.50, 73.61. We'll put our stop order out for all of it if it does go through there. So,
Historical was asking about. It's in the chat. Historical asking about Bitcoin. How's Bitcoin doing? Choppy at the low.
What's up, Historical? What's up?
Chilling at 87,000 right now. 87.3. If you're looking at IBIT, basically the bottom of the range has been a chop fest from $50 to 49.2. So if you're trading this one to the south side, it's like short to 50 and then play back into 49. So shout out to you. Daniel was asking in the chat, is there any news on Amazon why it's so weak? Well, the thing about Amazon, there's no, its chart isn't exactly different from a lot of other tech right now. So it's hard to, for any chart that looks like this today, it doesn't need a news story to be bad. It's right down into Friday lows. It's not underneath those. So it doesn't stand out in terms of weakness as far as I'm concerned. And really, it's just we're getting a lot of bleed today. The fact that it didn't break Friday's lows is arguably almost a good thing, I would say, with Amazon. Jet C, what do you think of MetaShort? I really here's the stocks I have up right now: NVIDIA, Tesla, SMCI, Palantir. So those are 4 stocks that I'm watching. And Meta, I actually like the fact that Meta's above its 50 period on the daily, holding it. We just showed Amazon down at those bottoms, and Meta is nowhere near Friday's lows. It's actually holding up pretty well. It's only down 0.4 when the NASDAQ is 0.7. So there's a wealth of names that you can look to short some pops here today. I don't know that I'd want the one that's strong relative to the market. So I'm not really thinking Meta short just for that reason alone, because there's so much else that you can look at. So as I said, SMCI went SSR, so we got out at that level, went 10% downside, was looking for it to retrace back into 38. It's halfway there. So if it gets back to 38, then hopefully the stock is still living on a prayer and we'll go short.
Exactly. That's some bad medicine right up in there. All right, so we'll just wait to see what is happening here exactly with the market. Yeah, bad medicine's a joint. They're all a joint. Living on a prayer is a joint. They're all. Bon Jovi is great.
I feel like Living on a Prayer is the one that everybody always that's the one that it's every single wedding you'd go to. Always
played. I actually saw him in New Jersey.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, where he's from. I don't know what if they're still playing or not. Yeah, Cheese. I saw Cheese on Saturday at Elimination Chamber. Oh man, Elimination Chamber was a joint. That was a heck of a lot of fun there. Drake also was sitting apparently ringside. He tried to text me to hook up, but my phone was on Do Not Disturb for some reason. So my bad.
No, you're at the event with the boys.
Yeah, my bad on that one. Drizzy. Okay. No, all right. So I was just looking at Intel down here right now. We can just continue to look at some of these names. I'm trying to cover some of these positions, getting a little bit sort of short in the tooth here with some of these shorts. That's kind of cool how we have like the hologram there. That's awesome. I like that. Follow us at Trader TV Live. Put that back, man. I like that. Whatever. It's not a hologram. I don't even know what that thing is called. But all right. So coin is bouncing. Yeah, let's look at that. But I just want to see Intel because we did recently. So we had bought the dip here. This was playing off that low again, but that low broke. So, we were in Intel right there. Nice move back up to the upside. This was 24 longs, out 24.60 right up to the 200 period. Really was bouncing off VWAP until out there again at the 50 period. Then reloaded right down here at 23.80. Then it dropped out and lost its day low right there at 23.75. So we wound up getting out. And I mean, that's just a play that I'm going to make pretty much 10 times out of 10. So I feel no ways about that, but we'll have to wait to see if we're going to punch back in on Intel. Looking to see, again, back into here. I don't think we'll layer our orders. It's going to have to come to 23.70, the low of the day. But I'm trying to think about shorts, to be honest with you right now. The market is still under VWAP. We can trade, we took 300 handles off of this because we saw this top and just went short on that pop. That should be a short. Saw the top, shorted the pop. All right, so right into here is also not a horrible level, 20,800. So, looking around, thinking about this as well. So we'll have to wait to see if something comes from this 20,800 or so for a short in the futures if it does come through one more time. All right, so Intel, AMD, we talked about buying some more Big Bear in the long-term account. I like that play. All right, AMD, what is this, 99.60? All right, we're bidding 99. Okay, we're bidding 99.79. Bang, there it is right there. Oh my God, what's up, Valeria? Right there. So we'll just pick that back in right there, 99.78. So we will take that out a little bit. Make AMD $2 again. Mark, it might make itself $2 again. I don't think it'll get that low.
$2, I mean.
Yeah, it won't get that low. I'm just joking around. It definitely won't get that low until at least a couple more years. And then anyways, as we go, you could see AMD. We sort of made fun of this stock and called that advanced money destroyer, but that was all the way up here. Now it's not even funny at all, because I know it has destroyed many people's accounts. And honestly, this stock, no love at all for basically
a year and a half, maybe
24 months plus. I mean, this high, if you've been sitting in here, this is January, I guess that's January 24. So that's kind of where the pain started. So now you're only in March of 25. So yeah, I guess, let's call it 15 months or so. You're having fun there. It goes all the way to the upside if you play that break. So you got to enjoy that. But then all of a sudden up here at 230 and change, now no one's having fun for sure.
I question if anyone was buying those. There was a point during some of those highs where I remember AMD at one point was trading at a higher PE than there was a brief period where it was trading a higher PE than NVIDIA.
Yeah.
And it's everyone's why would that be happening? But I don't know. I have some AMD shares from 7 or 8 years ago that I'm just and I've made this comment before.
Right.
Being better at cleaning up positions. You buy a stock and you never sell it.
Yeah.
But sometimes a seed change does happen. There's an actual shift that makes you not want that stock anymore, even if it's in your long term. And you're just why wouldn't I get rid of it? And I still haven't. I didn't at those tops. I didn't. It doesn't really matter. It's not a very large portion of my portfolio. I probably own, I'd say, 1/12 of what I have in NVIDIA is in AMD. But the principle of the matter is what's at stake here. Palantir. I said I was looking at Palantir, but I didn't really go over it. This is Palantir since that bottom at 130 that the market made. It's been making this is why I'm watching it, very clean set of higher lows with a trend break. And I did not take a trend break when I was in the long at 89, and clearly that would have been a good decision. So this one, if it breaks this trend, I want to look short. So just on a 3-minute chart, there's a low. You can see it connecting those support levels. And Pare saying, is it pair? Well, it's probably pair, not don't know why I'm saying pare. In the chat, Palantir, nice stairs up on a 2-minute. That's what I'm watching on this 3-minute. Only because I'm kind of favoring short, I want to look for the break of this trend line down here on Palantir. It is a strong stock, but because it's underneath VWAP, most of the reason it's up is the gap up and then not being able to hold the highs. Did have some success going long, 89s into that 90 level, but now I'm looking for that trend break here on Palantir to the downside. Still nothing happening on SMCI, although NVIDIA is bouncing, which this might allow the short to come in on SMCI. Now that I look at this move on NVIDIA. If this gets to VWAP, I think it should be able to drag us up on SMCI for me to get a reload. Might mean I don't get that Palantir trend break. Harry Agri saying Hood is making a move. Robinhood? Really? With crypto doing nothing? I don't know. Still right down at those lows. All the crypto stuff is just not getting off the schneid today.
No. Like I said, we had bought some more Cardano today, and that's it. So Bitcoin's at the level that we reloaded right now. So we have not much to do right there. All right, we'll exit the trade right here. What a successful one it was, and it will now be P&L number 1 will be the TQs. It actually took over Google today, which is cream. Get the money.
Oh, there we go.
Bill, y'all.
We just have
We're listening to some. Here we go. There's some fire in the booth. We got some cream right here with Wu-Tang. So Cash does rule everything. Yeah, Wu-Tang's coming back one last time right now. Okay, so there's the out there on AMD coming out right 99.80s and change. All right, so 100. All right, we're just gonna let it go, man. I have 15% left right now of this trade.
There's some headlines coming in.
There's some headlines coming in. Okay, let's go over to Mr. Dara.
We have the announcement we've been waiting for now for over an hour. Donald Trump announcing here that Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM, is going to make a $100 billion investment in the U.S. So that will be at least, according to Trump, $100 billion in new capital invested in the U.S. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I am watching this announcement right now. If I see anything of note or anything that moves the market, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. TSM moving up on that headline, which, I mean, I guess it got leaked that this was going to be what was talked about. So,
oh shit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. This is one that's going to be going up. This is exactly where it was when it ran last time in the morning. So let's see if it can actually sustain the move here on TSM. I'm looking up. Okay, SMCI is not there at 38, but this is dragging NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now 117.5. So all of these are starting to break back out. This is not the one I want to fade. The news is the investment here for TSM. So that's not the one I'm going to look to fade on this move. We'll look over at SMCI. There is NVIDIA at the 118 level. Just want to double check. AMD's getting really close to that breakdown spot from earlier, the 160 level. So those are the names I'm looking at for a bit of a rollover. We'll see if TSM can actually hold the bid above VWAP after last time it failed miserably doing so. Adara again?
So we have some more context here with regards to this TSM investment. Donald Trump saying that the total investment will be at least $165 billion now. So $165 billion total investment, according to Donald Trump, will be coming into the U.S. from TSM. He also said the company is going to be building 5 more chip factories in the U.S., with most of this $165 billion plus in funding going to Arizona. So Arizona plant being prioritized here with regards to this TSM investment, according to Trump and this announcement, guys. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for that, Adara. I mean, this is the thing about this. We talked about this over and over again. I mean, I'm really excited about moving forward. We're 30x days in to the presidency right now, and tomorrow's Tariff Tuesday, and it's going to be, I mean, hopefully it's, I mean, I'm like trying to convince the wife for Taco Tuesday. We talked about that, but new name right now, Tariff Tuesday coming tomorrow. We'll figure out what's going on with that one. What up, gangstas? Right now. Okay, so pulling back Intel, nice move. So Google, it's too bad that we're just this low right now into 169 again. We had busted this out into the 200 period, into the VWAP again before losing that low, and then boom, right down into 168 again. This forward, the PE, not even a forward PE, right now 17, I believe, is the PE off their most recent earnings report. So we'll have to wait to see if Google can get going forward. It might even be lower than that right now, but we'll double check it, but it doesn't really matter. Google getting absolutely crushed. Look at the daily on Google. It's like maybe 3 or 2 maybe up days since Feb 5th. So we basically go 2 and 18 something like that right there. Hopefully that's not the start for the Blue Jays this year, but it's a nice move right down there into the downside, 165 and change right now as the Raptors just keep on winning. Like, slow down, man. You're not going to get Cooper Flag now, my guy. Like, you got to
forget about Flag. Let's forget about Cooper Flag because
we can still win it though.
We're so far away from that. No, you can win the lottery, but shut them down, open up shop.
Rough Riders anthem, let's go.
That's how
Rough Riders roll. All right, we're getting to the down.
Open that one up.
The market, the market is rolling right now to the downside. All right, what about Mara? We've seen some crypto names moving here today, so let's check out Mara, down to $14 right now. Oh man. When I'm in a good mood, sometimes
12 is free money, isn't that?
Yeah, it's only 4. So I was going to say 4. Yeah, 12.
Is it 12? Is that the level?
Yeah, 12 is the daily level for sure, but I don't know if it's free money. I mean, we're at free money right now, maybe. If you like this low right here, this is 14. So 12 is the ultimate bottom, which would be great, but this might be worth it. Like, so what I think you want to do now is, if you do believe in crypto, I mean, we did have a nice move up into $16 today. Now the drop down. So if you take 14, you can get out at 12. So that's the thing. $2 worth of risk to get $2 back. All crypto would have to do is, or Bitcoin, I guess, would have to do is just basically go back to where we were at the beginning of the day, and you can get that $2. I don't think that's happening today, but just saying, like, if you hold against 12 on Mara and you do believe in BTC, then you probably get 16, and you can get it tomorrow or the next day if this bounces, if the news is good. We say ifs, but I no one really knows where anything's going. So I like Mara down here, $14 bid. I think that's worth it coming right in again to that level. So we'll have to maybe hold off on that for right now. We can check out Netflix. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to claim ignorance here. What's some movie called Aurora or something? I don't know what wound up Anova.
I had to look it up.
What? Yeah, I don't know what it is. So I just...
It's Anora. It's
Anora, okay.
Anora. I know it has something to do with a Russian oligarch, and I feel like that's the reason it won. I haven't seen it. I haven't even seen a trailer for it. It's some kind of a romance, and there's a Russian oligarch in it. That's what I know about Anora.
All right. Well, I was thinking about maybe someone could tell me what
where streaming service you could watch it.
Not just streaming, but like who produced it. Like, because I know Netflix has never won Best Picture. I know Apple did at one point. So I was just going to see who exactly produced that, or what film studio was with that. Because I also wanted to look, because I also thought Disney, off some of the lows as well, could be a play, as their direct-to-consumer seems to be working out. And again, with more and more focus now on live, what do they call it? Not live animation, or what do they call those live movies now? Live action movies. Now there's a spot for them. Apparently the Academy has also put a spot there for Best Picture for live action, and I know Disney has a bunch of them as well. So Anora, great movie, says we've had him before. This is not the same one. Tyrionaire. That's from
Game of Thrones.
Thing that I didn't see. Game of Thrones.
I still think you'd like it, but
yeah, we're trying to work our way through the first season of Severance, and then I'm watching Shoresy. I like Shoresy, but honestly, the season 4 is not as good as the other seasons. IMO. Because Sud Vegas is not really a thing. I've been to Sudbury before. I don't see those parties, but I mean, I don't know. Okay, what's up, Adara?
We have comments coming out now here too from, I believe, Howard Lutnick, which is the Commerce Secretary here for the administration, saying, come to America and build. It's really the message they're trying to do right now. But also, TSM CEO was just saying here that he wanted to thank Apple, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and Broadcom amongst the customers in the U.S. So keep an eye on the market here. We're trying to make these higher highs, higher lows off the bottom as we continue to have comments from this Trump and TSM announcement. Guys, back to you.
See, Neil was, I didn't know the name Coda, which won Best Picture.
In 2022?
No,
I've never even heard of this. Like, who's?
Come on, man. I mean, it won Best Picture, bro. You've heard of it before,
seriously, I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, in 2 years, you're never going to hear of Anora either, so I don't really know.
There's the one I never.
Right now,
Parasite's the one I wish.
Parasite's a good one. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's on Netflix. I got to watch that, because that I knew, and lots of people have mentioned it was good. Back to the market for a quick little second. Roll back into SMCI. It's back at the lows of the day because the market is weak. Palantir is breaking trend as we speak. It just lost $87 here on PLTR. Whoops, that's still the SMCI chart. Palantir just lost the trend line and $87. Trying to get short there, give it to the prior bar high. and add to the list of things that we want to be short for sure. So I still haven't got filled, sitting in the low 90s here. See if I can't get picked up. But the market, it just continues to go lower. So even when you get out, just short the next available pop in the stock that you like, and you should be good to go. Let's go back
Breaking
over
news.
to...
Let's go.
We got some breaking news again.
Breaking news.
Trump just invoked Intel. So basically what he said here during these comments is TSM is going to now come here, build in the U.S. Now we're hoping to come back to having a lot of chips built in the U.S. We used to have with Intel, but now we don't. So basically implying that Intel's drop-off is the reason we're seeing a decrease of chips built in the U.S. Again, there's no statistical backing. These are just comments coming from Donald Trump. Regardless, this mention of Intel sends the stock to days low. So INTC getting invoked by Trump, and not in a positive way. I will keep an eye on this. Apparently, they're now doing a Q&A, so I'll let you guys know if anything of note is said. Back to you.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that some things of note will get said during a Q&A with the president.
Man, yeah, I would say. Oh shit! This is a New York mix here by Fire in the Booth here, Charlie Sloth. This is crazy on Apple Music. You guys should go listen to it if you like New York East Coast hip hop. All right, 99.50 right now. They're playing Nas's Like right now. 99.50. I mean, this has really been, again, a great opportunity to short ahead of 100, but in front of, like, we're short above it, but again, we just played that bump. The main reason here is to go short right here on advanced micro devices. So again, a big move coming back in for AMD. We're going to cover it. It's basically at the lows right now, and we just should have reloaded it there. We didn't. Okay, that's where the mistake lies right there for sure. All right, what's Roblox doing? I mean, I like Roblox. I think there's some like collateral damage happening, obviously, in many different names, as we worry right now about can NVIDIA, because like if NVIDIA loses, we can go over that. I'm not worried about Apple. Google's obviously been bad. Meta's starting to go under. We looked at Netflix. That's under $1,000 as well. So, Roblox, again, not worried. We're at the 50-period moving average. I mean, many names at 50-period moving averages are buys, but there's many also at the 200-period right now. So,
whoa. What the heck was that?
Okay, Neil, with the emotional whoa there, what's going on? The only whoa that I know is Black Rob, you know what I mean? Whoa.
Well, I'm just getting a lot of stickies. So the bid's dropping right now, and there's a lot of, so stickies are when you have a level 2 and like, okay, so like Palantir's trading at 86.4, but I saw a couple of bids
happening.
at
The
50.
Qs are
Yeah, like you see what's just happening here. We just lost the bid on multiple names
Look
here.
at AMD.
So we're absolutely flushing. Tesla's at low of the day. Palantir's about to get to it. SMCI, which we just grabbed. So both the shorts that we just took, both just went 50 cents in the money.
Nice.
In a heartbeat. Let's go to the desk, because maybe there's something got said by Trump. I'm going to say that's very likely.
Oh, shit.
Trump mentioning tariffs right now here during this TSM Q&A, saying they're going to be starting in Canada and Mexico on April 2nd, 25% tariffs for both countries. Then we're going to be having these reciprocal tariffs announced on April 2nd. He wanted to do April 1st, but didn't because of April Fool's Day. So April 2nd, we will be getting this tariff announcement from Donald Trump. For the reciprocal side of things, the non-reciprocal tariffs are 25% for Canada and Mexico take place tomorrow. So Tariff Tuesday, as discussed yesterday, looks like it is coming to pass. Back to you.
Well, it's this Monday.
It's not Tariff Tuesday no more.
It's tariff everything. Tariffs.
Come on,
You get a tariff. You get a tariff. Everybody gets a tariff.
AMD get a tariff.
And we get the aftermarket. We get the afternoon shot. I mean, it is what it is. Trump seems to just want to tank the markets. Look, the low of the day on Palantir was 86. So it bounced off 86 the first time. It bounced off 86 just now. I'm seeing bids just step up here. Well, maybe they're not. I'm seeing bids step up off the 86 level, so we grabbed the mean reversion short into the low of the day. So in and out, and now we're just going to be in SMCI as that breaks the low as well. So both SMCI, I'll show you guys this chart, and Palantir. That's Palantir. This is SMCI breaking down the lows through 37. Wanted to get even more, but as far as I'm concerned, you just got to hold on. Every single pop until proven otherwise, we're going to short. So let's find something else.
Please.
Both those last two worked, and we'll see what else we can find for you in terms of finding some shorts in this market, because we're just bleeding here. We're bleeding. It is what it is.
Oh, shit.
Tesla 284. Yuck, Tesla.
This music is getting me too hyped. We now have Annie Up going on. MOP is now in the building now. Oh man, we are now kidnapped that stock because right now the whole market getting kidnapped right now. Annie up AMD, down to $99 right now. Oh boy, we just tweeted it out. Go follow your boy at Trader T. Oh yeah, I was looking at this right here. We'll talk about some of the results right here. These are our picks for the year right now. GEV, IBM, XLF. We've got Palantir. We're gonna have to update that Coinbase right here as that's getting to the downside. Whoops. And then the diamonds. We got UNG, ASML. Bitcoin right there. Bitcoin's up since we talked about it. Well, not since of today, but yeah, we have Bitcoin. We like Bitcoin as well. That's Coinbase. There's Joe's Tesla. Meta to the upside as well. Adara likes Eli Lilly. Nice move coming in. Shout out to we'll just say at this one, at Trader TV Research, as Adara's been running that right there. Here's AMD, guys. Let's go. So nice little play there. We've been tweeting all about AMD. We tweeted about the TQs as well. Much before this. This is one of the best things I've seen in a long time. Go to my Twitter right now and find this out. This kid he says apparently this, and it is so cute. It's awesome. I really like this one. It's probably like, I don't know how old this thing is, 10 years ago. This is hilarious. Go find it on my Twitter right now. Kid says apparently. He's like, apparently it's my first time on TV. It's really hilarious.
It's
Run
cute
that.
when kids find new
Yeah,
words.
exactly.
I love that.
I've never seen it. Obi sent it. I told Obi to send me all the funny things, and he's been sending me some new memes. So, yeah, I'm old. So, damn, Daniel, can anyone stop this market from dirtying up these nice white vans, Adara?
I don't know, but I mean, I will tell you what's happening right now from this Q&A with Donald Trump. Trump saying that tariffs on foreign vehicle makers will, quote, only go up. So Ford here taking a dive here to low of days. Again, apparently these foreign vehicle maker tariffs will, quote, only go up. Back to you.
Ones now?
Apparently there's some... What is he? Oh, for a second I thought I heard like peanuts and like...
This is starting... This music is going to make me use more shares. I better stop this immediately. But anyways, go ahead. What's going on with SMCI? You had some great shorts on. My shorts are from the beginning of the day.
It's tanking. No, this market is not... It's not good. It's not good. Like, it's more fun when stocks go up. I get it, everybody. I would love to be able to look for a stock that has some strength. And I have like checked a couple of charts. I'm not seeing anything. I don't see any big cappers or small cappers that are running for you. I just want to short the pot somewhere else. Maybe find another breakdown trade. Like, I'm looking over... Like, look at Intel when it lost its little bit of a trend. Like, there's the higher low. You could have taken that break there. So Palantir was good, but Intel, you could make an argument, was even better. Intel's now down 1.6% after that positive headline this morning.
That's
so it
bad.
is. That's what I'm saying. Like, you just had good news, and you just wicked and lost a 200 period. Ooh, that's not good at all, actually. The daily chart looks even worse here. That wick on Intel. Not a huge fan of it. I mean, it's still above the 50 period, I guess. And then, anyone that was buying in those really low 20s, like you're still in the money, but that's not a very good looking daily candle that we're going to close underneath. I feel pretty safe saying we're going to close underneath it because I don't have that much hope that the market's going to make that rally. And you know what makes me feel even worse about the market doing a really, really big rally late? Is because think of how big the market rally was on that window dressing at MSCI on Friday. That was a lot of buying that might have just got used up that would normally be potentially here on a bloodbath kind of day. So I'm looking for something else to short the pop on or short a breakdown. I haven't found it yet, but we're going to keep hunting for names that haven't really gone that full move down and you can try to catch. Yeah, looking pretty nasty down here for pretty much everything.
Like, now the song I'm listening to is Slam by Onyx, and like that's exactly what's happening to the market right now as it's getting killed. Now I got LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out. Like, it's almost like it's listening to the market right here. The market is getting that knockout blow right now. Here's the triple Qs coming through, down now into $500. One more time. Like, I don't, what was that?
Defeat him and mistreat him.
Oh, is that one of the lines in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm missing. Don't ever compare right now. It's crazy. Anyways, I shouldn't listen to music, but I will stop talking about it. Okay, this is Mara. What am I doing? I don't want Mara. I want to look at the daily for the triple Qs here. Yeah, so we talked about the 200 period coming into play for the NASDAQ, and that looks like that will be bounced off on Friday, retesting right now. If we can zoom in here just a little bit. Where's my zoom? Zoom. There it is right here. Let's just zoom in just to have a quick little look. So right there, I want you to know We got a little Jay-Z coming through now. 500. So this shelf is right here at 5 bills, man. When we broke it, we went down to 496 and change there on Friday. So $4 downside move. You're getting into 500 right now for the NASDAQ. So yeah, man, it's getting to be a little spicy here on the daily for the NQs. Let me just check out my guy Warren here just real quickly here because, okay, Berkshire's still down at 1% right now. Is he sitting on cash? Where's the next buy, Uncle? Because we need to figure that out. Right now, I'm invested pretty good in Berkshire, so we'll have to wait to see if that's doing anything. And then, of course, the diamonds has been what I've been trying to buy as well, along with, of course, the NASDAQ. The S&P 500. But I do like the diamonds, but they're getting hit today. You know, most recent addition to the diamonds, or to the Dow, of course, NVIDIA. So, not having a great day here for NVDA. You said, did you want to do something, Neil, there before I threw it?
Sorry, I heard a really good, before we go to Adara,
Yeah.
I heard a really good theory about the cash position of Warren Buffett, that he might be building cash because it's part of like a succession plan, so that the next person...
It's like hand over, you make the decision.
like all these oversized positions, he's just selling them off so that the next person can make some more decisions. That's not a bad theory and would explain why he hasn't been dip buying much of anything. Let's go over to Adara.
Just keep an eye here on this market. We had a little bit of another drop here in the NASDAQ to new day's lows below that $500 level for the QQQs. Donald Trump, when asked during this TSM announcement Q&A, said that there's no room for Canada and Mexico to negotiate. So these 25% tariffs will be going into effect tomorrow. There's no negotiation room left for Canada or Mexico. So tariff updates here for Donald Trump as this market continues to drop. We're almost at $4.99, guys. Back to you.
All right, it's a $1 and a $2 winner right now on AMD. And again, I'm just glad that we had talked about AMD because when we came to you guys before, we're going to say what's up to Rando Brando here. But I had said like AMD is... It looks that dramatic? Okay. We tweeted this out a long time ago, and we had brought you this right at 2 o'clock, man, right into these levels. So, I mean, Neil's put on recent positions with SMCI and what was the other one you had? Short, something else? But anyways, Palantir. So both of these, both worked, right? Palantir went down, didn't it? Yeah, okay. So I was just going to say, because right here, this is a good question by Rand. Sorry, I don't know if it's a question or not. Sure, it's funny how every stock crashes at the same time every day. Well, that's what I'm doing. That's why we're short. We've identified some of these patterns, man. I mean, and that's what trading's about, is about identifying patterns, putting the best risk, the best chance for success into your blotter and then taking it. So thank you, Rando Brando, for that one. We'll give you props for identifying that as well. But I'm sure it's nothing though, right? No, it's something. And I know you're just saying that tongue in cheek, but yeah, it's the president of the United States of America. We had that run-in with Zelensky there. That sort of happened midday. He talks in the Oval Office at these times. And then that's when the press, some of the news starts hitting. And yeah, tariff talk hits. And he's not messing around, whether or not it's make America great again or just trying to figure out this trade war with apparently every single country right now. That it's like, I don't mean this way, but it's like basically guns a-blazing. Like he's out there firing now.
That's exactly what.
Yeah, like at every country. Like no one's spared right now.
Actually, the only country
I'm fine with
the large country spared is Britain. England does not. I think England's the only.
But he's tariffing the EU. So does England?
Yeah, because they're out, right? So because they Brexited. Then I think that's why they're getting.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. Yeah, so this is what I mean. There's like
they'll catch it straight.
Basically, there's like checkers and chess being played by different countries, and I'm pretty sure Donald's playing checkers, and like he's gonna. But wait a minute, Adara, that you mentioned April 2nd for tariffs. That means that tomorrow, because it was supposed.
Come to me, please.
We will. Yeah, I think Adara's mic is live, by the way. So we will be going to Adara in a minute, but like it was March 4th, so tomorrow was the tariff talk for Canada, but then. I did hear that as I have some Fujis in my ear. So let's go back to Adara and figure out, are we ready?
Yes.
Andre? Okay, well, let's go back over to Adara and figure out this story maybe a bit more.
I think basically just to clarify, because there's a lot of Trump news happening right now. Donald Trump was asked, is there any room for negotiation for Canada or Mexico? Donald Trump said no. The tariffs will, in fact, be going into effect tomorrow, March 4th, 2025. Earlier in this press conference, he said that the reciprocal tariffs are going to be happening on April 4th. So just to recap, April 2nd. So March 4th for the tariffs, April 2nd for reciprocal tariffs. Apologize for the confusion. March 4th, tomorrow, tariffs will be going into effect. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs, according to Trump. Guys, back to you.
Okay, so I think that that makes sense. So more tariffs coming. So we will get Tariff Tuesday tomorrow. So that's why we need to make that shirt.
The reciprocal tariffs are like the tricky one because it's like it seems relatively easy to be like, okay, this country gets 20% and you get 10%. But the reciprocal one, you have to look at pretty much everything that they are putting the tariff on, and then they just individually make these like that's incredibly complex. So I feel like that's going to be a very odd and awkward, long laundry list of tariffs that we're going to end up seeing, and not as simple as the 20% here or there, and then making analyzing it difficult. Just very quickly, if we break the trend down, then I'm going to jump out on SMCI. Right now, it's like 36.8, where this would be going.
I just heard Argentina now. Argentina in the right there.
Argentina.
Get ready, Argentina.
Headlines about Argentina. You got
Argentina. You know, Lionel Messi was not enough. You know, you should have. You know, you got to watch out right now. But
my daughter hates Messi for the only reason that she likes Ronaldo, and she's never even seen Ronaldo play. It's just everyone else thinks he's cool. Let's go right back to Adara.
Ronaldo? No, Messi's the best.
Donald Trump was just asked, how high will you go with China tariffs? And he said, it depends. So we really do not have a stop in terms of how high these China tariffs could go. He also said that he will be penalizing countries that are weakening currencies with tariffs. So if there are any currency-related concerns, I guess, for these countries, for Donald Trump in the U.S., the countries that he believes are causing these issues are going to be facing tariffs. So tariffs here for penalization from Donald Trump being announced, FXI near day's lows, as we do have that news that China could have tariffs, I guess, of any indeterminate amount of height, depending on, I guess, how they act here. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and again, thank you. But this is, like I was just saying, days like today, they make you feel like, oh, there should be something that I'm dip buying, but everything looks pretty ugly. With the exception of last week, I remember last week we ended off the week saying we hadn't gone into correction. We hadn't done the 10% on the Qs. Well, that top is 541, which by my math means we are like a day away from that 10% on the triple Q or the NASDAQ, whatever. Just happen to have the Qs up because it's a little easier to look at that. So I think you are going to get this. We're going to go 10% down. We're going to get the 200 period on the Qs. And if we get there on the SPY, which is where I probably should have gone here, yeah, I think I'm gonna throw the next DCA.
Oh my God!
The next DCA for me on an index is gonna be the SPY. I think. So I'm kind of looking at this one. Load up. Where's my 200 period? Come on, load. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. A little bit further. That 570 level. So in here, I think that's the next step dip buy for me. On the indexes. I usually buy them at least every quarter and sometimes every month. Yeah, I'm going to be picking some up. Not today. Let's let it settle down a bit. Let's go back to Adara. Trails in on SMCI, looking for something that's not shorting the lows to go short in. Still haven't found it. Adara again?
The Trump conference just ended on a very dramatic note, so we were having a lot of questions here, even though, again, I want to mention that this announcement was supposed to be just about TSM's investment. We had a Q&A, though, and Donald Trump basically said, he was asked a lot about tariffs. He said that further China tariffs will depend on retaliations, but he said that he doesn't think China will retaliate too much. He was asked then, has he been able to speak with President Xi of China? And Trump said, I don't want to tell you that, that's all. So he ends the conference basically not really answering some questions on China. So we're unclear if he's even spoken to Xi about these tariff concerns. Regardless, interesting note on which to end the conference, and be aware this conference is now over. Back to you.
It's over right now. Yeah, look, so we covered some more of AMD right here. We have about 10%, a little bit less than 10% left now. And I'm looking at this right now, right here, right now, 98.50. So if we break above 98.50, let's get rid of half of what we have left. Ring the register on $2 and then call it a day. And then just hold to see if something does come at the end. We got some Naughty by Nature now. So Hip Hop Hooray, pretty classic song. Right there, everything is falling down, man. I mean, I'm debating right now taking even a long maybe in the market. I mean, it seems, forget it. I was going to think about
OPP is better than hip hop.
AMD just went, this is hip hop, right? Yeah, OPP, yeah, I mean, that's a good one.
It's better.
All right, so right down into there, 98. I like, there's another one. That's one let's do now. There's another one. All right, so
flow.
we just got hit there at 98 right there. So that's $2.40. So nice little downside push happening right now on the broader market, and obviously with the stock that we're involved in right now, Advanced Micro Devices. So, just destructed right here, downside. Look how silly this looks. There's our out of our last 5% on the TQs when it broke that level. Yeah, that's about $2.50 ago, so that's 200 handles ago. Just straight pressure right now. We are looking at the NASDAQ. It was down 0.67. Remember, I was like 0.2%, not bad, not bad. Now, bad as the market continues to make new lows. So, tariff talk, all of this stuff, man, not great. Trump in our ear right here. You know, sights set on Argentina now, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. But at the end of the day, man, nobody going to be spared, apparently. There might be some sparring that happens right now. And I don't know if I'd want to get in the ring because there's just a beatdown happening right now. This is like UFC style where you go into the ring, you get paid a couple $1 million and you can't even think in about 10 years from now. But right here, hopefully this will settle down. Watch out for 284.50. I don't know, Tesla, nice drip. Where do we stop on this name? I mean, Randy was over here saying, we got the bottom. No, Stone Cold says, right now, because this ain't no bottom. Yo, Randy, where are you at, man? You need to just come in here and start like supporting your low here.
240 maybe?
Randy was like, we got it, man. We nailed this thing. And I'm not just saying this to Randy. I'm saying it to everybody because even to me, we love 200. It was all a dream. Right down here, 284, 285. Like, oh no. The Canadian foreign minister says, oh, we're ready. That's all that it was. So Canadian foreign minister says, we are ready for these tariffs. So there.
Seriously?
So there.
That's the best we can do.
Right now, we ready, Neil. So get ready, man. We might need some protection. I like Donald Trump's like, are you guys ready for those Russian ships to come and invade like northern Canada? You know, if you don't have our protection, I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on right now. This seems wild to me. Yeah. My wife hates this talk because it's just like it's nuts. And I just don't know what to think about all this. But I mean, Tesla down into those levels right now of 280 again. So if you liked it at $3 about an hour ago, you definitely like it down here at 280. Yeah, President Trump right now comments on tariffs. Oh boy, $2.70 now in the money as AMD just continues to bleed, man. And again, we've got some shares on board, so we're able to take multiple outs on the way down here for AMD. So can you smell what the orange man is cooking? Yeah, I was at Elimination Chamber. That was huge. They were booing that's just, like at Leaf games and stuff like that. Sometimes there's some booing of obviously the U.S. anthem there, but I don't even know. We got some big pun in our ears, so shout out to Puerto Rico and everybody right here as we continue to go down. But
the greatest.
I'm not a player. We just crushed the market a lot.
What's the other one?
And right now,
in the middle of little
that's fast.
Riddle some middlemen who didn't do diddly.
There
That's one of those joints, man. What's the name of that song again? I don't even know the name of the song.
But there it is. Still not a player. Yeah, the one you're talking about is.
I hate getting old because I should know the name of that song, man.
Yeah, so this just keeps on. Wow, we are just lighting the lamp. I mean, I hope my daughter can do that tonight as, Etobicoke Dolphins playing Leaside Wildcats or something like that. So anyways, we'll figure that out right now. But as we go to the downside, it's a destructed move here today.
NVIDIA just broke 114. NVIDIA is now 50 cents away from the DeepSeek low on NVIDIA. So if you can find something else to show, I'm just hanging on to one. Wish we had held on to Palantir. We held on SMCI instead. Palantir broke 85. It's down to 84. So Friday's highs are gone.
What is happening?
The 50 period's gone, which Palantir was over for a lot of today. Like, you're really starting to pull back. Like, you thought you found the lows on a bunch of these stocks. This is not split adjusted. But it's not the split. It's from the time it went to the NASDAQ. But yeah, these bottoms are starting to come in. NVIDIA looks like it's a stock coming into the biggest level, though. And that's that 113 deep-seek low on NVIDIA. If there is a reversion to be played, maybe right before the imbalances, NVIDIA 113 could be it. But I'm leaving the trail in. I'll probably move it. Once we break the low of the day again, which will happen in 3 cents on SMCI, I'm going to move the trail on that stock and maybe look for this 113 revision or even potential SSR bounce on NVIDIA. NVIDIA could go 10% down today. Just realized that. Sheesh. Let's go to Adara, I believe, again.
Oh, my.
Nope, never mind. For some reason, I thought we were, but 10% down will be it'll be underneath 113. So it has to break the 113 to get 10% down. Wow. If you thought we were going to be SSR on NVIDIA at the beginning of the day today, then I don't know. I don't believe you.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of kind of like the same thing here. Like, what exactly are we even looking at with this market move to the downside? I mean, I believe, it's what I believe. NVIDIA, this is going, this is, I believe I can fly. Yeah, I mean, it depends on, some people talked about, a lot of people believe they can do a lot of things, but at the end of the day, NVIDIA down another 9%. I can't look at the daily chart on our charts, but we can, whoops. Oh, I just closed it. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just call this up, then I'll just change this 30-minute chart into a daily chart for NVIDIA because I just closed it on eSignal. I just got to open it back up, but just give me a second here as we go. So just looking at what we're talking about here, this is into a level now, right? I mean, is this not, would you take a look at that? I mean, right into here, this could be that short. If it breaks 113.50, there really isn't much until 105. Right now, that is 113.50. So how close are we to that level? Oh my! On NVIDIA, we are right there. This is due for a zoom. Just real quick, let me just see what exactly that level is right there. Okay, no, so it's one. All right, so it's basically it's not 113.50. It's 113. It's just 113 flat. 112.95. Oh boy, right now, Grandmaster Flash Nefarious 5 right now, the message. Okay, so I'm a little bit nervous about that play. I think we'll try it though. We're right now, we're into NVIDIA, we're into AMD, but maybe looking to get into NVIDIA, but we just had a nice little bounce off of that 97.75 right now. So we're gonna have to watch out right here for a nice little bounce back. But yeah, that NVIDIA level, watch out for 113. Is it worth a long though? Maybe. Give yourself $1 if there's some sort of a pushback in this market, maybe you get it. So I'm not trying to hate on any of this. Bitcoin 86 and change.
Why is Oxy down 5%?
Oh, I don't know. Is that one of those things that Canada's importing a lot into the States, or is that just fentanyl?
Well, yeah, why is Oxy? I don't know. So Oxy,
young.
Man, everything's getting its butt kicked today. So I just trailed out of SMCI. Yeah, I'm not sure why it would be this bad on Occidental. Just looking at the daily chart, because Oxy's been bouncing off 45, 46, and now it's at a level. It's not a good looking trend, but I guess if you like the stock, then you should be buying it down at that support. Yeah. So I just trailed out of SMCI as it just broke the consolidation. So every single pop since 39, I've been looking for the rollover, except for this one at 120. Not sure what I was doing at that time, but and maybe we get one more salvo on this before we get to 340 in the imbalances. So prior low was 37.20, 20 or 25. Pop into there. See if you can't get one more short the pop on SMCI. Getting bled everything else is getting bled. At some point, it's like, how much can we say? This stock is weak and this stock looks bad. And
yeah, I mean,
they all look the same. So next pop, I'm looking for maybe 37.20 on SMCI, but we're out of it. And let's go back to Adara.
In addition to other just ongoing oil-related moves, we know we always have gas and oil-related plays on watch with geopolitical tensions and, of course, these tariff situations. There actually is a catalyst with Occidental, but it came out pre-market. So around 7 a.m., the company had basically announced this offer to exercise warrants at a temporarily reduced price. So warrant holders can exercise these warrants at a temporarily reduced price. This is the only catalyst that I'm seeing for the stock today. So unaware if this is the reason for the move, but worth noting, this is a catalyst on watch for it, guys. Back to you.
Hey, what up, everybody? Thank you, Michelle, everybody there in the chat that's jamming out with me. We've got some Tribe Called Quest going on right now. All right, so I'm going to try to play off of 113. We just, we looked at that level. We're going to try it. I'm bidding right now 113.21. Now remember, it could easily break that 113. I'm giving it to 112.50. So let's just wait to see what happens. Let's be as patient as possible. We did find that level there on NVIDIA down on the daily chart of a break of 112.95. So if it breaks, so we're going long in the 20s here, so we're 30 cents away from another long, but we're almost $3 in the money and really printing right now. I mean, there's been a lot of good trading opportunities today. That is for sure, as we've talked about them over and over again. But, we got to just be careful with taking longs and holding on to them. So if you're wrong, that's where you have that plan of action. And I just think it's important that we understand, what we're talking about. It's not like we have to be flat at 4 o'clock and or like 4:15-ish. So it's whatever I'm doing now is getting out. Thank you, Roland Joe. I don't know if I look 18 again, but definitely we shaved it up there. It was just like, Marissa was like, and she was like, oh man, you're too scruffy. I'm like, that's it, off, right there. We scrapped that. So, all right. I don't, I know we're talking all about tech names. Let me check out something else. I know there's been some traders around here looking to buy Walmart on dips, but that's not even really, I was thinking that 92 level that maybe we thought might come into play. That's not even close, but there's a nice little dip. So if you're looking to do some damage on, Walmart, I like these levels. There's 92. We bring it up, it's cherry picking. 92 is there's no doubt about that. So I'm not sure 92 is the right level, but at the end of the day, maybe 95 coming back in there. You could look at a Costco or something. As many of these names, again, sure there will be some tariff, pushback on this, but you could see Costco and Walmart, big American companies. Again, their supply chain is pretty locked in there. So I'm not super worried about any of that kind of a play. I only own Costco shares. I don't own Walmart, but again, really like both of those as opposed to a Target, which actually missed on their earnings. And I'm not sure if we've battled back from that or not, but Target, almost a complete oppo right now as you get Walmart and some of those other names where they are, and then you look and see like sort of what's been going on with Target right there at the lows. So I'm not, do your own work there, but it looks like Target definitely having more issues than the other two, and I think it's inventory based, just can't get rid of some of the old stuff. And then a lot of Walmart's talk is the grocery. It's kind of like a all-one stop and shop. We don't have Target over here. Target tried to come to Canada, and it was just too expensive. So
I thought it was,
no, I thought it was great. It was one of the worst days of my wife's life there when we lost Target. But at the end of the day, Target gone now, down 2.5%. So watch out now. And your boy is in it right here. So let's just go. Travolta's like, are you serious? You are actually serious about? Oh, there's one that needs to get fixed.
Whoa, what
the Travolta one needs to be fixed.
Yeah, that's not good.
But at the end of the day right here, we're long NVIDIA. We're long against 112.50. So this has to go back upside. We're not going to do anything until it breaks 113. Then we'll react to that. But here it comes right now. Just absolutely tanking. $3 in the money with AMD, but just dancing right now with NVIDIA. Let's see what happens. Wow. Decent size right there on the level too. I cannot believe that we're out of that Q's trade. But yeah, we are. So let's wait to see what happens right now. We're waiting for 112.50 to bust on NVIDIA, which it most likely will. This isn't, it's not embarrassing. We had less than 5% left. But that out right there, man, we'd feel pretty happy with ourselves if we were still short 75 right now, but we're not. All right, man, NVIDIA, we're loaded. We're not loaded, but there's the drip down through 112, through 113. Here we go, man. SSR bounce.
112.43.
Yeah, okay, well, my stop is down there breaking through 112.50, so we won't be part of that. Let's see what happens right now as we're trying to battle with NVIDIA. 30 more cents, and we flying out of this one. What up, A?
Here, Target actually hasn't reported yet. They're scheduled to report tomorrow before the bell, 6:30 a.m. We're looking for revenue of $30.73 billion, earnings of $2.25 per share. That revenue would actually represent, though, a drop of 2.3% on a year-over-year basis. Best Buy also reporting tomorrow morning, as is SE or C Limited. That's a Singaporean ADR, certainly one to move. AutoZone reporting as well. So a couple names on watch tomorrow morning for earnings. Back to you.
Just real quick, I'll throw it back to Neil. I know everyone's tired of me, but all right. So we are right now into NVIDIA, obviously, and I just want to talk about what we've been doing. So I just got some out there at 90, like 95s and some O's, but it's gonna break that 112.50. I was expecting a much bigger bounce off of that 113 level. I thought we could crack in, then rip up. That is not happening. So we are exiting stage left immediately when this breaks 112.50, and it looks like it might happen soon. So I'm going to get out actually some more right here into the 80s. If it goes fine, we'll have some positions on, but right now we only have 75% of this position left as NVIDIA looking a little dangerous here. We're going to get some more out in the 90s if we can, but yeah, looking like it wants to break. Right there we go. We got some more 75s. Looking like it wants to break down NVIDIA. We're out very, very soon on this play. See you later, NVIDIA. Does not hold it. We did good getting some out there, but at the end of the day, this looks like this will be an L as it's trying to break right now back down below 112.50. And there it goes. If I get out at we got a great price, but if I get out at the bottom, fine by me. I don't know where the bottom is. So we're just going to do what we do and scalp out of that one. Take an L on it, but at the end of the day, I mean, we're fine, but we tried it. SSR. Yeah, we tried it there. So it's SSR right now. So watch out here for NVDA.
Yeah, it just went short sell restricted on NVIDIA. So I don't know why I didn't wait until it actually went SSR. The new low of the day is 28. So it just tried to get back above 50. If it breaks the fresh low by even 1 cent, not giving it any extra room than that, it's either a 10% down bounce here or none at all. I mean, I could show you a chart of why we should still be in the short of Palantir SMCI, but suffice to say we should still be in those shorts. The market is still going down. We're now 2.5% to the downside on the NASDAQ, and the ES is now 2% down, which we see the NASDAQ down too, but you don't see the ES or the S&P 500 futures very often there. The second it gets to 70s, you can just see them start to sell. Orders start to come in there on the offer. So it's not really even bouncing 20 cents or so. If we get anywhere near 13, going to take some out and then play it back into this 114 area. It's just an SSR bounce play down 10%. You don't see it very often on a stock like NVIDIA, but I feel like every time, you don't see stocks like this go SSR very often and it's not earnings. I've been saying that a heck of a lot more than we usually do because SMCI is down over 11% today. Tesla recently did it. NVIDIA has now done it again. And remember, everybody, NVIDIA is going to be SSR tomorrow, too. And a lot of times that bounce is much better the day after things have settled down than trying to catch it the day that everything is bleeding, which is right now. So yeah. I just got filled at 88. Let's see if it can do any better than that by breaking 13s here. With only about 20 minutes until we get the imbalances, I wouldn't be surprised if you had... Yeah, usually on a down day like today, I'd say maybe you get some buy imbalances, but the fact there are all those big, massive buy imbalances on the tech stocks on Friday, I don't know if you'll see that again. So I'm not even sure we'll get some buy imbalances for the shorts to take profit here. Let's see if this one bounce play on NVIDIA can work. It's trying to break through 113, but there's just stacked offers, 10, 20, 30,000 every 5 cents from 90, 95 and the 113 level.
Ugh.
Crazy.
No. Let's see if it holds. I mean, good trade there to grab that bottom. But so we just got 97.50 there, man. I don't even, AMD definitely not having any bounce love. I mean, we were trading this thing when it was up on the day. Now it's not even thinking about being up on the day. So that is for sure. Look, man, today will be a big day, man. Will be a trophy day. We did real good on Google. We did AMD was fantastic. TQ, despite getting out there, this is still my number one stock on the day here for the TQs, and that sucks. But huge move to the downside. Just trying to find out again if we look at the TQQs and some of the things that we've been talking about, where do we find a bouncing spot here for the Nasdaq? Well, you're maybe coming into one right here. This goes all the way back to Halloween, actually. I didn't even realize that. But there's October 30, 31st, right here, 69.50. So you've given everything back and more here on the TQQs. So again, a very, very dangerous spot to be thinking about any longs, but you could get a relief bounce. I don't know. It's not great that this is happening at the beginning of the week, that's for sure. So we'll just have to wait to see as, the market getting a little more nasty to the downside as this day continues. So, all right, down 2.5% over here. What is the financials doing? We can take a quick look at JP Morgan today. Robinhood was up 9% at one point. I'm assuming it's not up now, but could be.
I think that's a decent assumption.
Yeah, I think that's probably a decent assumption. But JP Morgan, wow, huge move downside on JPM as well as some of these names
got to be getting destroyed.
Yeah, they cannot be able to figure themselves out as some of the. Well, XLF was up at one point today. Now down
not
again.
Anymore, man.
Nah, it's gonna be hard for anything to be down to be up.
You know what?
Today, you'll see the market recap.
I just peeked at a weekly chart of AMD. It looks so bad on this weekly chart. And usually I'm looking at that channel on the daily chart. But you are now at the last line of support, like the first line of support underneath that $100 level at 94. Like if it loses that, like where is the bottom here? 73 next, maybe? Like there might actually be a point where it's just so bad. Like AMD puts in one of those Intel levels where it's like the sellers are like, yeah, we're done, man. We're not selling anymore. And it catches a bid. AMD could easily be getting into that territory. If it holds underneath this 100 and you get another like 15, 20% down, it's got to be a go zone somewhere. Not that I want to get out in front of that thing. So you're trying to go SSR bounce on NVIDIA. Like it just battled through the 113 to just go the quarter. If you get to 114, great. But I want to be out of this by the time we get to the imbalances on I almost said advanced money destroyer, on NVIDIA here. If you're looking at, there's so many names that are running, and we're talking about how I said how Amazon's chart looked like everybody else. Like Amazon, great company. I think there's nothing wrong with it, but you just got back down to last week's low as well. This is another 200 period moving average stock in about a day if it does this again. So about to break some potential double bottoms here on AMZN. Again, only went long NVIDIA because of the SSR balance. Was really looking to get back into a short on SMCI, to be honest with you. But there might be one more chance. Like I trailed out of it thinking maybe you'd get back to 37.20 or something and just didn't happen. Might be one more chance at a short to pop. Even then, I'm not too sure about it.
We're going to just look real quickly here and see what's going on with some of the sectors. We just talked about some of the sectors and what we were looking at right now. Consumer staples, real estate, and healthcare, the only ones that are up today. And if we go over here and flip this over, energy, wow, down 4% today. Absolutely crazy. Information technology, obviously, as we look at some of the Mag 7s and whatnot, down 3.79%. Consumer discretionary, Tesla's not helping that one either. Materials, industrials, we just keep on going. Oh, WWE views on Netflix are up 13% over last year, I guess. I don't know, but again, TKO, a big company there. So if you want to invest in WWE, you can invest in TKO right here, TKO Group. So again, obviously some good numbers there with Elimination Chamber, and we'll have to just wait to see down 1.5% TKO, a nice little drop down as well. So again, just trying to diversify if you want to get into the media game. TKO is WWE. And I believe it's Endeavor, used to be Endeavor. So looking at UFC and things like that as well. So good call there. Great. Now more than $1 there on that play for NVIDIA. I was debating shorting Tesla. If it got back up to this 284 mark there where the 50 period is, this is getting pretty aggressive off the bottom as well. So Oklo down 10%, people talking about that. Oh, I did want to check in Robinhood. Did that give it all back right now today? Robinhood, yeah.
Yes.
They were up huge, $55, now down 5%. So complete turn of events here for Robinhood and not in a good manner. So I don't know, man. It's just, nothing's looking that good.
Nope.
And I don't really.
And just as strong as NVIDIA today, even just looked. I just trailed out of that one. It actually got $140, but then it just turned around heavily there. And again, I feel like it's more of a short situation today. Could be wrong about this, but I'm not anticipating the buy imbalances because of what we saw on Friday. And I said it and then didn't really show you. This is NVIDIA at the close on Friday. I can show you a million stocks here. This is Amazon at the close. Just pick a big cap or Mag 7 name at the close, and they were just buy. at the end of the day. Not just the program. There was a lot of buy imbalances on them. It was it was MSCI rebalancing, month end, all that stuff. So that kind of window dressing, I don't know if you see the same thing at the beginning of the month. I don't have any science on that, or I can't tell you that I've tracked it, but yeah, we're going to scalp trade it here and just maybe look for one more shorting opportunity. Like, I'm still eyeballing SMCI because it's just such a dog today. If we can get just a little bit into a prior resistance level. It's 333, so there's a little bit more time for us to work into it. Will just said in the chat, Pepsi is still relatively strong. Yeah, that makes sense, man. Like, it doesn't surprise me that you'd see at least a little bit of strength in something like Pepsi. Eli Lilly's not doing too bad on a day like today. You talked about healthcare being all right. There's always somewhere that you can hide out. Just the financials are getting hit a little bit harder than I would have expected, but they really don't like this tariff talk.
Yeah, we had Michael Noss on talking all about financials as well. So if there was some sort of a play there, you guys can have a quick look and see what he's been up to. But yeah, financials. Again, love financials here for the year as we talk about regulations and all that kind of stuff. All right, I just shorted NVIDIA at 113.25, 26 is. We just got O's as a bid right here. So we'll see. It's going to break back down below. I'm bidding 80s. Okay, it just held. All right, I'll put a bid out. We'll get a little piece at O's. There it is. We just got O's. There's so much volume. You could just put a bid out and most likely get hit. So look at that, 334 million shares right there on NVIDIA. So we'll play it low. We'll see if we can get back in. We're bidding in the 80s right now on this space, and we're just going to try to move forward with that here on NVIDIA. What else you guys want to look at, man? MSTR. I'm actually surprised that Bitcoin's been holding out pretty good today. I mean, I thought it would have been lower on this kind of a move down. I mean, the NASDAQ is down 2.5%. Like, we were at 86, 87 when the market was flat. Now we're down huge. And if you do think that there's a correlation, which I do believe there is, with the NASDAQ, I actually think this has much more of a move to come back in on MSTR. So... and on Bitcoin. We can look at Coinbase. I mean, that was a play that I had. I haven't looked at this in a minute. Obviously, at the $200 level coming into play here as well. Wow, down 4-5% straight down. We looked at Robinhood. I mean, nothing's obviously sparring that name either, but this has been such a wild ride. Okay, we did break now below on NVIDIA, and we did get that fill. So we'll take it. Again, we just took, wow, that was pretty good, man. We got 81s on NVIDIA. So 26s to 81s, 50 cents plus there on that play. So far, so good here as NVIDIA looks like it wants to bleed right back down. So we're short. We're short AMD for $3. We're short right now for 50 cents on NVIDIA. Just keep on playing the short, man. We had to wait for the pop-up. It did come in. Now we'll wait to see if we do get more moves to the downside here again. So, man, everything. Yeah, NVIDIA's killing all of us, man. All of our accounts right now getting bled to the downside, as I'm pretty sure everybody owns some NVIDIA. And if you don't, lucky you. Maybe it's time to buy. Up to you. But all right, Neil, what you guys say?
Well, I want to say that if you got some extra money around there to dip buy into NVIDIA, or you want more, well, eSignal is having their first month free. So save a little bit of extra coin. Maybe find the level that's worth buying NVIDIA at with their custom scanners, pretty much everything you could ask for. If it's a moving average, or you can talk about like anchored VWAP, volume profile, all these great indicators out there that you can find and utilize if they work for you. And how do you figure out if it works for you? By back testing.
Yeah.
By back testing on every single equity you could possibly imagine to your heart's desire with reliable quotes. It's all there for you so that you can trade smarter, not harder. There's Tick Replay, which we always talk about being a valuable tool. The Imbalance Locator, which will be coming out here for us in just about 10 minutes or so. And the best thing about it, it's all in one place. It's reliable. It's lightning fast. You connect to many brokers so that you can trade automatically if you find a strategy that works for you. And it's a month free. I mean, at the end of the day,
big.
Come on. You don't like it, then get rid of it. If it takes your game to the next level, then it's worth it, and you keep paying for it. And it's just the cost of doing business for a trader. So shout out to eSignal. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Take advantage of this, everybody. And then short the pops is the other thing I want to say. I believe it was Ray, when I was a trainee, who used to always say short the pops. In the market like this, when we're going down, what are you going to do? This is the NASDAQ. It's not good. Not good. These are 15-minute candles. And they're too beaucoup to the downside. That's just how it is right now. So short the pops, or if there aren't really that big pops, short the small moves to the upside is the best way to put it. Because you can't even call these. On 3 minutes, like any little green candle, I guess, is a short on a lot of these names. Let's go across the board. So SMCI, we're back in. Let's see if we can break the low. Who knows? Palantir, I keep looking for, is there a bounce spot? Palantir, it had this big rally, but it's not going to get to 81. Like, I think for this, I like reversions on Palantir, but I don't think you get deep enough to even try one, because I don't think you see the 81 at this point. There's only 20 minutes left to go. We're on a prop desk, so we're always flat at the end of the day, and I got to get up to the desk towards the end anyway, so I'm not sure we're going to get that big of a flush on Palantir, but a couple levels to watch for tomorrow. The 81 and this 78, I think, can come into play. But man, it's just getting intense.
Yeah, today I think
it's one of those days, like I said, like a lot of times I look at this and my gut is like, hey, 2.5% down, what am I buying? I look around, it's like, oh, well, I kind of already bought that at this price the last time we got here, or don't like the chart, it's like, let it break down. Like when things are under the 200, like there's some stocks that I don't mind looking for dip buys, but if they're under the 200 period moving average, I have all the patience in the world. It's like, I can wait a quarter if it's trending down. Like that's just how I feel about some of these names. Meta is different though. Meta distinct bids in. Meta's distinct.
I think Meta.
Well, because Meta's just, what are we down to?
Makes sense.
2%, we're down. We're at the 50 period. Like you'd have to drop another 20% to get to the 200 period moving average. Like Meta's different. Like I think like buying Meta into the 200 period as opposed to waiting for it to get there. They pull all the right levers. Anyways, I just like Meta. With only 10 minutes to go till the imbalances come in here, we'll hang on to SMCI and we'll head over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on FXI, which is at day's lows. Apparently, White House here saying that there will be a double, apparently, on the China tariff from 10% to 20%. We already had those comments coming from Trump. White House apparently echoing that, just saying that China has not been proactive enough when it comes to the blockage of trade or fentanyl, the same kind of thing that Donald Trump said. So FXI on watch as we get more reiteration here of these plans to double tariffs on China from 10% to 20%. Guys, back to you.
Not good. Yeah, you don't want to hear any sort of a doubling up of tariffs, and we can go over there and look at FXI. I'm starting to piece out a little bit more of NVIDIA here. I don't really have too much thought other than just to try to like bail on some of these things. But as Neil said, man, short the pops. That's what we did. It just touched I'm bidding 62s right now. I don't really know why. Excuse me, I got to get a water, I feel like. Okay.
Yeah, you don't even know
I'm going to go get it. I just want to say thank you to Noah right there. What's up? Digging the look. Thank you so much for that one. Today's a mental health day off work for me, so for you. So thank you, Noah, for that. Made 250. Flush it off on Tesla and just found I was voted Teacher of the Year.
Boom.
Props it up for Noah. What up, Noah? Great job there, man. Awesome. Teacher of the Year. I mean, obviously, Neil and I both have kids in the public school system, so I don't know what your private school, public school, whatever, or secondary, university or college or whatever, but we want to say a shout out to all the teachers out there, because without you guys, man, I'd have to pay for babysitting. So thank you so much for all of that and for keeping our young kids educated, because they sure aren't learning too much from me. But okay. Anyways, at the end of the day, congratulations, Noah. All right, new segment that I'm going to go get. It's not what's for lunch, but what was for lunch today? We had salmon again on our salad. What was the main lunch, Joe?
I don't even know.
What was it?
The salmon was okay.
Oh, it was salmon again? Jeez, come on, man. I told Raquel, I was like, man, the salmon was good, but that was Friday. You bring it again on Monday? Okay, so here it is. What? The new segment is called Roll Up the Rim. Not sponsored by Tim Hortons. Damn you, Tim Hortons. All right, so you get an electronic, you get one on the app, and you can also roll up the rim right here and try to win an ID buzz.
Will Sean win Roll Up the Rim?
And if you were Joe sitting there, Joe would be asking for half of whatever I win.
Oh, why not ask Perplexity?
Yeah, no, I'm not wasting any time. All right. Well,
boo.
I don't know if you can. No, you can't really. It says please play again.
Boo.
Loser.
can't get apple fritter if you don't.
Oh, you know what though? Wait a second. Did I already do it? I think I already did it on my.
You gotta do it on the app.
I think I already did it on my app, and I think I already lost. So that was. I wanted to do it. Yeah, I have no more rolls.
I haven't won anything from this
2.
McDonald's
0 for 2.
prize nonsense.
Oh, I got a small fountain
You got
drink.
something? I haven't won anything. Stupid.
Small fountain
I haven't
drink.
won anything.
Okay.
Market's at the lows
all right.
again.
Yeah,
More
market
fresh lows.
Nvidia right now lows. Low. Or I'm gonna go get a water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you got to make sure you stay hydrated on a day like today. You don't want to be looking at all these red quotes and then just start fainting because you're a little bit lightheaded. So, yeah, stay up, everybody. But the market's not staying up. That's all I can say. So you just got to short it. Pounds here now 82 and 82.7. So what we've been looking at for SMCI should have been doing with Palantir as well, because it didn't stick with that one. We stuck with SMCI. We damn sure didn't. We certainly didn't stick with Palantir. Now down at $83. Like, the bleed is real, everybody. Tesla 279 just broke. The 50 period. No, sorry. Scratch that. We're losing the 200 period moving average here on Tesla. So with 5 minutes to go to the imbalances, I'm just going to hold SMCI with a trail on at this point. Like, there's really no other play for me other than just to sit around and wait to see what happens on it. Like, how far is it going to go down? So I don't want to put anything right before the imbalances come through, but we will keep an eye. You might see some big numbers on here just because of the volatility we had, and it's the first of the month. There's some early looks. Pfizer, who cares? ADT. And we saw them last week, didn't we? That's the alarm company.
Yep.
And then that's a buyout. KO's there. Yeah, there's really nothing on the early look that's going to stand out here. I mean, Verizon, that'll always pair off, I guess. So, yeah, we'll just wait till 350. Like, nothing's really standing out for the first of the month, so you're just waiting for 350 to see what might come out there. So, going to have trailing stops on the short. Make sure that I have all other stops. That I don't need to stop in Palantir, because obviously it's not going to go back up to the price I shorted it at. So, yeah, going to put some trailing stops in there. Only in SMCI, but I'm going to have NVIDIA up. I'm going to have Tesla up. Those seem to be moving around the most, so I'm going to guess that maybe they have an imbalance on them, and we'll see if we can make a trade on those imbalances.
Yeah, right now we are we got a pretty good price there, 74s on NVIDIA. So we'll wait to see if we can get any lower than that one. As so far so good here on NVDA, but more to come, man. I mean, I don't know where we're going at the end of the day here. Seems lower, but AMD we still have a couple. I'm going to turn off my music now because we got to focus a little bit here as we go. So yeah, so far so good, but not great, right? As we look at some of this pullback here in the market, everyone's pretty upset about what these tariffs mean at the end of the day. There we go, noise canceling headphones. What is Intel doing? Wow, dude. Oh man, make America great again.
That is a really steady down.
This is just like, hello, 2260 coming into play.
That's a very controlled move down.
Or for Intel, very, 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 very bad move. We looked at Broadcom, maybe if you fancy that kind of a trade as a possible play there today for Broadcom, 185. That looks like maybe a solid level for some sort of resistance there. But yeah, we'll wait to see what's happening exactly with Broadcom. But 185, maybe that comes into play tomorrow. I got to fix, is there something wrong with my earpiece and it's bugging me? So, all right, cheers up to everybody. We do have Hydration Nation. On a day like today, stick to your rules. I think that's what me and Neil do the best. Well, we do a lot of things, hopefully pretty good, but it's about not suffering those huge hits and then being able to, like we said, trend is your friend. Play the shorts. We've been doing that. The trend is upside today, yeah, for sure. We just got 127.60s right there for this play on NVIDIA. So again, we waited. We did short 50s and it didn't work. We got out and then we shorted again once it came back in and played that to the downside. So we'll ring the register now on 50 cents right there. But I don't, like Neil mentioned, heading into the close, we do have imbalances that we have to deal with. And right now, nothing on here. Neil's already showed it, but at 350, we will blow up again and get the NASDAQ names to come through. So I'm looking for NVIDIA to be a decent sell. Maybe we push that lower. Like we'll go with it if it is a sell. Apple was holding out okay today. Man, this is making me upset today because this market just continues to bleed. Like Apple now down 2%, down to 237.
Yeah.
Said last week, man, looking for opportunities to get out of this market, and you had one today. The Nasdaq was up 1% at one point. Like, that's a lot of money being wiped out. I don't know what percentage if you look at the Nasdaq complete market cap of the Nasdaq, and then you wipe out 4% from that because you're going to be down 3 and you were up 1.25 or so. So not a great day there as tariff talk still obviously continues to bother this market. So yeah, man, this is why you're here with us now. We've got Adara. We're trading this market. We're trying to show you as many levels as we can on many of these names. So stick with us and we'll try to work through this bleeding, bless you, of the market. We don't have too many earnings, I don't think. Adara dropped some in the chat. Oh, we have Okta. We have GitLab. I mean, GitLab probably not going to be sparred by any kind of these moves either. Down 7% today. I'm shaking my head and my rear at SMR because that's getting crushed. Down right now 11%. Astis, ASTS after hours as well. So the implied move for GitLab is 6%. Up that. That's going to be way higher than that. The implied move for SMR we don't have, but big downside. You do have one now? Did not. Okay, so they're not able to find it. All these are brought. This is not my work, man. I give credit where credit's due. We always talk about the work that Adara puts into all this. So SMR tonight down 10% right now. Oh man. I'm going to. I need to go into the brokerage account and disable whatever my password is, and just so I'm not logging in or buying any of these dips because I don't think it's time yet today to sit in here and buy any of this.
I used to be so
beginning of the week
about it. I used to never look at my long-term account.
Mm-hmm.
Like during trading hours. It was really good.
Trading hours.
No, for years I was really good about that. And then it was I don't know, it was sometime after like COVID, you start checking it more. I was just looking to see if we had, anyways, I was on this page because you guys were talking about the expected move. Yeah. And then you just said there wasn't one for, I believe it was SMR. So
we're out now. So here we go, man. NVIDIA's a 4 milli buy. So all right, so we'll take out some there on NVIDIA. It does come a buy, but we are lucky enough. We just got 112.90s. So really no harm, no foul here. It looks like, anyways, for us. So far on NVIDIA. What was the other one? Plug is a buy there. Yeah, we have it open right now. Google with a sell. That pressure continues, man. Google. Wow, this is the name that I would buy. Again, I'm in it already. I mean, my long-term portfolio is littered with all these Mag 7 names and now littered with disgusting trades, I guess. We're still going to be in the money on most of these things. The only thing that we bought recently was Tesla, and that's been a disaster. But NVIDIA, Pfizer, H-band? No, Intel. Neil, it's not getting any better out here.
Nothing is getting better. But
NASDAQ, NVIDIA's tanking. You're not in any.
No, I just got trailed out on these. So what I think probably happened is when 350 hit, NVIDIA had a buy imbalance, and like anything that was tech got a small bump. So I've trailed out of SMCI. It's going to be SSR tomorrow, so just a couple of things to consider. This will be short sell restricted, which I know it's bleeding to the downside. I might look for some bounce plays on this and then NVIDIA tomorrow. But even with that buy imbalance, NVIDIA is not really flying. So I don't see a trade there off the imbalances. Nothing really standing out that's going to give you an opportunity, I think, on these imbalances. Unless you'd have to like NVIDIA at 4 million. Nothing else is going to be there. So if there's one thing that I'm not happy about, like we had 3 trades and it all worked, but the biggest mistake was not getting back into Palantir. And part of it was this morning I was like, as long as 85 is above 85, I like Palantir for long. So I wasn't really feeling this thing when it broke down, and 85 turned to be a good reversal spot. So if you have a level that you're in love with, and the market is trending away from it, like you like it for a long, market trends away from it, if you get a chance to short off that level, this thing popped up and went within 20 cents of that 85 level on a retrace. So you could have actually shorted this with 25 cents worth of risk to see it drop $2. But I kind of like Palantir at 85 long. Missed opportunity on that to go short again. It's one of those. Eduardo just said Microsoft's at a great support level. I don't like Microsoft out of the Mag 7. This is one I'm not. Whoops, I just typed in MSTR instead of That's how much I don't like Microsoft, is I just typed in MicroStrategy, which I don't own, by the way, instead of Microsoft. No, it hasn't been doing anything. It's underneath the 200-period moving average. It's approaching those August lows where it was a buy before, but yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah,
Meta's
no,
better.
I don't love Microsoft.
I like Meta better. I like Alphabet better. I like Amazon better.
That means Microsoft's
I like
going to be the
NVIDIA.
best one.
Well, I mean, you're probably
Not
right.
because
but
of you, because I think a lot of people think
I think a lot of people are feeling that same way. I don't like the stock and how it's been performing. I bought 2 things on that August low. One of them did exceptionally well. The other one did jack all. And that's one of them's Microsoft. The other one's Meta. And sometimes you get too cute. I always like to be like, ooh, what's the one that I think is a little bit, it's not going to be as volatile, so that I'm not dip buying only a volatile name. I should have just bought all Meta. Nothing against you, Microsoft. I just don't like it.
No, but yeah, when we look, I mean, we
Chart
don't.
stinks.
Yeah, sometimes you have that, you can look back and say, what have I done? And today we don't really do that because we were short pretty much the majority of the day. So we've been happy, with the performance of ourselves today. My number one stock today will be, I was just trying to look to see, after all of this, okay, so we make some money there on NVIDIA, but still not enough to be number one. AMD, it was just going to be this TQ short, actually, that still continues to count out for us. So we're happy with that play. And now just looking to see if we can basically, I'm just sending some orders right now to get out of these in case we do rip back up. So good outs. We only have a very, very small piece left of this name here, which is NVIDIA. So other than that, man, good day. We'll wait to see what winds up happening tomorrow. We shorted NVIDIA on the pop. Here we had AMD this whole way. We talked about Walmart holding up pretty good. I want to check out Nike as some tariff talk. Obviously, he's going to hit this name as well as more tariffs coming from China. Again, a lot of their goods being made over there. Tesla gets hit today on just Canada, imports, exports, and China there as well. Down 4% for Tesla, right at that Randy level of 280 again. That could be the bounce. We give Randy credit. I mean, he called that level Friday and looks like he likes it again here today. So we'll wait to see here, but it's right there right now. Quick look on the imbalances real quick one more time. Plug power, so that NVIDIA imbalance is now gone. Not that that really matters, as we are pretty much flat on that one. And I'm just going to get out right now of AMD. I mean, it's at 98 and change. Let's just cover it right now with only 5 minutes left. We'll put a bid at 72, and there it is. We get that fill right at the 50-period moving average for advanced micro devices, and that will end that trade. So it's basically one of our best outs happening right at the end of the day. So yeah, the rhetoric of shorting at 1 or 2 o'clock looks like that's going to continue and continue to work. So yeah, so far so good there, and you're flat. So why don't you say goodbye and get ready to go for that?
Well, it's not goodbye. Why? Because we got the Aftermarket show. We got a Dara at the desk. We got some more reporting.
SMR should be good, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like it for it to be good, but what an ugly stock. But I feel like when we go over the sectors and we go over some individual names, it's not exactly going to be, it's not going to be pretty.
No.
So everyone buckle up for it, but we're going to be talking about the market. We'll be answering your questions. We'll have Michael Lossie get his thoughts. What a reversal in crypto. Thank goodness we're at least holding 85,000, but I can't believe, I'm like you, man. I recently bought at 86, 429, or some ridiculously stupid price that I probably put in as a joke. And we were sitting at 93,000 today. And if you would have told me that recent buy would be out of the money at 356 by the end of the day, I would have laughed in your face. Yet here we are. The only mistake was maybe not shorting enough things in the afternoon or not holding on to them. But NVIDIA will be SSR tomorrow. So that means I'm going to be looking for an SSR bounce on NVIDIA because you don't get that opportunity very often. I think we're going to see that in tomorrow's trade. So about 3.5 minutes to go. I just saw this on Tesla. Tesla just went $6. I just looked up at one of my black charts. Tesla just caught a serious bid. There wasn't an imbalance to flip, but that flip to script actually caught a bit of a bid. So Tesla will close above the 200-period moving average and above the Randy level. So if you just buy with Randy, apparently you are good to go and golden on Tesla. I'm not buying here on Tesla. Like I said, I like Meta a little bit better. This one feels like it's still headed lower.
I mean, yeah, you don't want to be in the car business.
Maybe. I also didn't sell anything up at the 480s, so that kind of sucks. That is what it is. I'm going to head on up to the desk. We got the Aftermarket show.
Great day.
Hopefully we can find something that was strong so we can talk about it.
You won't. You can't.
There always is. No, there's always something that we can review that was relatively strong. We'll find something. for you guys.
Yeah, there'll be something. We talked about 3 sectors that were up today. Just a quick little look there. We have Okta tonight. Again, some cybersecurity play there. We'll have to wait to see what's going on with Okta, down to $87. Still, wow. Everything today, everything crushed. We talked about Reddit earlier on this morning as well as a possible play. 162 and change for Reddit today, actually green. So there you go, Neil. We found one there, a pocket of strength for everybody in RDDT coming in again. NVIDIA really caught a nice bid there. We got out for flat. We only had 5% left. We don't want to hold anything really into the imbalances. So all of our outs there, 112.76 and change. So really worth it. NVIDIA catching, can't believe I'm saying NVIDIA catching a bid, down 8.77%. Just real quick, man. I mean, let me see what's going on with these refreshers here. 11 likes. That's obviously not true. I'm going to refresh. With over 7,000 of you watching right now, let me just go see. Over 500 likes. We need to get a little more than that, man. 600 likes right now. Over 7,000 of you watching. Your portfolio will not recover unless you hit that like button. Like, that's not a science nor guaranteed at all, but that's what I'm thinking. So if you can hit the like button right there, we'll get over 700 or 800 before the day's end. There's only a minute left. We're going to have a Dara probably come through, or Joe or somebody ringing that bell with less than 1 minute left. Let it stop. Don't worry, it almost will. And then we can watch out what's going to happen in the recap show there. As Neil and Dara will also review the market and whatnot and see how that's going to play out for us today. IBIT ends the day down how much? Up. Okay, so IBIT actually, because of where we opened, I guess, still looking up from Friday. That's the thing, right? Bitcoin's clearly not going to have an up day today, closing around 86,000. But at the end of the day, IBIT reflecting the close from Friday in our system. So up a little bit on that nice announcement from President Trump and the crypto reserve over the weekend. We'll see if that can continue to wait. I am just like excited to hear about all this. Tomorrow's Tariff Tuesday. We'll see if they take flight. I mean, apparently they will right now with less than now 10 seconds on. What's up, Joe? There he is. Yeah, Joe, there he goes. Yeah, waving that thing. Not too hard, my guy. That thing has been broken a couple times. 3, 2, 1. There it is. We have coined. Thank you, Joe. Late, and I just saw it there on the board. So make sure you do join GitLab Okta tonight, 211 ASTS as well on the earnings front. And then Neil and Adara will continue to watch this bloodbath, I guess, in the market. Could continue here after hours. Thankfully, the market has stopped right now. It is 4 o'clock. And if we're ready, Ramin, I mean, I'm kind of ready. It looks like they may be ready up there. So, all right, without any further ado, thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to our guests today as well. Big time. Thanks, Brendan, for that as we go. Liquid. That's it, just Liquid. Liquid Technology. So thanks, Brendo, for that interview. Go back around 12:30 or so, and you guys can check that out again. Bitcoin, they hold over 160 coins they talked about there. The Lightning Network for Bitcoin. So go check that company out as well. What's up to Joe? Thank you for that. What's up to Sharif today? Thank you. Ramin over there on the ones and twos as well. Thank you to Andre. Adara for all the breaking news. And of course, thanks to Neil for another great show. So look, join us, and Bears vs. Bulls. I didn't say that, but most importantly, thank you to everybody out there. Wow, we just got more than double the likes. You know, heart up. Are we allowed to do this? Heart. I know, but I'm not ready. Ramin, heart. Okay, thank you so much. 1.1K. They're ready. Thank you for hitting that like button. We're back tomorrow. Get a good sleep because we're hitting those sell keys again tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you then. Ciao.
Welcome. Promised you we'd find you a strong stock, and we've got one. It's Okta. They reported, so it's a bit of a cheat. Okta to the upside almost immediately here. They just reported for. I actually haven't seen the numbers, but you can tell by the chart that clearly it's doing some things. We're now at $96 after closing here at 87, so almost a 10% move here on OKTA, Adara.
Yeah, and I mean, these results are more than okay, Neil. We have adjusted earnings of 78 cents per share. That's a beat of 74 cents. Sales also a healthy beat, 682 million versus 669.46 million expected. Revenue here was up 13% year over year for the quarter. Now for their fiscal 2025, revenue was actually up 15% year over year. Subscription revenue 16% year over year. So putting it this way, we had nice increases for the quarter and for the year for revenue. Their GAAP operating losses, though, actually apparently expanded here by looks like 23%. So expanded loss, not a great look there for loss per share, but revenue quite nice here. And again, that's both for fiscal year and for the quarter. If I see anything else, I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, well, the way this thing is moving, if you want to keep yourself secure, then you probably don't want to short that one. As they are holding those highs, the expected move is 12% here. The prior was actually pretty much nothing. It only moved like 1% the last time. But hey, good looking stock, man. I joke about this all the time, but it was a sell when it did a golden cross, and all of a sudden it made the bounce off the 200 period moving average. Golden cross meaning it broke the 50, broke the 200 upside. That actually indicated a sell, even though it's supposed to be bullish. But I like where the stock is if it can hold out the 92, 93. So basically just looking at this area, 92, 93, I'd like to see the buyers maintain control as we go back over. Why is the 1 minute not over? Why is it not going to my 1 minute? Usually I double click and it works just fine. All right, so this is now freezing on me. Anyways, we're still holding up at this 95 level, so well above that 93. We're expecting GitLab at 405, SMR at 415, and then ASTS at 420, aptly at 420. So it was a bit of a down day today. I don't know if you noticed that, everybody. Like, there's not a heck of a lot on this board that's actually strong, but let's start with the good, because we got to have some positivity out there. Why? Okay, now this does not want to. All right, maybe Derek, can you pull up a chart of GLD? Because my chart is hating me right now, and I'm not getting any data, but GLD was actually up 1.3%. It was just a wealth of pain. Uranium, 5% down, TAN, 3.5% down. Do you have GLD? Because flight to safety makes sense, right? Like, what will be up today? The VIX will be up today, and gold will be up today.
And gold is up today. I mean, this is the 3-minute chart. You can see here, we kind of chilled, had a nice attempt to run here on Wednesday, closed a little bit lower. So that would be Thursday. Friday, we had this drop into the open, then kind of rebounding, closing near day's highs. And then, of course, today, what a story. We close near highs, actually basically at highs here post-market. GLD is a great looking ticker today, that is for sure. A lot of these non-equity names are certainly on watch. I mean, Bitcoin, of course, but we also had UNG on watch. That's for sure. That actually ended up on Sharif's rundown at 2 p.m., so definitely check that out. And if you want to vote for tickers, make sure you join the midday show with Joe and Sharif. But UNG actually also closing your day's highs, looking pretty similar to GLD. And I would even argue its push to the upside from the open is even better looking than what we saw with gold. But we have GitLab earnings, Neil, so let's get on those. I am seeing those pop up here, and they're a year ahead like NVIDIA, so this is Q4 2025. Revenue here for Q4 coming in at $211.4 million. That is, from what I'm seeing, above estimates of 205.46 or 64, sorry, but I like to always remind everyone that sometimes these estimates are not going to necessarily aligned because everyone kind of has their own estimates. Looks like they did beat on revenue, though, and it's certainly up year over year. GAAP gross margin actually slightly down year over year. Their non-GAAP gross margin also down year over year. Their GAAP operating margin, a decent improvement here. So it looks like their operating margins improved. Gross margins actually did not improve. Their operating loss, though, also was a little bit of an improvement on a year-over-year basis. So we're going to have to wait till I see all these numbers. Okay, I'm seeing these numbers come through officially.
We're dropping like a rock.
Yeah, we had revenue of $211.48 million, as I mentioned. Earnings of 7 cents per share, adjusted earnings 35 cents per share, and then those margins that I mentioned. So the margins might not be a great look here for this market.
Emotional damage for GitLab. Look, it's down 16%, but it was already down on the day because everything tanked. It's the low that just got put in was another 10% from the close. Expected move was to be 6.4%. So you're probably sitting north of that range on a little bit of a bounce here. When you look at this one on the daily, like, where did we just lose? Stop me if you've heard this before. The 200 period moving average on GitLab was just lost on that print. That sits at 55.5, so it's a flat bottom break through it. I think you get some resistance on the way back up. This is, I hate to say it, I mean, you heard Sean say, like, right at the end of the day, we're looking for that sell key tomorrow morning for continuation. I don't think that's changed with this earnings name here. You break down, you're under the 200 period moving average. My first thought's going to be short on GitLab. Only trade this thing maybe once a quarter, and that's the day after earnings. So GitLab very much on watch. 55.5, the 200 period moving average, not looking good for them at all. So far it's just GitLab. Obviously, we also had Okta. We're looking forward to SMR. I did want to note a couple of things. I saw this in the chat, and there was some talk about TLT, like the 20-year, how strong a day it had. So TLT, which, you're looking for things that are going to be strong. Obviously, we talked about the VIX, or you could have hidden a little bit of healthcare today. You could have hidden gold today. TLT getting a little bit of a break. It's like a mini breakout, but it's not a breakout because the breakout already happened back in here at 89. But now you got the 200 period. It's got maybe another leg in it. I'd be a little bit concerned that it could revert back at 94. Personally, I think gold's a stronger looking play if you're trying to hide out a little bit here. But yeah, decent run here in TLT. I wanted to shout out that was a good move. Noticed by lots in the chat. I do want to go over a couple of things before we actually get the next earnings name, SMR, out there, because when we talk about tariffs, Adara, like the big story was tariffs. We're going to have Tariff Tuesday, and then now we're going to get the reciprocal tariffs in April. One of the things that I think got missed in terms of stories today was the reason NVIDIA was already weak before all of this. And that was that there is essentially, there's some chips that are making their way to China that shouldn't be, and that was the report. So NVIDIA was already selling today before we had that extra huadunk to the downside. Like, we dumped at the open. It was just a continuation play for NVIDIA. And again, there were reports that some of the chips that are restricted were making their way into China, and that was why it dumped off the open. So NVIDIA, it did manage to bounce, and the only place you bounce, where? Off the DeepSeek lows and 10% down. I feel like it's going to be a simple play here tomorrow for NVIDIA. If it's holding on to the DeepSeek low, it's SSR. Look for the bounce off that level. If we're losing that level, well, I mean, the next low on the daily is not till 100 even, everybody. So NVIDIA, if it loses this level, it's got a ways to go. But there's at least one spot to look for the SSR bounce. Because as a trader, you don't see stocks like NVIDIA or Tesla with that day 2 10% down play for the bounce. And when they bounce, if they bounce, the risk to reward is gorgeous. So I know today we're only looking short, but there's some opportunities for some bounce plays tomorrow, I do think.
And I think, yeah, even like if you're not looking at things necessarily with a directional bias, I think you could have some opportunities. My issue off the open was I was trying to find certain directions because, the market had to move this way. And when I was just letting things take me where they wanted to take me, things went a lot better. So I would say do not be directionally biased. Have levels you like, but be willing to get a little loosey-goosey and play with this market because this market loves to play with us. Also, B. Riley here, Unique Trading Group, was asking about Riley, so let's take a look at this because they released their preliminary estimates of their unaudited Q4 2024 results. So that is what we do here. Again, this is pretty similar to SMCI in that they had or in this case, unaudited, though I believe SMCI's might have been audited. These results here, they also announced the sale of their Atlantic Coast Recycling LLC for $70 million in cash. They guided Q4 net income available to common shareholders of about $48 to $68 million. That would also be $1.57 to $2.22 per share. So RLY pulling an SMCI here with these unaudited early earnings. Also, would love to say a shout out here and very happy birthday to the twin brother here of Bears versus Bulls. I guess that also means you have a very happy birthday. So happy birthday to Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much for everything you do, and happy birthday to your twin as well. You're such an invaluable part of this community, and we're so grateful to have you here every single day to guide us. Because, yeah, we could not do this without you. So shout out to you.
Oh, that's awesome. Happy birthday. And make sure you enjoy it. Hard work, not letting anybody know, but that's what it's all about right there. So happy birthday both to your brother and yourself as well. And great call out on that Riley story. And I just posted in the chat, we say it all the time. If there's ever a trading term or something that we say, it could be myself, I do it all the time, or Sean or Dara, any of us. If we say something you don't understand what the term means, just ask us in the chat. We have a great community that can probably answer it for you. It's another reason you want to be in the community. But SSR is short sell restricted, and it just means the uptick rule goes into effect on a stock that is 10% down from its prior close. And then that uptick rule stays in place for that day and then the following day. And the uptick rule simply means you cannot go short by hitting the bid unless the last print is an uptick. It's in there to, I guess, help stocks that are getting crushed from people just driving it down by hitting fresh lows. So oftentimes you can get more acceleration if its stock starts bouncing. It's just harder for people to go short when unless it's actually giving you that uptick. So it's a pretty interesting rule. It used to be the case on a bunch of stocks when I started trading. Like everything was SSR, like the uptick rule was in place. Now it's kind of a special thing. So we are expecting SMR, but not for another few minutes here. I do believe, I don't know if we're ready yet. We are good? Well, we're good. We got a little trader talk time, so we're going to get to SMR when they come out, as well as ASTS. But for now, we got a little trader talk with you know who. You know exactly who we got here. We got the NOS boss himself from Stats Edge, our good friend of the show. Wow, what a day. I know you love the first day of the month for obvious reasons on the monthly charts, but for volatility, yeah, let's just say the day trade didn't disappoint today, Michael.
Yeah, this market in general, even though if you zoom out, we haven't gone anywhere. We haven't gone anywhere in the most spectacular fashion that I have ever seen.
That's about the most perfect way to talk about this market. To be honest, like it's absolutely perfect, because if you look at where the Qs are, like you said, like we're right back into prior lows. We're at the 200 period. If you look at a trend on a daily chart, it looks absolutely fine on a lot of stocks, maybe not all of them, on a lot of things, let's just say, and the broad market looks okay. But something that did move, I know we've talked about this a lot, is that sideways action on Bitcoin, right? Like that little sort of flag or whatever support that we've been in, where like that low 88 to 92 level has been holding. What's crazy about the move today for me, Michael, is that we gapped underneath it, and then on this crypto reserve on news, you got right back above that prior support. For that to instantly not hold, that's not good in my books. So I think that's really bad for the short term in Bitcoin. The fact that you got back above that 88, 89, 90 area and then just couldn't hold it at all today is not a very good look, especially when this was driven by news.
Yeah, and that's actually the exercise I was doing in the green room, and I think what I'm going to be spending some of the evening doing is just looking at which of those cryptos that were mentioned and which of the cryptos in general retraced that entire bar. So I do have the chart up here of Bitcoin, and I can kind of explain what I'm talking about a little bit, where we had, that massive green bar, that massive surge that happened because of that news that was mentioned about the reserve, and we've given it all back. So we are right back at the lows here, right? Massive push higher and then massive push down to the low. A couple of them, even though, I'm ignoring the percentage up and down because I look at that more as beta, how much it moves compared to crypto. But for one was this Cardano. It had this massive push higher, but you can see we're only halfway through that bar. So I talk about all the time about different ways to kind of look at relative strength and relative weakness and different ways to define it. And I think one thing I am going to be doing a lot of when it comes to these different coins is just going through and saying, of that initial thrust that we had, how much of that has been retraced? And the ones that retrace the least, those are the ones I think are going to be a little bit interesting going forward. So one being Cardano here, another one being a Ripple, right? Not quite the entire move yet. So I think this is going to be an interesting way to look at, of all these names, which one had an underlying bid to it and which one was just playing off the news. But I think you're 100% right. Overall, if we don't recover, if we break back down to where this wick was, where everyone got kind of trapped in short there, things could be pretty ugly here for the short term anyway.
Yeah, and I think that's a great look. I think for a swing trader, as a day trader in a day like today, you're going to be pretty active, obviously. But I know when you're looking at that higher time frame, it is the day to sort of suss out relative strength and weakness. And oftentimes, relative strength doesn't always mean something that was up in a down market. Today is exactly the kind of day where if that's what you're looking for relative strength, something that actually held up and was just trending up all day, like good luck with that. Like you're basically going to have the VIX and you're going to have gold and you're not going to have too much else. But along those lines, you're talking about things that, okay, you're looking for bullishness because it didn't engulf the entire candle. Is there ever the opposite of that, where you get a flush day like today and you're like, well, I know we're weak, but that was too weak. And you're looking for the other side of the trade. Is there anything that stands out in that vein for you?
Well, and one of the things you mentioned when I was in the green room there was how NVIDIA was very interesting as I was just watching the day unfold. NVIDIA actually was relatively weak to the overall market. Everything else was doing well, and NVIDIA was just showing this weakness and selling into lows. So one of the kind of more discretionary trades I actually took is I just bought a bit of, I think it's NVDU, but it's just one of these, yeah, NVDU, which is one of these inverse. No, NVDL. There's one of these short NVIDIA names. I'll look it up in my broker, but I end up buying some of that does well when NVIDIA does poorly. And it was because, exactly like you mentioned, it was a bit of a canary in the coal mine today, where right off the open, it was selling off when the rest of the market was holding up. So that's another one that, got a little bit just for a quick trade on that. But that makes me want to think a little bit longer and broader on that, where NVIDIA was the stock that let us out of the last bear market, and it was the darling and a huge market cap and a massive return. But today may have been the first sign of many that this might be a little bit over, where potentially NVIDIA isn't going to be the name that ends up pushing us higher. We end up going and looking for other particular names. So I'm doing a lot of that recently, and that's when the market is range bound. I think that's kind of what we have to do. We have to be fast on our feet. We got to buy dips and sell rips and trade quickly. And thankfully, I've got some algorithms over at Satchez that does that. But then at the same time, I think we need to look for relative strength and relative weakness. So, one sector that was really strong today when the rest of them weren't, as boring as it is, the insurance company. So insurance and healthcare and XLF for banks seems to be where the flight to safety is. So I'm spending a lot of my time doing that. Look, what's relatively weak to the market, what's relatively strong, and spending all of my time kind of diving into those.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what you have to do. I agree with you. I mean, obviously, I agree with you on the NVIDIA. It was it was 5% down before things started to get out of hand today, and that's the thing that you got to get. It wasn't like it was down a point or two. It was getting smoked before people were, before everyone was like, man, this day is really weak. NVIDIA was looking a little bit peckish or skittish. The other thing we were talking about there is the DeepSeek bottom at 113. Anytime you have a major news event that provides a liquidity bottom, you lose that level. We talk about anchored VWAP sometimes. Forget about the anchored from there because you would have already lost that. You lose the actual level itself and can get nasty. We got one bounce off it today. I think it can get nasty if we lose the other one. Michael, before we jump back to you, I want to get a DARA for the SMR report, and I want to make sure everyone can get the numbers for SMR, and then we'll come back.
Absolutely.
Sorry for the interruption there, Michael. We're going to take a look here at SMR earnings. So they ended up reporting $34.2 million in sales here for Q4 2024. I was seeing estimates of $1.23 million in sales. I'm not sure if those compare because sometimes we know that's not necessarily the case. What I find interesting, though, again, $34.2 million in sales for Q4. For the fiscal year, they had $37 million in sales, which means that the vast majority, if not almost all of their sales for the year, came in Q4. So I find that interesting. I want to see more on this, but this is me reading the report themselves. So these numbers are coming from the company. They also reported an increase here on a year-over-year basis for operational losses, both on a quarterly basis and a year-over-year basis. So increase in revenue and increase in losses here for SMR on both for Q4 and for the fiscal year. If I see anything else, I'll let you know, but I don't have much right now.
And the options sellers are winning this one, the market makers, because it's flat out not moving SMR.
We also have ASTS.
Yeah, and ASTS, we'll go one more. We have ASTS coming, and then we'll come right back to Michael.
Sorry about that, Michael Nuss. We have Q4 AST Space Mobile, losses of 18 cents per share, just larger than the 17-cent loss expected. So slightly larger than expected loss per share, sales of $1.92 million. Apparently that, I'm not really seeing that compares to estimates, but again, they did miss on EPS. If I see anything else for either of those, I'll let you know.
Thank you very much, Dara. Appreciate you. Michael, you can already see what I'm going to go to next here. All right. So look, we have to, I purposefully, when we're talking about relative strength and things that were strong, you'll notice that at no point in the aftermarket show did I mention that nat gas was strong. Why? Because I was waiting for you to be on so we could talk about this. I know you've been long this. I know it's been absolutely great. It is I mean, it's almost there, right? Like it's broken both major moving averages. It's almost right back to the local high. So do you see, and a lot of traders have asked this question because like they see it going, and it's like, well, how do I get a part of this party? Do you see an opportunity to get into this, or is this a hold? Like, what are you doing with nat gas? Obviously, it's working very well on a day where everything has been crap today. It's been holding up really nicely, but it is right back at that fresh high. Is there a breakout in play? Is there a trail? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm looking at if we do get a continuation. So just a quick summary. I've got the chart up here of the play, and it was just the fact that this 200-day moving average, which is the moving average I have on the screen, has been respected more than any moving average I think I've seen, especially for a commodity, and especially on this down move. Every time we came up to the 200-day moving average, we got sellers at that moving average over and over again. So when we broke it and then it tested it as support, and then it started to break out, that's where I started to get involved. So I've been buying little bits here and there. The idea, as long as it holds this 200-day moving average, I want to be long. But like you kind of mentioned, we have a pretty significant breakout point here for 21 and a half, you could call it. So now I'm looking at this as saying, well, is it a potential place where I could add some with a stop under this $20 a share? And I think if we get some continuation, that would make sense. Now, part of the reason I think this is working so well is obviously something that I couldn't have predicted, and that's because in a tariff type world, I think buying things that are inside, or, made in America and commodities in America is just a place that people are running to for a little bit of safety, which is hilarious to say for natural gas, which is called the widowmaker for a reason. But the idea is at least this won't be tariffed because it is made inside of America. So same reason you were talking about SMR, that's one name that I'm super interested in as it's at the 200-day moving average. This I look at the same kind of ways. Any way that you can make power inside of the US is more of a continuation play on the AI type of name. If you believe that the AI trend is going to continue, well, they're going to need to power it somehow. And with the new administration and its goal to have everything produced inside of America, it makes sense that you gravitate towards American power generation companies and, again, just the commodities itself. So uranium, I need to do more research on where the U.S. gets its uranium from. I don't think it's local, but natural gas is.
Yeah, and it's a great look, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I look at it, it's like I'm not touching nat gas with a 10-foot pole. I've said that a million times, but it does look like a good breakout trade. I just don't want to, I've never done it. I just we can find lots of places to win, and every trader for years that ever talks about nat gas just says how tricky it is to trade. So congratulations, I know that trade's a great one, and I'm glad you pointed out that news scale. I know it's down right now, and on earnings, it's not looking good. I think you need to see it hold that 200-period moving average, because one of the things I always look at, it's a line on a chart a lot of times, but when you have a news event like earnings or maybe whatever, it could be a press release, and you lose and you've lost the major moving average like right away on that news. Well, the first thing I want to see is let it breathe for a little bit. And can it reestablish the support level, as opposed to, well, I'm just going to hope that line holds even when you just had the report come out. So I like I'm in SMR. Candidly, everybody, I own shares of SMR in the low teens, and I'm not looking to add to them until it can reestablish the 200-period moving average. But I like that play, and I'm glad you brought that one up, Michael. I know we're getting on a bit. Is there anything we haven't talked about here that you got or that you have on your mind? You've already covered crypto brilliantly as well. SMR, also talking about some places where we can hide and looking for some relative strength. I think it's a great call out, that Cardano, which caught a lot of people off guard, how much it moved because of its inclusion in the talk of the crypto reserve. They haven't bought anything just yet. Anything else on your mind?
Healthcare. I think healthcare is a big place that isn't getting a lot of attention still. I think it got maybe some bad press because of the RFK thing and the talks that he may reduce kind of access to some of these drugs or whatever, but the market doesn't care whatever it is. And that's why I'm glad that I'm following charts and not the news. But it broke out today and held this little breakout. This is something I've been talking about the last few weeks. The fact that it held on today of all days is very interesting to me. So I want to watch this one going forward. And you can go from big to small, right? So Eli Lilly is doing a great job. It's nearly back to that all-time highs and through that 1,000. So we need to start looking at maybe these Ozempic type play names again. I know Lilly is one, and NVO, which is Novo Nordisk, maybe another one. Things like Pfizer or Merck was actually one that was interesting when it closed very strong today at highs, and it's got this gap in the middle. So yeah, on top of the whole crypto project I've made for myself tonight, I want to start looking through these healthcare names and seeing potentially what I can grab there, because I really think that we are in this rotation, the fact that we saw NVIDIA break down before everyone else. So I want to spend my time trying to figure out where those institutions are going to put their money next and see if I can beat them to the punch a little bit.
Yeah, that's all what it's all about. Like, where are you going next? That's why we're always trying to think a bit ahead. I can tell you one person that likes the fact that you mentioned healthcare and specifically Eli Lilly, and that is Adara, because that was Adara's top pick when we did our 3 top picks of the year each on the show. Adara picked Eli Lilly.
Thank you. Yeah,
it looks great.
Thank you. I want to see if we make new all-time highs, but that 930, I like right now.
Yeah, we all like it. Michael, I can't thank you enough. We get to have you on morning and night to talk shop, and I love the call out there that you were mentioning. Hey, what didn't close that entire candle on the crypto names? Because you know the volatility should go right back there. And great thoughts on NVIDIA and natural gas. We appreciate you. Can't wait to talk to you again at the end of the week. We'll see you on Friday. But thank you so much, Michael Noss from Stats Edge, our good friend.
Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Oh, what a day! What a day! What a day!
Indeed it was.
You should be dancing over that Eli Lilly because that was an absolute beast. And they're confirming. You look at that XLF hold up. There's always something out there. Like we said, there's always something that's relatively strong. There's always a trend that you can find. You just have to do the work to make sure that you go out there and get it.
Yes.
I know we kind of glossed over. There was a lot going on here. We had Okta, we had GitLab, we had SMR, we had ASTS, all reporting in there. ASTS, I don't know if we talked too much about the chart. ASTS and SMR didn't really move a lot. They were already down on the day, so maybe that's why you didn't get a lot of movement because the volatility was already in there. But ASTS, despite its 30% short float, not going anywhere. Not what I was expecting with that one. I was really expecting some fireworks with ASTS because the implied move was a whopping 19%. So for this not to do anything is a bit surprising there.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you guys, too. I have not seen anything more than the numbers I've given you. I've seen neither of these circulate at all on X, not a single post. So I honestly just think that we were expecting more people to be watching these numbers than necessarily were. Or at least the people who are posting, who circulate, who get eyes on this, were not necessarily watching these names. Okta, I saw posted about, and I believe that was it from tonight's batch of earnings. So OKTA seems to be the biggest earnings name. I honestly haven't even seen much posting on GTLB and GitLab. Well, it's a decently large name.
And well, GitLab actually didn't go green, but GitLab got back above its close, right? So it recovered the down move. It's holding above that 55.5. So there was a recovery in GitLab, and then Okta, this is the one holding the highs. You're up at the $100 level. It's up to 10%. So that's your earnings winner for short today. But you know what time it is? It's 4:30, everybody. And well, this is going to be an easy one because when we do the roll call today, this is very, very simple. If you don't know what roll call is, Adara's going to rip off all the names in the chat that she can as fast as she can. But you got to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit that subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. But everyone's going to type the same thing. We shout out to our entire team, and we appreciate and love Fabian, Ramin, Andre on the ones and twos, the Bash Brothers on the midday, Sharif and Joe, my man Sean on the desk with me, Brendo, Adara, of course, the entire team, you guys, the viewers. But I want everyone to type the same thing, and it's a simple happy birthday, Bears versus Bulls. Everyone type that in the chat and make it absolutely rain. All the love to the best moderator in the business, and enjoy it with your family and have an awesome evening, Bears versus Bulls. But time for a little bit of roll call. Yeah, my eyes just went big there because apparently there's a term sheet showing that BYD out of China here raised almost $6 billion in upsized Hong Kong share sales. So we could have these ADRs and watch more, but you know what's on watch right now? Happy birthday
to Bears versus Bulls and your brother. Thank you so much for all you do and for your role in this community. We're so grateful for you every day. Grav Sajev, we've got Gus, we have Malco, Farm Trader, they're coming through so fast here. Josh, Julie, Darwin, Whip, Wap Girl, Dawn, I see, Met, Bedson, Burrell, Case, Local Brada. We've got Brandon G, Malcolm Aldridge, Wall Street Only, Bob Curran, J.S. Sango. I saw Scarjo Rabbit here, Neil Joe, Celery 2. We've got Maiko. We have Fabio, R.A., Ticker Checker, J Boss, Rubicon, Hertz, Scrambler, Victory is Bliss, please sub, Jimmy C, Mike Robeson, Lass Hansen, Steve Parmy, Pedro, Mel, I think we got Maiko again here, and last but not least, I'll stop here with Mel Urich. Thank you guys so much for everyone in the chat. I apologize, I missed a lot of names that was coming through here. So much love for Bears versus Bulls, and thank you so much for everything you do. Have a wonderful rest of your birthday.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adair. And you know what? We're going to have a heck of a lot more fun because, hey, it's Tariff Tuesday tomorrow. So there's probably going to be a little bit of action. Whoops, I should have left that one up there. There we go. We'll leave it in there. It's Tariff Tuesday tomorrow. We're going to have more volatility. We're going to have reaction to the earnings. We're going to be back on the desk bright and early. But everybody rest up. Enjoy it. Bears versus Bulls. You and your brother or your twin enjoy with your family, and happy birthday to you. But we're Trader TV Live. And whoo, we get to do this fun all again tomorrow. We'll see you then.